Chapter 541. Everyone's guess is correct. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan made a military order in front of His Majesty. He said that he would wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue within 3 days and take revenge for the soldiers who died earlier. Last night, he did it. The 7 cultivators sect has been wiped out, and the main culprit and the remaining Avilders have all been executed. This old subject congratulates His Majesty for having such an outstanding talent in Great Tang, in the Taiji Palace. When Niu Jindar heard the discussion of the ministers in the hall, he smiled and said loudly to Li Er, "General Niu, your words are biased." While everyone was still in a daze, a fat middle-aged official wearing a scarlet robe stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. General Niu only heard the thunder last night, but it doesn't mean that Li Zhanshi did it alone. Moreover, as far as I know, the Snake Spirit Mountain is hundreds of feet high. How could Li Zhanshi climb to the top of the mountain and release the thunder at night alone? How is such a method different from that of an immortal? And Li Zhanshi is just like us with a mortal body. This kind of battle record is definitely not done by Li Zhanshi. Maybe the 7 cultivators sect did all kinds of evil and the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they sent down the thunder as punishment. Niu Jindar narrowed his eyes and recognized the official in front of him as Chamberlain Kui Shanfu. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh? Has Chamberlain Kui been to the Snake Spirit Mountain before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with the situation there?" To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Gudu's letter, this old man wouldn't have known that there was such a poisonous mountain in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. The rest of the people originally wanted to agree with Kui Shanfu, but after hearing this, they immediately shut their mouths and cast doubtful looks at Kui Shanfu. Kui Shanfu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "General Niu, you don't know, but this Kui has a distant cousin who often travels around to sell goods. He once got lost in the Qinling Mountains and happened to pass by the Snake Spirit Mountain." What this official just said was all from him. Niu Jindar said with a faint smile, "Haha, what a coincidence. However, what I said just now was not all speculation. If you don't believe that Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed by Li Zishuan alone, you can go to the entrance of the Li family in Yongle Lane and take a look after the court. The corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain is still there to dry. Although I don't know what kind of method he used to transport the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, which is 30 feet long and weighs several hundred kilograms, from the midst of an army of tens of thousands of soldiers without anyone noticing. But I'm sure you won't have any doubts after seeing the spectacle of heavenly thunders and earthly fires, right? Hearing this, Kui Shanfu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but the other ministers couldn't help but exclaim. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Good. There will be snake meat to eat. I, old Cheng, have eaten all kinds of snake meat. But I have never touched the meat of the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now, I have to taste it properly. Li secretly rolled his eyes. He then turned to Zhao Song, who had long been shocked out of his wits, and ordered, "Go and summon Li Zishuan for an audience." Oh. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Then, he walked out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the palace, he saw a person running over and saying, "Old Zhao, bad news. Li Zhanshi is missing. He's not in the workshop. The person who sent him breakfast just now found that the Drunken Wind Pavilion was empty. Everyone in the workshop is now looking for Li Zhanshi. The person who came was the head of the spies that Zhao Song had planted around the workshop." Zhao Song said unhappily, "Idiot. Follow me to Yongle Lane. The head of the spies was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Why are we going to Yongle Lane? Don't tell me Li Zhanshi can fly home. However, no one paid attention to his muttering. After Zhao Song finished speaking, he had already walked far away. Wow. What a big snake. This snake looks so ferocious. It actually has 7 heads. This beast probably eats people. Look at how thick its body is. In front of the Li residence, there was a lively scene. Earlier, Li Zishuan teased the frightened Xiao He. Then, He ordered the servants to carry the corpse of the seventh cultivator of true virtue to the front of the Li residence and set up a special shelf. This way of placing the corpse made the seventh cultivator of true virtue look even more ferocious, somewhat resembling its might when it was alive. Dear neighbors, the people of the seventh cultivator of true virtue tried to harm me twice in a row, wanting to kill me and my wife. They even tried to assassinate the ministers of the imperial court in broad daylight. The seventh cultivator of true virtue is disregarding the law tilde. Therefore, 6 days ago, I received His Majesty's decree to attack the seventh cultivator of true virtue together with the commander of the Northern Yaman's imperial army, Dugu Shin tilde. As for the details, you should have heard my wife mention them before tilde. We could have taken them down in one fell swoop. But at the last moment, the elder of the seventh cultivator of true virtue, Flying Snake, released this ferocious beast and charged into the army, killing 215 heroic souls. In order to avoid more casualties, I had no choice but to order a retreat tilde. But good and evil will eventually be repaid, and the heavenly Tao will reincarnate tilde. Last night, I attacked the Serpent Spirit Mountain alone and destroyed the seventh cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop with the help of the heavenly lightning. The sect master, elders, and disciples of the sect were all killed, and the enmity of 215 heroic souls was finally avenged tilde. This is the consequence of being so vicious and disobeying the imperial court's decree tilde. Li Zishuan stood in front of the door and shouted at the crowd. What the hell, I didn't hear wrong, did I tilde? Li Xiaonan destroyed an entire sect by himself tilde. That's too scary tilde. Not only did they have many experts in their sect, but they also had a 7-headed snake. How did Li Xiaonan do it tilde? Hiss tilde. That's too ruthless tilde. But heroes really come from the young tilde. Li Xiaonan is so young, but his martial arts are already so good tilde. Master Li gave birth to a good son tilde. He's really good at both civil and martial arts tilde. Looking at the red-lipped, white-toothed, and seemingly harmless young man in front of the gate of the Li residence with a relaxed smile on his face, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought to themselves, this man is so ruthless. He wiped out an entire sect by himself. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to provoke him tilde. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the result. He glanced at the crowd and pointed at the seventh cultivator of true virtue hanging on the frame, saying, I, Li Zishuan, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. If someone wants to harm my family again, I won't hesitate to kill them no matter how powerful they are. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I'll kill them tilde. The ordinary people shrunk their necks and couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. You're going to destroy an entire sect just because you don't like it. Who would dare to provoke you in the future tilde? However, the complexions of several men changed, and they quietly retreated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't care about them. Li Zhansha tilde. Li Zhansha tilde. His Majesty summons you immediately tilde. Chapter 542. In front of the Li residence. When Li Zishuan saw Zhao Song and the others, he was stunned. Zhao Song was Li Er's most trusted eunuch. Why would he personally come to deliver the decree? Butler Zhao. May I know why your Majesty has summoned me? Seeing the arrival of the angels, the crowd in front of the Li residence dispersed. Li Zishuan braced himself and greeted them. Now, among the people he didn't want to see the most, Li Er was definitely at the top. Although the bombing last night was very satisfying, Li Zishuan had a headache when he thought about how he would have to clean up his mess later. After all, he was now in a feudal monarch's dynasty. He had used supernatural powers. If he didn't explain it clearly, it would be easy for Li Er to be suspicious. Zhao Song first glanced at the seventh cultivator of true virtue that was hung up in front of the Li residence. He could feel the remaining bloodthirsty and ferocious aura on the snake's body. Even Zhao Song, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years, could not help but be shocked. He secretly wondered how Li Zishuan defeated this giant snake. After a while, he said, Mr. Li, you must be joking. We are just following His Majesty's orders. How can we guess His Majesty's intentions? You'd better come with us to meet His Majesty. Li Zishuan was speechless. This was obvious. Yet Zhao Song still tried to hide it. He could only say goodbye to his family and ride Big White to the palace with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Zishuan several times, causing Li Zishuan to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Song smiled casually and said, "Mr. Li, you are very capable. That seven-headed snake alone may not be a match for 1,000 soldiers. Mr. Li, you single-handedly destroyed the 7 cultivator of true virtue sect. You are indeed a young hero. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, "Butler Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just borrowing some of my master's shadow to do whatever I want. Please don't laugh at me. Shadow. Zhao Song's curiosity was piqued and he asked, "Could it be that what happened last night had something to do with your master?" Li Zishuan nodded and said seriously, "Of course. Otherwise, how could this kid be so capable?" Seeing that Zhao Song wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Butler Zhao, it's best that you don't ask about the details first. We'll be meeting His Majesty soon, and His Majesty will definitely ask about it. You'll know then." He laughed evilly in his heart. "Who asked you to be so unkind to me just now? Now, I'll whet your appetite." Just as Zhao Song's breath came up, it was blocked. He was really choked. However, he thought that Li Zishuan's words made sense, so he nodded gloomily and did not ask further. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Zhao Song left, the ministers in the imperial court were supposed to continue discussing state affairs. However, after listening to Niu Jinda's description, they were all anxious to know what relationship Li Zishuan had with the destruction of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect. Or rather, how did Li Zishuan destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect single-handedly? At this time, no one was in the mood to discuss state affairs. They were all silently waiting for Li Zishuan, the person involved, to come over. However, there was one exception, and that was Minister Kui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple. Ever since he went for wool and came home shorn, he had been keeping silent. Later, when he heard Niu Jinda swear that Li Zishuan was the one who destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain, and that there was conclusive evidence, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he seemed to be very anxious. In the main hall, a few ministers were reporting irrelevant topics, and Leah also gave some irrelevant responses from the Dragon Throne. Finally, a sharp voice came from outside. "Crown Prince John Shur, Li Zishuan, requests an audience. Leah said in a deep voice, "Enter." A moment later, Li Zishuan walked in with his head held high. "That man is here. The man who destroyed the entire sect is here." Wherever Li Zishuan went, the ministers would avoid him. They did not know if it was an illusion, but many of them felt that the Li Zishuan today was very different from before. This was because there was a trace of blood on his body, and he was more decisive in killing. This kind of aura was only felt by Cheng Yaojin and the others many years ago. However, these old generals were now old, and their aura was much more stable, unlike the past. They did not expect that Li Zishuan would also start to have this kind of terrifying aura. "This humble subject pays respect to your Majesty." As soon as Li Zishuan came in, Lia's pupils couldn't help but shrink. What a heavy murderous aura. At this time, he saw Li Zishuan come forward and salute him. He nodded slightly and said, "You may rise." After Li Zishuan straightened his body, Lia said in a deep voice, "Li Zishuan, the 7 cultivators sect was attacked by heavenly lightning and earthly fire last night, and the entire sect was destroyed. Was it related to you?" As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers looked at Li Zishuan. Although Niu Jinda had already said it with certainty, they still wanted to hear what Li Zishuan had to say. Replying to your Majesty, it was indeed this humble subject's doing. The 7 cultivators sect has done all kinds of evil, and they tried to assassinate me twice. They have no respect for the law, and they gather in the mountains and forests. How are they different from bandits? A few days ago, they killed 215 soldiers of the imperial court. What this humble subject did yesterday was only to fulfill the promise this humble subject made a few days ago, and more importantly, to avenge the soldiers. At this point, there was nothing to hide, and there was no need to hide. Many people liked to pick on the weak. Although Li Zishuan had only been in Tang for less than a year, he didn't want to be a pushover. Although this matter might arouse Li Er's suspicion, it could also serve as a deterrent to those who had evil intentions towards him. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. It's fine if you want to harm me, but you must be prepared to have your whole family killed. Li Zishuan wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he was a person who was afraid of trouble. If he was bullied by cats and dogs every day, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to slap their faces one by one? As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, most people's expressions changed, and they secretly thought that this young man was really ruthless. Kong Ingda frowned and stepped forward. Mr. Li, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The sages often say that we must maintain a benevolent heart. Although the 7 Cultivators sect has committed terrible crimes, you only need to kill the main culprit. Why do you have to exterminate the entire sect and kill them all? This is against the will of the heavens. Although Li Zishuan had left the Imperial College and established his own school, Kong Ingda still regarded Li Zishuan as a junior. His words were directed at the matter, not the person. He was only advising Li Zishuan not to kill too heavily. When he bombed the 7 Cultivators sect, Li Zishuan did indeed hesitate whether he would kill the innocent by doing so. But every time he thought about how Zhao Siwei and the others arranged the Modao formation at the last moment to cover him and Du Guxin's retreat, all the hesitation in Li Zishuan's heart was swept away. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame those people for joining the wrong sect. After the incident, he also expected that his action of exterminating the entire sect would attract the dissatisfaction of some Confucian defenders, but he didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be Kong Ingda. Li Zishuan paused for a moment, and then retorted, the will of the heavens. What is the will of the heavens? Watching your brothers die tragically and not taking revenge, is that the will of the heavens? Allowing the wicked to go unpunished and continue to do evil, is that the will of the heavens? Bullshit. When I, Li Zishuan, do things, I don't let down the heavens, I don't let down the earth, I don't let down the emperor, and I don't let down my brothers. I'm benevolent, I'm only benevolent to my own people. Besides, those 215 soldiers died on Snake Spirit Mountain without leaving behind their corpses. Who in the 7 Cultivators sect would dare to claim to be innocent? Since they chose to fight the imperial court together with Yin Batian, they should be prepared to die. Chapter 543. Within Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan's words caused Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhongsun Wuji and the other civil officials to frown, while the military officials nodded repeatedly. Cheng Yaojin was even more excessive. This old fellow walked over with a hearty laugh and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with all his might, saying haha. Good. Well said. This is a good man of Great Tang. How can benevolence and righteousness protect Great Tang? Only by using the blade and blood can Great Tang not be bullied. Your Majesty, this child is a good seedling. Li Zishuan grinned. This old fellow really did not know how to control his strength. If the ground under his feet was a little looser, Cheng Yaojin's 2 slaps would have planted him into the ground. Kong Ingda was so angry that his beard blew up. He scolded, preposterous. All preposterous. Duke of Lu, as an elder, how can you teach your juniors to be bloodthirsty? Li Xiaonan has killed so many people at such a young age. What good will it do him in the future? Li Zishuan wanted to retort, but Cheng Yaojin stared at him. So what if his young Xiao Xian killed people who deserved to be killed? What's wrong with that? Back then, Hu Tsubing attacked the Xiongnu in the north when he was 17. Why don't you say that his young With Cheng Yaojin speaking up, Li Zishuan was happy to watch the show from the side. However, after hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, he could not help but feel happy. Cheng Yaojin, this boorish person, also knows how to quote classics. Duke of Lu, you are wrong to say that. Chancellor Kong is doing this for the good of Li Xiaonan. How can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Furthermore, Hu Tsubing is such a hero. It's already amazing that there's one in 1,000 years. How can everyone be like Hu Tsubing? Kui Shanfu saw the opportunity and said in a weird tone. Cheng Yarojin curled his lips. I'm arguing with Chancellor Kong. Why are you interrupting Tilda? Kui Shanfu's face turned red. You Tilda. What about me Tilda? Cheng Yarojin glared at him. Other people might be afraid of the Kui family, but Cheng Yarojin wasn't. He was now part of the new aristocratic group, so he wasn't afraid of these old aristocratic families. Shut up. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Li Er knitted his brows and made the final decision. The 7 cultivators of true virtue sect has no respect for the imperial court and no respect for the law of the country. If they are destroyed, then so be it. Li Zishuan, come out and tell me, how did you single-handedly destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue? As soon as this question was asked, everyone quieted down. Cheng Yarojin, Kong Ingda, and Kui Shanfu, these 3 people who were about to fight stopped arguing. They all turned their attention to this side, because this question that Li Er asked was a question that everyone was concerned about Tilda. Others wanted to listen, but Li Zishuan was too lazy to talk about it, because there were too many things that needed to be avoided and paid attention to. If he didn't pay attention, it could cause very serious consequences. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zishuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, it's a long story. You should discuss state affairs with the other ministers in this precious time. Otherwise, if you miss a drought or flood, how many innocent people will die Tilda? It won't be too late for me to talk about this later Tilda. Talk about it later. After hearing these words, all the ministers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They had been waiting for an answer for so long, but he said that he would talk about it later Tilda. Later your sister Tilda. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, Shut up Tilda. Say it now Tilda. Li Zishuan thought to himself. You already told me to shut up, so what else can I say Tilda? However, if he continued to act coquettishly at this time, Li Zishuan might go berserk. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only start to speak. Then, I'll talk about it. Your Majesty, you also know that many brothers were sacrificed in the first battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, I was filled with grief and indignation and had always wanted to avenge them. Therefore, I made the agreement that I would destroy a mountain sect alone. In the next 3 days, I worked hard day and night to avenge those soldiers who died Tilda. In 3 days, I did 2 things. Li Er frowned when he heard this. Li Zishuan said all this at the beginning. In his opinion, it was all nonsense. If he were a modern person, he would definitely say at this moment, Old fart, stop scratching Tilda. Hurry up and get to the point Tilda. However, when he heard the last sentence, Li Er suddenly became interested and began to listen carefully. The first thing is to build mountaineering tools Tilda. Everyone should know that Snake Spirit Mountain is relatively high and the mountain path is narrow. If we set up traps and checkpoints in advance, it will definitely be easy to defend and difficult to attack Tilda. I thought about it. Since it's not easy to go up the mountain from the mountain path, I'll go up from the sky Tilda. Li Er said suspiciously, The sky Tilda? Don't tell me you're planning to fly up there Tilda. Although Li Zishuan was annoyed that he was interrupted, the person who interrupted him was Li Er, so it was naturally a different matter. He nodded and flattered. Your Majesty is truly wise Tilda. That's right, I was planning to build a tool that could fly up Snake Spirit Mountain. In the end, I succeeded. I relied on this tool to reach the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain and launched a surprise attack on the 7th cultivator of true virtue Tilda. Buzz, buzz Tilda. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned Tilda. In this era, although there were some people with high martial arts who could rely on Qinggong to jump 30 feet high, that was far from flying in the sky. The sky was sacred and mysterious to the ancient people. Now, there was actually someone who could rely on a tool to fly to the peak of a mountain that was hundreds of feet high. This kind of thing subverted too many people's understanding. What kind of tool is so amazing Tilda? It can actually fly to a height of hundreds of feet. Did Li Xianji really fly to the peak of the mountain Tilda? Can a mortal fly so high Tilda? After some of the officials recovered from the shock, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and continued. In order to prevent this secret from being leaked to other countries, I will personally present the specific method of building this flying tool to your majesty later tilde. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. With this tool, our Tang Empire will always be able to predict the enemy's moves when we fight in the future tilde. Good tilde. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, Your Majesty, little Xian's actions can be considered as a meritorious service to our Tang Empire tilde. However, this kind of tool must be in the hands of our Tang Empire. We can't let other countries learn it, or else we will be in a passive position tilde. How could Li not know the importance of this matter? He nodded and said to Li Zishuan, tilde. If this thing is really as useful as you say, I will remember your merit tilde. Li Zishuan curled his lips and thought to himself, Old Li, you owe me a lot of merits. When will you reward me for all my merits tilde? Thank you, Your Majesty tilde. Although that was what he thought in his heart, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't say that out loud. He wasn't a fool after all. Continue speaking tilde. Tell me about the second thing you did tilde. Chapter 544. The second matter tilde. Upon hearing Li's question, the ministers in the hall recovered from their shock. Anyone with a bit of brain knew that flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain was only the first step. The most important thing was how Li Zishuan single-handedly destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue. Such destructive power was like the work of a true immortal. They really couldn't figure out how Li Zishuan, who had a mortal body, was able to do it. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He secretly thought that what was going to happen was going to happen. He glanced at the curious babies in the hall and said, after the mountaineering tools were made, this little minister was thinking about how to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Although I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Cheng Yarojin, Niu Jindar, Qin Qiong, and the others almost vomited blood after hearing this. They all wanted to drag Li Zishuan over and beat him up. What did he mean by I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm? How could these old generals, who broke through to the Grandmaster realm in their 30s or 40s, live? The sect master and the elders of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were all martial arts experts above the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, they had a 7-headed giant snake whose strength was comparable to my master's. If we fought with brute force, this little minister was definitely not their match tilde. However, this little minister had no choice but to take revenge for the 215 soldiers. During those 2 days, this little minister tossed and turned in bed, thinking about it day and night. Finally, this little minister remembered that before my master passed away, he gave me something tilde. What is it tilde? Li knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. Among the people in the hall, Li's understanding of Li Zishuan was definitely at the forefront. After hearing Li Zishuan's words just now, Li muttered in his heart. He felt that there must be something wrong with this kid's words. Li Zishuan raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. Then, he said with a sad face, before my master died, he compressed all his true qi into a fist-sized iron ball. This ball was made of extraterrestrial iron and was extremely hard. Later, when my master gave me the Zhenqi iron ball, he also taught me a method to detonate the Zhenqi inside the iron ball. He also told me that if I were to encounter a life or death crisis in the future, I could detonate the Zhenqi inside the iron ball, which could instantly turn all the enemies within a radius of 200 feet into ashes. However, this method could easily harm others and oneself. But this time, with the help of a flying mountaineering tool, he was able to avoid the explosion of the true Qi iron ball. Last night, after I flew to the summit of the Spirit Snake Mountain, I detonated the true Qi iron ball left behind by my master and threw it down. After a loud explosion, the 7 cultivators of true virtue was reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the heavenly lightning and earthly fire General Ox saw at the foot of the mountain tilde. After saying that, Li Zishuan took a deep breath. From an outsider's point of view, he was grieving because he thought of his deceased master. However, the truth was that he was muttering in his heart, "That's right. I'm sorry, my great master. This is a serious matter, so I have to ask you to come out and be my shield again tilde. Next time when I go to Mount Longhu, I'll bring you some good wine and burn a few paper wives for you tilde." The more Li listened, the the more he felt that it was strange. Why did this thing sound like a plot from a novel? He couldn't help but frown and scold. Nonsense, Tilda. How come I've never heard of anyone who can compress true chi into an iron ball, Tilda? Take out another iron ball and show it to me, Tilda. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. Others didn't suspect anything, so why did old Li blindly join in the fun? In the end, wasn't I hiding the truth for the sake of the imperial court? In fact, Li Zishuan's nonsense just now had attracted the attention of many officials in the imperial court. They didn't have too many doubts. In their view, if Li Zishuan could even do something as inconceivable as flying in the sky, what was so shocking about his master, who was rumored to be like a god, making an exploding iron ball with his lifetime's worth of cultivation? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, many people couldn't help but quickly retreat. A few ministers who were closer to Li Zishuan ran away quickly because they were afraid that Li Zishuan would really take out another true chi iron ball. Li Zishuan didn't expect that his nonsense would have such an effect. He awkwardly coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of heaven-defying object is not easy to make. This is because a large amount of true chi must be fully compressed in order to make this thing have a large destructive range. My master exhausted all his skills and only managed to make one. Therefore, I don't have anything like that with me. However, this thing does exist. If you don't believe me, I can't make a true chi iron ball for you, Tilda." This was considered a scoundrel, but Li Zishuan really had no other way. The Zhengqi steel ball was the best excuse he could think of in a short period of time. Even though there might be loopholes in it, he had no other way. He could only resign himself to fate. No matter what, he couldn't reveal the fact that he knew how to make explosives in front of so many people. However, even Li Zishuan himself didn't expect that when he resigned himself to his fate, he would actually be blessed with good fortune. Someone that Li Zishuan had never expected would actually stand up for him. "Your Majesty, Tilda." This old servant once read in an ancient book that martial arts experts at the peak of the great Grandmaster realm can indeed condense their genuine chi. Although the genuine chi iron ball that Li Xiaonan just mentioned sounds incredible, theoretically speaking, it is possible. However, if it is put into practice, it is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that only an expert like spiritual master Ling Shu would dare to be so daring as to dance on the tip of a knife, Tilda. The person who came out was Zhao Song, the man with the highest martial strength in the entire hall. Cough, he shouldn't be considered a man. Ever since he had returned to Taiji Palace, Zhao Song had been thinking about what Li Zishuan meant by borrowing some of my master's shadow. When Li Zishuan had explained the entire incident from beginning to end, Zhao Song was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Zishuan's method of compressing vital qi and detonating it would work. After he had figured everything out, Zhao Song's heart was suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he was so impressed by Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Shu, that he would prostrate himself in admiration. Cough cough tilde. Spiritual master Ling Shu, who was in the tomb, expressed his innocence. All of this was caused by Li Zishuan tilde. Actually, this so-called true chi iron ball or true chi bomb was just something that Li Zishuan made up based on some fantasy novels that he read in his previous life. It was a little like Xiao Yang's Buddha's angry lotus flame in battle through the heavens. The difference was that the angry lotus flame was fused with a heavenly flame, compressed it, and then thrown into a group of enemies to explode. However, the general principle was similar. Originally, it was an excuse that he came up with at the last minute. Now that Zhao Song had explained it, Li Zishuan felt that he was really a genius tilde. When the officials heard Li Zishuan say that there was only one true chi iron ball, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This thing was so awesome that anyone would be afraid of it tilde. Now that they heard Zhao Song's explanation, most of them no longer had any doubts about Li Zishuan's ability to kill Qi Xiu alone. However, Li still felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "But," the word "but" came to an abrupt end. It was because he saw Li Zishuan winking at him. At this moment, Li was really angry and amused. He was the emperor, but there was actually an official who dared to wink at him tilde. Then this matter will end here. Officials, if you have something to discuss, please report. If not, the court is dismissed tilde. After all, Li was not stupid. He thought of something and said loudly. Chapter 545. Hearing about such a bizarre battle during the morning court assembly, many of the ministers were satisfied. Cheng Yarojin was beaming with joy, his face extremely proud. It was as if Li Zishuan was his son and had done such a great thing, and he was also proud of it. Other than Li who didn't believe Li Zishuan's words, there was another person in the hall. That was Li Chengqian, who had been standing below Li to listen to the morning court session. The reason why he didn't believe Li Zishuan was because when he went to the workshop a few days ago, he heard a loud bang. Although the power wasn't enough to shake the earth, it was still shocking. Li Chengqian felt that the thing was a miniature version of the weapon Li Zishuan used on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zishuan just said that spiritual master Lingshu only gave him one true Qi iron ball. Either Li Zishuan was lying and there was more than one true Qi iron ball, or the thing that destroyed Snake Spirit Mountain was not a true Qi iron ball at all. Although he knew that Li Zishuan must be hiding something, Li Chengqian did not expose his good brother. He only looked at Li Zishuan with a faint smile. Seeing that no one in the hall had anything to report, Li got up and prepared to leave. Zhao Song understood and said in a sharp voice, "Court assembly is dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty." The ministers bowed. After Li left, other than a few old generals who had a good relationship with him, the rest deliberately kept a distance from Li Zishuan. Kui Shanfu's expression was complicated. There was fear, relief, and resentment. He glanced at Li Zishuan and left in a hurry. "Mr. Li, His Majesty has an order for you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall for an audience." With no one bothering him, Li Zishuan was happy to be free. He wanted to chat with Cheng Yarojin as they left the palace, but Zhao Song came over and said. Li Zishuan was speechless. He had not even walked down the stairs of the Taiji Palace and Li had asked Zhao Song to call him. Old Li must be in a hurry. "Looks like I can't escape this calamity, Tilda. Jay, alright, I'll go to the Sweet Dew Hall now. Thank you for speaking up for me just now, Chief Zhao Tilda." Li Zishuan calmed himself down and said reluctantly, "Escape is impossible." However, his last sentence of gratitude was sincere. Zhao Song's explanation in the court just now was more or less of a help. "Haha. Mr. Li, you must be joking. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not helping anyone," Zhao Song said calmly as he led Li Zishuan in the direction of Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say anything. With his current status, there was no need for him to deliberately make friends or curry favor with anyone. On the other hand, we have to thank Li Xiannan. Spiritual Master Ling Shu is a genius, to be able to think of such an unimaginable method. I've benefited greatly from it. Although I can't condense my qi outside my body, I can try compressing it inside my body. Perhaps I can break through the shackles of my realm. After walking for a while, Zhao Song suddenly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Zishuan. "Gosh, why are you so unrestrained, Tilda?" Li Zishuan's jaw dropped. 10,000 alpacas galloped across his heart. This Zhao Song was truly a lunatic. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had never come into contact with martial arts, so he naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. However, in this life, he was a martial arts master, so of course he knew how powerful it was. Even he didn't dare to do something like compressing his qi, because it could easily cause his meridians to explode and turn him into a cripple. What he said just now was just an excuse to cover up the explosion on Snake Spirit Mountain. He never thought that Zhao Song, who looked honest on the surface, had such a reckless heart. "Supervisor Zhao, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the risks of compressing the genuine qi far outweigh the benefits. Back then, my master abandoned everything to do this at the last moment of his life. You still have to consider it carefully." Zhao Song had more or less helped him. Li Zishuan didn't want Zhao Song, a great master, to become a cripple because of his nonsense. If Li knew, he would probably mess with him. "Haha, Tilda. On the path of martial arts, I definitely can't go as far as spiritual master Ling Shu. In the end, I like to be overcautious and timid. This time, no matter what, I have to try it myself," Zhao Song said with a smile as if he was touched. "Your humble servant pays his respects to Your Majesty, Tilda." After chatting with Zhao Song for a while, the two of them arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan bowed to Li as he prayed in his heart that the stubborn old man Zhao Song wouldn't explode in the future. Haha tilde. You sure run fast. Did you forget the promise you made in the imperial court? Li waved his hand and said in a bad mood. His hands were itching now, mainly because Li Zishuan was asking for a beating. Li Zishuan hurriedly smiled and said, haha tilde. I didn't forget tilde. How would I dare to forget tilde? Here, Your Majesty, this is the tool I used to fly up the Snake Spirit Mountain last night. The blueprints are all here tilde. As Li Zishuan spoke, he took out a stack of blueprints from his sleeve. These were the blueprints he had drawn in the workshop for the past 3 days. Li didn't put on airs and personally went forward to take them. He casually flipped through them and looked at Li Zishuan and asked, this mushroom-like thing can fly up to a height of 1,000 feet tilde. Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course tilde. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can go to my house to take a look in the future. That thing is still in my courtyard tilde. Li was furious when he heard that. Bastard tilde. Why didn't you keep such a national treasure well and leave it in your courtyard tilde? If it was stolen by thieves and fell into the hands of other countries, how many of our Tang Empire's soldiers would die in vain tilde? When you go back, immediately send that thing to the palace. Since you can't keep it well, I'll keep it for you tilde. Openly robbing, and it was a righteous robbery tilde. How could Li Zishuan, who had dealt with Li so many times, not know that the latter half of Li's sentence was the main point tilde? He hurriedly said, don't tilde. Your Majesty, I will definitely keep that thing well in the future. If you really want that thing, can't you ask the craftsman to make another one according to the blueprints tilde? Oh, right, if the craftsman can't understand this blueprint, you can ask Qing Q to teach them tilde. Qing Q knows this tilde. Get lost tilde. At the mention of Li Tai, Li was even more furious. He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded, you brat, you still have the nerve to mention Qing Q. I originally wanted him to learn from you, but now he has been bewitched by you to build a house in the Cloud Mountain tilde. My son is actually building a house for you. You're getting bolder and bolder tilde. Chapter 546. Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall. Seeing Li's furious appearance, the palace maids and eunuchs at the side hurriedly lowered their heads. Previously, they had only seen Wei Zheng who could make Li lose his composure. They didn't expect that today there would be another Li Zishuan. Sure enough, heroes came from the youth tilde. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, please calm down tilde. Building a house is also a kind of learning tilde. There is a saying in Taoism called entering the world to cultivate. If Prince Wei stays in the palace for a long time, it won't be good for his character growth. I believe Your Majesty understands this point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Qing Q to go to Cloud Mountain tilde. He tilde. Li laughed. He didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a while and then said meaningfully, let's not talk about this for now. Is there something you forgot to tell me tilde? Li Zishuan was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a fawning expression. Ayaya tilde. Your Majesty, you are too polite. This humble subject only presented a few blueprints, and you want to reward this humble subject heavily. In fact, this humble subject will be grateful if you reward me with something else. Why do you want this humble subject to personally choose the reward? As the saying goes, thunder and rain are the grace of the emperor. This humble subject. Shut up tilde. Li couldn't listen to him anymore. His expression was as if he was a dog. He said angrily, when did this humble subject mention a reward to you tilde? This humble subject is asking you to truthfully tell me the method you used to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue tilde. He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless and daring person in this world. He was both angry and amused. A tilde. So it's not a reward tilde. Li Zishuan was stunned. He muttered, touched his nose, and said embarrassedly, cough, cough tilde. The method to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue was an iron ball of true chi tilde. Didn't this humble subject just say it in the imperial court tilde? Li glared at him and said angrily, Vich tilde. You can fool others with that nonsense, but don't think you can fool me. Quickly tell me the truth tilde. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to lie to me. If someone else dared to be so naughty in front of Li Er would have long ordered people to drag him out and behead him. However, this person was Li Zishuan. Therefore, Li Er felt helpless. Li Zishuan was so capable that any monarch who had slightly opened his burning point would choose to put him in an important position. Of course, Li Er was no exception. Feeling Li Zishuan's aggressive gaze, Li Zishuan shrunk his neck and said hesitantly, "Actually, the thing that I used to bomb the 7 cultivators of true virtue that night was a type of strong gunpowder. The general principle behind it is similar to that iron ball made of true qi. The only difference is that it wasn't made by my master, but by me." Hearing this, Li Er's breathing suddenly quickened. As expected. As expected. I've long guessed that it's impossible for there to be only one of these things. You can definitely make more. However, what is a strong gunpowder? At this time, the term gunpowder had yet to appear. The person who truly defined gunpowder was Song Yingxing of the Ming dynasty. He wrote in the Heavenly Works of Creation, Gunpowder is mainly made of saltpeter and sulfur, supplemented by plant ash. Saltpeter is of the extreme yin nature, while sulfur is of the extreme yang nature. When these two divine objects meet, there is no gap between them. When they appear, people will be shocked and their souls will scatter. However, the appearance of gunpowder could be traced back to the spring and autumn period. According to the Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in China during the spring and autumn period. According to Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in the common people's livelihood. Of course, gunpowder at that time only referred to saltpeter. This was because saltpeter could directly ignite or explode when it collided with organic matter. When it came to gunpowder that was slightly more powerful, it had to be refined into a pill alchemist. This was because the original use of gunpowder in China was to be used in the fire process of refining pills. In ancient times, when it came to poisonous metals such as sulfur and arsenic, they would often burn them before using them. The word burn meant to subdue them. To make the toxicity lose or reduce, this procedure was called fire suppression. After Li Zishuan heard Li Er's words, he choked for a moment. What did he mean by "I already guessed that there was more than one"? After all this time, he was tricked. Your Majesty, gunpowder is a medicine that can be ignited by sparks, flames, and so on. When these things burn fiercely in a very narrow space, it will cause an explosion. This can actually be used as the ignition agent in the fire suppression procedure of Taoist alchemy. After cursing Li Zishuan several times in his heart for having little gg, Li Zishuan gloomily explained. When Li Er heard the word alchemy, his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "You also know alchemy?" Li Zishuan looked at Li Er's expression and knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly said, "Of course I don't know this. My master once said that the art of alchemy is the biggest scam of Taoism. Back then, ever since the first emperor recruited alchemists to refine the elixir of immortality, the world has been changing dynasties for nearly 800 years, but there has never been anyone who can live forever. This is just a scam to confuse people. After saying so much, Li Zishuan still didn't want Li Er to go astray. Li Er couldn't help but blush when his thoughts were seen through. After he calmed down, he said with a straight face again, "I also understand that the art of alchemy is just a small matter, but this gunpowder is so important to my Tang Empire. Why didn't you tell the truth in the imperial court just now?" Li Er stared sharply at Li Zishuan's face and asked word by word. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He knew that the most important test was coming. He hurriedly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Majesty, the power of this gunpowder is enough to destroy the world. It is precisely because it is so important to the country that this humble subject doesn't dare to reveal it in front of others. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. No one can guarantee that all the officials in the Taiji Palace are working together with Your Majesty. Once the gunpowder is leaked, with this kid's previous example of bombing the 7 cultivators sect, all the other forces will definitely covet the gunpowder and send all kinds of spies to find out the formula. Once they find out the formula, it will definitely be a disaster for the Tang Empire's army. After all, gunpowder is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others and also hurt oneself. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful. That's why I lied in the imperial court just now. I hope your majesty can forgive me. Li Er's expression turned cold. When Li Zishuan said this, he instantly thought of many bad things. At present, the Tang Empire had just been established, and Li Er had only been in power for less than a year. His control of the Tang Empire had not reached the point where he could sit back and relax. Aristocratic families, external enemies, internal troubles, external troubles, these were all unstable factors hidden in the dark. If he was careless, he might lose the whole game. Not bad. I'm very pleased that you can think of these things. Li Zishuan, you didn't disappoint me. After a long time, Li Er sighed. His expression gradually softened as he looked at Li Zishuan and said. Chapter 547. In the Ganlu Palace. It was rare for Li Zishuan to hear Li Er speak human language. He couldn't help but feel a little better. Wasn't he working so hard for the sake of Great Tang? Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. In addition to what I said earlier, I also believe that Great Tang doesn't need gunpowder at all. What do you mean? Li Er asked with some confusion. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and said, Your Majesty, Great Tang's army is full of valiant generals and high morale. What we lack now is not combat power, but the country needs to rest and recuperate. Once the people are rich and the treasury is full, the Turks in the north will be wiped out. Gunpowder is just icing on the cake, it's not the key to victory. Currently, gunpowder may be useful for defending a city, but for attacking, once the other party spreads the cavalry, gunpowder won't be effective. On the contrary, once gunpowder is used in war, we have to be prepared for other people to research gunpowder and use it on us. I feel that the gains don't make up for the losses. Although they had gunpowder now, gunpowder and cannons were two different things. If they wanted to make cannons for attacking, they still needed to solve many technical problems. Unless they were like Li Zishuan, who used a fighter jet to bomb the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect, gunpowder would have a limited effect in war. Moreover, if someone secretly learned the gunpowder formula, it would be really troublesome. Li Er shook his head and said, Although what you said is reasonable, how can I give up eating for fear of choking? The power of gunpowder is beyond doubt. I believe that as long as we keep it a secret, there won't be a problem. As for how to use gunpowder for attacking, didn't you already do it yesterday? It seems that Li Er also wants to use yesterday's bombing of the 7 cultivators of Virtue. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is not the same. For the time being, this subject will call the mountaineering tool the celestial lamp. Although the celestial lamp can fly hundreds of feet high in the sky, its flying direction is completely dependent on the direction of the wind. Wherever the wind blows, it will follow, just like a sailboat on the sea. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. How can we pin our hopes on the unreliable direction of the wind? Li Er asked doubtfully, Then how did you do it last night? I remember that it wasn't a southwest wind last night. Li Zishuan said awkwardly, Your Majesty, I used my true qi to forcefully change the direction of the celestial lamp last night. I'm afraid it's very difficult for people below the guru level to achieve this. Li Er was speechless. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is truly unlucky to have provoked you, brat. Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled and stood there without saying anything. A man can't be a man if he doesn't take revenge. If there was someone to blame, then blame the people from the 7 cultivators of true virtue for provoking him. Li Er clasped his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he asked meaningfully, There must be other reasons besides the ones you just mentioned, right? With that, he stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a faint smile, waiting for an answer. A few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on Li Zishuan's forehead. It was said that the emperor was very suspicious, and Li Zishuan was no exception. How should he explain this? Brat. Even if you don't say it, I already know. You didn't dare to tell the truth in the imperial court because you were afraid that I would feel that you were too big of a threat and suspect you, right? Li Er saw Li Zishuan struggling and unable to say anything. He laughed loudly and walked over. Sizing up Li Zuxuan, he said, "You don't need to quibble. That's what you were thinking at the time, Tilda. Haha, Tilda. I remember telling you before that under my command, you can use as many talents as you want, Tilda. Although the situation with the gunpowder is very special, I still know what kind of temperament you have, brat Tilda. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you live until today because of what you did, Tilda." Li Er's face turned slightly cold as he finished speaking. Li Zuxuan was silent. He secretly thought that Li Er had his reasons for becoming an eternal emperor. His vision and breadth of mind were things that many emperors didn't have. After a long while, Li Zuxuan faintly sighed and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty Tilda. I don't have any great ambitions in this life. I just want to lie at home and live a leisurely life with my wife and parents. I don't want to participate in these disputes, Tilda. Of course, I also hope that Tang Empire is infinitely powerful. It's best if it's so powerful that no one dares to provoke us. Then, I can peacefully enjoy my life at home, Tilda." Li Er glanced at him and snorted. "Useless, Tilda. Wait until you help me develop Tang Empire to a point where no one dares to provoke us, then we can talk about enjoying your life, Tilda." Li Zuxuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty Tilda. Contentment brings joy. What is being successful and not being successful, Tilda? Anyway, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Don't I still have Your Majesty to worry about other things, Tilda?" Li Zuxuan's words were sincere. He wouldn't exchange his current lifestyle even if he was given the title of Emperor, Tilda. Didn't you see how Li Er, the Emperor, was so busy every day that his feet didn't touch the ground and was even criticized by the haters, Tilda? It was really tough. How could it be as comfortable as him hugging his wife, Tilda? "H Tilda. Brat, according to what you said, you don't even care about my throne now, Tilda," Li Er said with some dissatisfaction. If it were anyone else who heard this, they would definitely be scared half to death. However, after having a heart-to-heart talk with Li Er today, Li Zuxuan had a better understanding of old Li's personality. He wasn't afraid and just said casually, "I didn't say that, Tilda. I don't care about my position, I don't care about politics. I just want to be a good son and a good husband, Tilda. I don't care about other things, Tilda." "He Tilda. You brat, Tilda." Li Er pointed at Li Zuxuan and then walked back to the table and sat down. Li Zuxuan felt that today's conversation was about done. He felt around his chest and took out a small piece of paper. He stepped forward and handed it to Li Er. "Your Majesty, this is the formula for gunpowder. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but this formula must be kept a secret. Moreover, if Your Majesty really wants to make gunpowder, you must not do it in the bustling areas of Chang'an. Once an accident occurs, not only will it alarm those with ill intentions, it will also cause a large number of innocent casualties." Li Er stared at the small piece of paper and his face slightly flushed. He didn't take it and instead asked, "You handed over such an important thing so easily, Tilda?" Li Zuxuan said seriously, "Your Majesty, as I said before, I don't have any great ambitions. If it wasn't for the 7 cultivators sect forcing me into a corner, I wouldn't have used gunpowder, Tilda. Now that I've made gunpowder, this national treasure should be handed over to Your Majesty for safekeeping. I can't think of any use for it, Tilda." "Good, Tilda. Immortal lamp, gunpowder, Tilda. Don't worry, since you took the initiative to offer these 2 things, I won't treat you unfairly, Tilda." Li Er took the small piece of paper and said in a deep voice. Li Zuxuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, Tilda. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Tilda." Tilda. Go, Tilda. Chapter 548. More than an hour ago, in a private room of the Junyu restaurant. Inside, there were 5 young masters who were dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary appearances. Their nobility and elegance were clearly not something that could be nurtured by a poor family. The 5 of them sat opposite each other and did not deliberately maintain the order of the seats. Among them, the young man named Xianji said Li Zuxuan first flattened the price of books, and then he launched the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. Such actions are tantamount to digging at the foundation of the Shandong landowning clans. I believe that all the brothers present can see this. Xianji is right. Since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, The Shandong gentry have been suppressed repeatedly and have long lost their former glory. Now we have to pay attention to the actions of this Li Xianji. He is shaking the prestige of our families in the scholarly circle. A slightly older man sitting next to Xianji took over the conversation. How can a small dictionary shake the foundation of the Shandong gentry? Kui Xuanji, Kui Shen, when have the people of the Kui family of Qinghe and the Kui family of Bowling been so timid? Hearing these two people talking, the handsome young man sitting on the outside sneered discontentedly. It turned out that the people sitting in this room today were all outstanding representatives of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Kui Xuanji of the Kui family of Qinghe, Kui Shen of the Kui family of Bowling, Zheng Huijie of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Lu Chengqing of the Lu family of Fanyang, and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Jiao County. Now 5 of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were here. The Li family of Longxi and the Wang family of Taiyuan were not here. To be able to be chosen as the representative of each family, these people naturally had their own outstanding aspects. Right now, perhaps they were still not well known because Li Yuan and Li these 2 generations of emperors, were doing their best to suppress the Shandong landowning households. After a few more years, many of them would stand out in the court. For example, Lu Chengqing, who was the prime minister during the Gaozong period, Kui Shen. Although this person did not have many achievements in the officialdom, he later had a very powerful son named Kui Xuanji. This person also served as the prime minister during the Gaozong period. During the Wu Ju period, in order to support the crown prince, Li Xian, to ascend the throne, he launched a coup and was conferred the title of prince. Zheng Huijie. Today is different from the past. You and I have both seen the plight of the aristocratic families. The emperor's ambition is also clear as day. At this time, you still have high standards but little ability. Could it be that you will only wake up when we are all reduced to ordinary families? Kui Xuanji said with an ugly expression. You really have groundless fears, Tilda. In any case, the Kui family was a rich and powerful family that had lasted for thousands of years. Even if the current emperor intended to weaken the aristocratic families, could he really do anything to the Kui family? It's true that our families are being suppressed now, but I think it's just because Li Tangchu and the Li family of Longxi want to raise the status of the Guanlong nobles. At this moment, we only need to lie low. When the crown prince takes the throne, we will definitely have more opportunities. Zheng Huijie retorted somewhat disapprovingly. It had to be said that although this guy was a little arrogant, he had a good grasp of the overall situation. In China's history, aristocratic politics, or aristocratic politics, sprouted in the Eastern Han dynasty and died at the end of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, some people felt that the aristocratic family politics, from the Eastern Han dynasty, through the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, to the Sui and Tang dynasties, gradually weakened and died out following the disappearance of the 2 great privileges of the economic occupying farmland shady guest system and the political 9 ranks of the emperor system, without any rebound. In fact, this was a great misunderstanding. Because in terms of historical facts, in China's aristocratic politics era, there were 2 most glorious periods. One was the Wei-Jin Northern and Southern dynasties, and the other was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, especially in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty, aristocratic politics didn't dim. On the contrary, it strangely became glorious again. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Shandong nobles were indeed greatly suppressed. First, the Guanlong military group still had a lot of power at that time. Second, the emperor deliberately suppressed them. Third, in the vigorously promoted imperial examination system, many ministers of the illegitimate family appeared. At that time, the 5 families were not used to this kind of official method. Fourth, the court officials who came from humble families were jealous. However, after Empress Wu came to power, on one hand, she suppressed the old ministers of the Guanlong nobles and eliminated political resistance. On the other hand, she began to use the Shandong nobles. For example, Li Jingxian, who came from the Li family of Jiao County, was recognized by Empress Wu at this time and walked into the center of power. After the Renlushan rebellion, the political center of the Tang dynasty was rebuilt. The power to suppress the nobles was no longer as fierce as it was under Li Yuan and Li Er. The 5 families also used the imperial examination system to rise up fiercely. For example, the Zheng family of Xingyang. During the Tang dynasty, it was hard to find a prime minister. However, from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards, there were more than 10 prime ministers and important ministers. Another example would be the Kui family of Qinghe. In the Tang dynasty, there were 10 people from the branch house, the South Ancestral branch, the Qinghe main branch, the Qinghe small branch, and the Qingju branch. Before the Lushan rebellion, there were only 2 people who were prime ministers. After the rebellion, 8 of them became prime ministers. The reason why the nobles of Shandong were able to rise again was because of the change in the attitude of those in power. Another reason was that after adapting to the imperial examination system, the profound family tradition and knowledge of the nobles gave them a special advantage in the imperial examination. For example, the Lu family of Fanyang had more than 100 people in the Tang dynasty, especially from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards. This number was shocking. One must know that in the Tang dynasty, the Jinsha examination was the most difficult. The number of people who were admitted was also very small. The Lu family was able to have such results because of their family traditions and knowledge. Therefore, if the nobles wanted to develop, they had to wait for the right time. Li Jingxian nodded and said, "Xuanji, although Huaijie's words are offensive, they are not without reason. Right now, we should wait patiently and not take the initiative to cause trouble." However, Lu Chengqing frowned and said, "Jingxian, you're wrong. Ever since Li Zishuan appeared in Chang'an, the speed of his rise has left people dumbfounded. Everything that Qing Guanji has done seems to be deliberately going against us. Recently, I even heard that he wants to build some Yanghuang Academy and develop engineering. It's really absurd. Qing Guanji suspects that he is a tool that His Majesty arranged to suppress the nobles. The current situation is no different from boiling a frog in warm water. If we don't take action soon, sooner or later, our foundation will be nibbled away. If the Kui family wants to deal with Li Zishuan, the Lu family is willing to help." Kui Xuanji smiled and said, "Brother Chengqing is really far-sighted and righteous tilde." Then, he turned to Zheng Huaijie and Li Jingxian and said, "Brother Zheng, Brother Li, time waits for no man tilde. If Li Zishuan is allowed to do as he pleases, the situation of our families will be even more worrying tilde. Please reconsider carefully tilde." Kui Shen chimed in, "Huaijie, Jingxian, I believe that with your foresight, you can't see Li Zishuan's threat. Please consider the big picture tilde." In the current situation, 3 out of the 5 families had formed a united front. Hesitation appeared on Li Jingshuan's face. After a while, he stood up and said, "In that case, the Li family of Zhao County is also willing to help. However, this is a serious matter. Jingxian will have to discuss it with my father tilde." Of course tilde." Kui Xuanji smiled and nodded with a hint of joy. Chapter 549. After Li Jingxian agreed to join the temporary alliance, everyone looked at Zheng Huaijie again. It was no longer about Li Zishuan, but whether the Zheng family still wanted to play with the other 4 major families in the future. Zheng Huaijie wasn't stupid. He could also figure out the crux of the matter. A moment later, he waved his hand in annoyance and said, Fine. Do whatever you want. But our Zheng family is only responsible for providing the money, not the manpower tilde." Good. Kui Xuanji was overjoyed. He was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Young master, I have something important to report." The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Logically speaking, no servant would come and disturb such an important meeting. Apart from Li Jingxian, the other 4 people all had anger on their faces. Li Jingxian hurriedly said, Please don't blame him. I'll go out and teach him a lesson right now. It's okay. Although everyone was a little displeased, the good education they had received since they were young still made them not speak ill of him, and they all expressed that they did not mind. Li Jingxian cupped his hands, opened the door, and walked out. After half an hour, Li Jingxian returned to the room, but he looked a little upset. When everyone was about to ask him, Li Jingxian cupped his hands and said, "Sorry, everyone, I'm very sorry. Something urgent has cropped up in Jingshuan's family, so he can't stay here any longer. Also, Xianji, the Li family of Zhao County will no longer be involved in the matter of Li Zishuan. Just pretend that Jingxian never came here today. Goodbye. Then, Li Jingxian left without waiting for everyone to recover from the shock. Hey, Brother Li, please wait. What on earth happened? Kui Xuanji was stunned for a while, but Li Jingxian was nowhere to be seen. Xuanji, forget it. Since Jingxian is not willing, we can't force him. Kui Shen walked over and patted Kui Xuanji's shoulder. That's the only way. But fortunately, there are still 4 of us. This time, we will definitely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation. Kui Xuanji sighed regretfully. Just as he finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door. Young master, bad news tilde. I have something important to report tilde. It was almost the same tone and the same words. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Zheng Huijie stood up, cupped his hands and apologized. Then, he hurried out of the door. After a while, Zheng Huijie walked in with an embarrassed face and said quickly, I'm sorry, everyone. I have something urgent to deal with at home. The Zheng family of Xingyang won't be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. Goodbye tilde. The 3 people in the room were stunned. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 out of the 5 alliances had withdrawn. Such a fragile alliance was ironic tilde. Kui Xuanji's face alternated between green and white. He was the one who hosted today's meeting. Now that things had turned out this way, it was a slap to his face, a slap to the Kui family's face. However, Li Jingxian and Zheng Huijie had left in a hurry, and Kui Xuanji had nowhere to vent his anger. He was both frustrated and confused. Bam! 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 Young master! Bad news tilde. Bad news tilde. I have something important to report tilde. As soon as Zheng Huijie left, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Lu Chengqing looked at Kui Xuanji and Kui Shen helplessly and walked out without saying anything. Half an hour later, Lu Chengqing walked in with a solemn face. Just as he was about to speak, Kui Xuanji interrupted him. Brother Lu, is the Zheng family of Xingyang also withdrawing? What exactly happened? Can you tell me first? Lu Chengqing said awkwardly, Ahum, Xuanji, something big has happened. You should receive the news soon. I'll take my leave first tilde. The Lu family will also not be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan tilde. After that, he ignored Kui Xuanji's dissuasion and left. Kui Xuanji looked at Kui Shen anxiously and said, Cousin, what should we do now tilde? Why did they go back on their words in the blink of an eye tilde? During the Western Zhou dynasty, the son of Duke Ding of Qi, Jizzi, gave the country to Shuyi while he himself took advantage of Kui Yi. After Jizzi gave the country away, he was conferred the title of Kui Minister and took Kui Yi as his surname. Ever since Jizzi was conferred the title of Kui Yi, the Kui family began its own development process. After entering the Sui and Tang dynasties, according to the new Tang dynasty, the Kui family had 10 houses. The first was Zhangju, the second was Yangling, the third was Nanzhu, the fourth was Qinghe Big House, the fifth was Qinghe Small House, the sixth was Qinghe Qingju House, the seventh was Bowling and Bungalow, the eighth was Bowling Big House, the ninth was Bowling Second House, and the 10th was Bowling Third House. The first 6 houses belonged to the Qinghe Kui family, and the last 4 houses belonged to the Bowling Kui family. The 2 Kui families came from the same family and had always maintained a close relationship. That was why Kui Xuanji called Kui Shen his cousin. Kui Shen frowned and said, Xuanji, there must be something we don't know about. Send someone out to find out if something big has happened tilde. Kui Xuanji nodded and said, yes, cousin tilde. Bam, bam, bam tilde. Bad news, young master. I come in. At this time, a series of equally urgent knocks came from outside the house. Kui Xuanji's expression changed, and he shouted before the servant outside the house could finish speaking. Squeak, a young servant in green clothes and a green hat came in from outside the room. He looked strong and powerful. Wu Jie, hurry up and tell me what happened. Kui Xuanji walked quickly to the servant and asked in a deep voice. Huff tilde. Young master, Li Wu Jie was about to speak when he saw Kui Shen next to him. He hesitated and didn't know if he should continue. Tell me. Kui Xuanji frowned and shouted. Yes, 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 young master. I just received news that Li Zishuan, who disappeared for 3 days, has returned. Last night, the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect was razed to the ground and wiped out. That 7-headed snake was also killed by Li Zishuan, and its corpse is hanging in front of the Li family's door for public display. Wu Jie no longer hesitated and told him everything he had found out. Boom tilde. Kui Xuanji's mind went blank. He staggered 2 steps back and murmured, Impossible tilde. Impossible tilde. I've never heard of the Imperial Army launching an attack on the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect recently. Even if they did, it's impossible to take them down in such a short time tilde. This must be a rumor tilde. Wu Jie said with a bitter face, Young master, I saw everything with my own eyes tilde. Li Zishuan just pointed at the 7-headed snake and told the people that if anyone wants to harm his family, no matter how powerful they are, they will be killed just like the 7-headed snake. Even if he has to chase them to the ends of the earth, he will kill them tilde. Kui Xuanji roared angrily at his words, Damn it. They've gone too far tilde. Chapter 550. Haha. Come, come, come. We brothers have been on the battlefield together. Let's not go home until we're drunk tilde. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Heaven Private Room. Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Dugu Xin, and Dugu Feiying sat around a table full of delicacies, drinking to their heart's content. Li Zishuan was supposed to treat Dugu Xin and Dugu Feiying to this meal. Earlier, when the Snake King tried to kill him outside Chang'an City, the 2 brothers had saved him in time. A few days ago, when they attacked Snake Spirit Mountain for the first time, Dugu Xin and Dugu Feiying had also helped him a lot. If not for their extraordinary performance, he would not have been able to defeat Yin Batian alone, and the Imperial Army would have suffered more casualties that day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan returned from the Imperial Court, the first thing he did was to ask someone to invite the 2 brothers over. They had helped him so much. Logically speaking, it wasn't too much to treat them to a meal tilde. Although Cheng Chumo was only an observer during the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain, he felt that he had helped. When he heard that Li Zishuan was treating him to a meal, he quickly brought Yuchi Baolin along for the meal. When he heard Li Zishuan say that they would not leave until they were drunk, Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. Heh. Who's afraid of you? Xiao Xian, you've only learned how to drink for a few months. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. I wonder who was the one who got drunk and fell under the table on my wedding day? Cheng Chumo's face turned red and he said unhappily, Cow tilde. That's because you cheated. Later, I finally remembered. You let the 4 of us drink in the front while you secretly hid at the back tilde. Otherwise, you would have been the one who fell first. Heh. Looks like this kid is not stupid. Dugu Feiying looked at the wine in front of him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said in enjoyment, Haha. I don't care who's better at drinking, as long as I have good wine to drink tilde. After saying that, he picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Ha. Good wine. After drinking so much, little Xian, your drunken immortal is still the best tilde. How satisfying. Awesome tilde. The moment the drunken immortal entered his mouth, that spicy and domineering feeling ignited a ball of fire in his heart. Dugu Feiying recalled the sweet taste in his mouth and said in a slightly intoxicated manner. Dugu Xin frowned. Feiying, don't be rude. The host hadn't even touched his chopsticks, but the guest had already started eating. This was an extremely rude behavior, whether it was in ancient times or modern times. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. We are all good brothers. Why are you so particular about that tilde? Ah Xin, it's not that I want to scold you, but can't you smile more tilde? It's easy to get depression if you put on a cold face every day tilde. What is depression tilde? Dugu Xin was taken aback as he asked. Tilde. Li Zishuan scratched his head and said, Depression tilde. Depression is a prolonged period of depression. The patient's depression can range from melancholy to grief, inferiority complex, pessimistic, and even suicidal attempts or behaviors tilde. Dugu Feiying was startled and quickly asked, Big brother, you don't have these symptoms, right? Don't take it too hard, Tilda. Dugu Shin angrily slapped his unreliable younger brother and said while vomiting blood, "No, Tilda." Then, he seemed to feel that these two words weren't very convincing, so he added, "I'm just not willing to talk a lot of the time, not because I'm depressed, Tilda. Last night, I witnessed the destruction of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect at the foot of the mountain. Seeing my brothers get their revenge, I'm still very happy, Tilda. Little Shen, although I don't know how you destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I, Dugushin, am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart, Tilda. Because of your actions, we were able to avenge our brothers without shedding any blood, Tilda." After saying that, he raised his wine glass with both hands and said solemnly, "Let me toast you, Tilda." Li Zishuan nodded and didn't say anything else. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then, he said, "We've fought side by side for so many times, and we're already brothers. There's no need to thank me, Tilda. Besides, those brothers died because of me, so I have to avenge them personally, Tilda." Yes, Tilda. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so polite, Tilda. Come, let's drink together, Tilda." Cheng Chumo stood up and laughed. "Drink, Tilda. The reason it's drink and not cheers is because the word cheers hasn't appeared yet. The English word cheers originated in Ireland in the 16th century, and it originally meant toast. At that time, Irish drunkards had the habit of putting a piece of toast into a glass of whiskey or beer to improve the taste and remove the impurities. It was only in the 18th century that the word cheers took on the meaning it has today, and it developed into a congratulatory eulogy. After downing another glass of wine, everyone's faces were a little red. After all, this was the strongest drunken immortal. Yuchi Baolin wiped his mouth, looked at Li Zishuan, and asked, "Little Shen, last night, Cho Nyo and I happened to see you sitting on a fireball and flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain. What was that thing? How could it fly so high?" When the Dugu brothers heard that, they quickly looked at Li Zishuan curiously. They had come out to observe the situation after hearing the explosion at the top of the mountain last night. They weren't like Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had brushed shoulders with Li Zishuan's fairy lamp. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan had flown to the top of the mountain, they were very shocked. As for Cheng Chumo, when he heard Yuchi Baolin mention last night's incident, his expression became a little unnatural. This fellow had clearly thought of the fairy joke. Hearing those words, Li Zishuan thought for a moment. Everyone present was the second generation of the military, so it was unlikely that they would commit treason. Thus, he told them about the celestial lamp and the iron ball made of junchi. As for the gunpowder, it was currently a top secret of the Great Tang, so he could not reveal it to them. His F***CK. There's actually a tool in this world that can allow one to fly. This is too magical. Little Shen, can we go to your house and take a look at that fairy lamp later? After hearing Li Zishuan's story, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened, and he slammed the table excitedly. Even though he could use his qinggong to jump a few meters high, a few meters and a few hundred meters were two completely different things, okay? The fairy lamp was a heaven-defying tool, and any man would want to experience that thrill. I want to go and take a look too. Right, little Shen, do you still have the true chi steel ball that your master left for you? You're so skilled in martial arts, so you probably don't need it anymore, right? Give me 2 of them, Tilda. Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Li Zishuan said angrily, "Give your head, Tilda. It's gone, Tilda. Ah, Tilda. Why is it gone, Tilda?" Chapter 551. Oh, that's right. Feiying, Arshin, did you too improve your martial arts in the previous battle? Li Zishuan suddenly asked after drinking for a while. He clearly remembered that when they first attacked the Snake Spirit Mountain, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with Yin Batian, who was at the peak of Grand Master. Due to the gap in their realms, they were at a disadvantage at first, and Dugu Feiying was almost killed several times. However, he took advantage of the opportunity created by Li Zishuan and Dugu Shin to injure Yin Batian with 3 throwing knives, which really blinded everyone. Later, Yin Batian risked everything to kill Dugu Feiying first, and he used the first 6 swords of the Taishen 9 swords to save him. Dugu Shin also used a series of complicated swordsmanship to save Dugu Feiying, and his speed was only a little slower than his own. In the end, The two of them stabbed Yin Batian one after another, severely injuring him. Such a battle record and such strength would definitely not appear in the battle against the Snake King in the eastern suburbs, which was why Li Zishuan asked. Dugu Feiying said excitedly, "Yes, that was the first time I fought a Grand Master outside the city. After I went back, I learned a lot, and the last time I was at the Snake Spirit Mountain, I learned something again, and that's how I injured Yin Batian. Hey, I feel that my Xuanye throwing knives is about to reach the small success level. Am I right, big brother?" Dugu Xin nodded and said, "Yes, you've improved a lot. Although it's a narrow escape from death, it's also the fastest way to improve one's strength. Only between life and death can one achieve great things. First, we fought the Snake King, and then we fought the more powerful Yin Batian. After these two battles, I feel that my lonely wind swordsmanship is about to reach the sixth sword." Cheng Chumo looked at the two of them enviously, and he was annoyed that he didn't get to experience such a hot-blooded situation. Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Lonely wind swordsmanship? Is that the Dugu family's swordsmanship?" It was no wonder that he asked. Although he had a powerful master, he didn't know much about the martial arts names in Jianghu. Besides, in this era, Jianghu was still in its infancy, and there weren't many well-known martial arts techniques. Most martial artists' martial arts techniques were passed down from their families. Dugu Xin nodded and said, "It is indeed the Dugu family's swordsmanship." Feiying didn't like that since he was young. He found a book of throwing knives in swordsmanship from some corner of the family storehouse, and he has been practicing until now. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, Xin, you said that you're about to reach the sixth sword. How many sword moves does this lonely wind sword art have in total?" If someone else had asked this question, Dugu Xin would definitely have given them the cold shoulder. After all, this sword technique was unique to the Dugu family and was not taught to outsiders. However, the person who asked this question was Li Zishuan. He thought for a moment and answered, "There are a total of 9 sword moves. I can only use the first 5 moves now, but I feel that I have already touched the threshold of the 6th move. 9 swordsmanship moves?" Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became strange. Dugu Feiying didn't understand and asked curiously, "What's with your expression, Xiao Xian? My brother is already very powerful to be able to practice the 5th sword, okay? My dad is only at the 6th sword." Li Zishuan knew that this guy misunderstood. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just thought of another swordsmanship. It also has 9 sword moves." Dugu Feiying snorted and said, "There are many swordsmanship with 9 sword moves in this world. What's so strange about that?" "Yeah. Xiao Xian, doesn't your Taishen 9 swords also have 9 sword moves?" Cheng Chumo, who had been with Li Zishuan for the longest time, knew the most about the situation. He also interrupted. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "No, the swordsmanship I thought of is called Dugu 9 sword." "Dugu 9 swords?" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Then, everyone's expression became strange. Dugu Xin couldn't help but say, "I've never seen this swordsmanship in my family, but from the name, it seems to be related to my Dugu family. Xiao Xian, tell me, where did this Dugu 9 swords come from?" Li Zishuan was secretly amused. "Of course, you haven't seen this swordsmanship before. This is a divine skill from Old Master Jin's novel. Where did you see it?" Actually, the reason why he mentioned the 9 swords beyond the swords was because Dugu Xin's words had coincidentally reminded him of the smiling, proud wanderer from his previous life. The other reason was that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had mysteriously acquired martial arts. With his current martial arts realm and comprehension, some of the moves in Old Man Jin's novel seemed to make some sense, and it was worth pondering over. Li Zishuan used his powerful spiritual power to recall a little, then answered, "I heard from my master that this Dugu 9 swords was created by a senior who was known as the Sword Demon. He defeated all his enemies, defeated all his heroes, and defeated all his opponents. He was invincible in the world. The Sword Demon wanted an opponent who could make him defend himself with one move, but he couldn't get it. In the end, he buried his sword in an empty valley and died. He also had another name, Dugu Chobai." When the other 4 heard this, Their eyes widened in shock. Dugu Feiying exclaimed, Dugu Chobai? That name is so domineering. There's actually such a strange person in the world. Then this Dugu Nine Swords must be very powerful, right? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. Dugu Nine Swords has a total of 9 moves: ultimate move, breaking sword move, breaking knife move, breaking spear move, breaking whip move, breaking rope move, breaking palm move, breaking arrow move, and breaking chi move. The Dugu Nine Swords is the extreme of swordsmanship. There are a total of 360 variations, and it only attacks and does not defend. When you understand the sword intent of these 9 swords, there is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot come out of, and nothing you cannot enter. Damn. That's awesome. Xiao Xian, do you have this sword manual? If you do, I'll practice this instead of the horse lance in the future, Cheng Chumo said with a hopeful face, drooling. Dugu Xin stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. Xiao Xian, this Dugu Nine Swords is very similar to our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship. If you have this sword manual, our Dugu family is willing to pay any price to exchange it. Please help us. Seeing Dugu Xin's solemn face, Dugu Feiying also stood up and cupped his fists. Xiao Xian, please. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Xin, Feiying, sit down first. Sit down, sit down. But, sit down first. Otherwise, I won't say anything. All right. After they all sat down, Li Zishuan said, I've only heard about this Dugu Nine Swords from my master. I don't have the sword manual, but I can roughly remember the essentials of each move. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future. When he heard Li Zishuan say that he did not have the sword manual, Dugu Xin was initially disappointed. But when he heard the last sentence, he was instantly excited. He quickly said, okay. Chapter 552. Hey, didn't you say that we're not going home until we're drunk? Why are we talking about swordsmanship now? Come. Let's drink. The dishes are going to get cold soon. The 9 swords beyond the swords was an idea that Li Zishuan came up with on the spot. Li Zishuan had no idea if he could come up with a complete set of 9 swords beyond the swords based on the description in Old Man Jin's novel. However, with his current understanding of martial arts, he had the ability to give it a try. However, it was obviously not a good time to give it a try. Hence, he stood up and called out to them. Haha. Yes. Let's drink. Let's get Xiao Xian drunk today. Xin, Feiying, you two don't know this, but on his wedding day, he asked me, Bao Lin, Huayu, and Huiran to drink for him while he sneaked off to the bridal chamber with the bride. Don't you think this kid is unkind? That time, I was so drunk that I slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Cheng Chumo raised his glass and began to expose Li Zishuan's ugly side to the Dugu brothers. Dugu Feiying rubbed his chin and said hesitantly, That's indeed unkind. Haha. I knew it. We're all reasonable people. Feiying, let's take turns getting him drunk today and let him have a taste of his own medicine. Cheng Chumo laughed excitedly as if he had met a soulmate. Dugu Feiying turned his gaze to Dugu Xin. Dugu Xin frowned and said, Cho Nyo, marriage is something that happens only a few times in a person's life. Xiao Xian must have placed too much importance on it, that's why he asked the few of you to drink for him. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little understanding. Not too much to ask. Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had never imagined that Dugu Xin, who had always been cold and indifferent, would say such shameless words that went against his conscience. What the F***K was going to happen? What the F***CK? Xin, how did you become such a person tilde? Didn't little Xian just agree to give you the sword manual? You're going against your conscience because of this tilde. F***CK. I, old Cheng, have misjudged you. Cheng Chumo glared and said with grief and indignation. Fart. Haha. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. Cho Nyo, isn't it easy for you to get me drunk? I'll give you a chance today. But there's no point in fighting like this. How about we play a game tilde? The loser will drink. Hee. Little Xian, are you talking about rock paper scissors? This is good. I'm the best at this. Let's do this. Yuchi Baolin clapped and cheered. A tilde. Finger guessing is fine too tilde. I'm definitely better at this than you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo echoed. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, not rock paper scissors. Let's play a game that no one has played before. That's only fair. What game tilde? There's a game that I, old Cheng, have not heard of before tilde. Cheng Chumo said in disbelief. The others also looked at them curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and began to explain. The game I'm talking about is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are simple. The 5 of us will pick one person and say any number. For example, if Chonyo says 8, Baolin, you have to say 9, Shin, you have to say 10, and so on. But there's one thing to take note of. Whenever there's a number that's a multiple of 7 or contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say pass. Those who don't say pass or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all fail. The loser will be punished by drinking a glass of wine. Then, we'll start the next round from that person. How about it tilde? A tilde. This game is quite interesting tilde. Why don't we play it tilde? It was the first time Dugu Feiying had heard of such a novel game. He could not help but be interested. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo was smart. He thought about it and shook his head. No, Xiao Xian, you're scamming us again. At the end of the day, this game is still testing one's ability to calculate. In this aspect, if you dare to say that you're second, who would dare to say that they're first tilde? No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death tilde. Who would have thought that this idiot would be enlightened at such a crucial moment? Li Zishuan was amused. Although this game is related to calculating ability, it's also very easy to fail miserably, okay tilde. After all, it also tests one's reaction speed tilde. Besides, this is my first time playing this game. Let's have a fair competition tilde. Chonyo, if you don't dare to play, you can watch from the side tilde. If you want to play, come and play tilde. Let's use this method to get drunk today tilde. Okay tilde. Count me in tilde. Count me in 2 tilde. I'll join 2 tilde. The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dugu Feiying, Yuchi Baolin, and Dugu Shin all expressed their willingness to join. Cheng Chumo said anxiously, who said that I don't dare to play tilde? He tilde. Who's afraid of who tilde? I'll join 2 tilde. This idiot rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to go all out. He said to Li Zishuan, let's begin tilde. Li Zishuan smiled. Okay tilde. Then the first round will start with me. 6 tilde. Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, pass tilde. He was secretly pleased with himself. You want to scam me so soon? No way tilde. After all, this idiot had spent so much time in the mathematics school where experts gathered. He had learned quite a lot. The ones who were at the losing end were probably the 2 brothers, Dugu Shin and Dugu Feiying. Yuchi Baolin, 8 tilde. Dugu Shin, 9 tilde. Dugu Feiying, 10 tilde. Li Zishuan, 11 tilde. Cheng Chumo, 12 tilde. Yuchi Baolin, 13 tilde. Dugu Shin, 14 tilde. No. When it was Dugu Shin's turn, this honest kid's brain had not yet processed the situation and subconsciously blurted out the answer. Ha tilde. Wrong tilde. There's no use regretting it tilde. Drink up tilde. Cheng Chumo immediately stood up and shouted. At this moment, he felt that this little game was quite interesting. Dugu Shin knew that he had answered wrongly as soon as he said it. Seeing Cheng Chumo's heckling, he did not say anything else and directly raised his head to drink the drunken immortal in one gulp. Then, he shouted, continue, I say 20 tilde. With the help of the game, their banquet lasted all the way until the sun set in the west. The bustling sounds in their private room could be heard throughout the entire drunken immortal restaurant. As for the final battle, Dugu Shin and Dugu Feiying drank the most and had to be carried back. It was very easy for the game to fall into a vicious cycle. Those who drank too much would naturally become more and more muddle-headed towards the end, and the number of times they answered wrong would naturally increase. Li Zishuan did not drink that much. This was his first time playing this game in Tang Dynasty, but he had played it many times in his previous life. Naturally, he would not lose to the natives of Tang dynasty. Chapter 553. While Li Zishuan was having a drink with his friends at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a storm was raging outside because of him. Kui Xuanji thought that Li Zishuan was just bragging when he said that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Therefore, he arranged for people to spread the news and make everyone think that Li Zishuan was just a braggart. Who would have thought that the corpse of the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent would be hung in front of the Li residence, proving that Li Zishuan was not just bragging and that he had the strength to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. But when Kui Xuanji learned that Li Zishuan had destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue, the people he sent to spread the news had already spread it out. It was too late to regret tilde. Oh. So that Li Xiaonan had made a military order in front of His Majesty to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. He is truly a young hero tilde. Yes tilde. Yes tilde. Previously, the imperial court was unable to defeat the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Who would have thought that Li Xiaonan would have the courage to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself? He is truly amazing tilde. He tilde. It's no wonder that the imperial court's army was unable to defeat him. Look at the size of that serpent. Who can compete with this beast in terms of strength tilde? Moreover, this thing is definitely poisonous tilde. Fortunately, Li Xiaonan was able to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of good men like last time tilde. Today, many people in Chang'an City had heard that Li Zishuan had made a military order to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. But not long after, they heard that Li Zishuan had killed the 7-headed serpent of the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the Snake Spirit Mountain. Therefore, many people came to the Li residence to watch the show. He tilde. Lord Zhu had personally come out and said something. He said that the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue had repeatedly tried to harm him and his family, flouting the law of the state. Therefore, His Majesty had sent troops to deal with them. He tilde. Then the 7 cultivators of true virtue deserved it tilde. I heard that Li Xiaonan was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens and killing all the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue by surprise tilde. Did you see the fire in the northeast last night? When this old man woke up last night, I was shocked. I thought some rich family had caught fire. From the looks of it, the fire last night must have come from the 7 cultivators of true virtue. His tilde. Lord Li is so powerful tilde. One person annihilating an entire sect. How did he do it? Hey, that's what a genius is. In the eyes of these commoners, Li Zishuan was able to wipe out the entire sect single-handedly when not even the imperial court's army could handle the Jianghu sects. Naturally, he was very powerful. Therefore, Li Zishuan became the idol of many people. Of course, he had also become the nightmare of many people. Sect leader. Why have you gathered everyone here tilde? Mount Zhongnan, a certain second-rate sect in the pugilistic world. The sect leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at the 200 or so disciples in the field and said loudly, "Today, this old man will announce a major event that concerns the life and death of our sect. Everyone must listen to me carefully tilde. In the future, if anyone dares to violate this, they will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" Everyone was shocked. They wanted to ask what kind of matter could concern the life and death of their sect, but when they saw the sect leader's serious and fierce face, they could only reply in unison, "We understand." The sect leader nodded with satisfaction and continued, "In a while, each of you will come and get a portrait. You must remember the person in the portrait. If you meet him in Chang'an City in the future, you must remember that you must not provoke this person. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" At this moment, everyone, from the disciples to the elders, was dumbfounded. Although their sect was only a second-rate sect, there was no one who was worthy of their fear. If they offended someone, they could just go and apologize, and the matter would be over. Was there a need to call everyone together with such great fanfare tilde? Do you all understand? Seeing that no one answered him for a long time, the sect leader angrily repeated himself. Understood. Understood. At this time, everyone finally reacted and agreed. Yes. Good. Come and receive the portrait first and take a good look at it. If you meet the real person in the future, don't recklessly offend him. In a luxurious house in the south of Chang'an City. Granduncle, the plan this time has failed. Not only did I fail to ruin Li Zeshuan's reputation, but I also made him more popular in the hearts of the people. I deserve to die. In the afternoon, Kui Xuanji first asked the servants who had been sent out to spread the false news to come back, then he came to the room to report. On the soft couch in the room, a white-haired old man was half-sitting. It was Kui Xuanji's granduncle, Kui Junchuo. Kui Junchuo was Kui Shanfu's uncle and the uncle of the three Dugu empresses. However, as early as the Sui dynasty, because of being implicated by the dethroned crown prince Yang Yong, Kui Junchuo was removed from his position and exiled. His wife and children's properties were all confiscated, and his daughter was also sent to Yeting. Later, Yang Guang became the emperor, and the daughter of the Kui family was doted on by him. Yang Guang then issued another imperial edict, absolving Kui Junchuo and the others of their crimes, restoring his title of nobility, and also giving him some properties. However, Yang Guang courted disaster and destroyed the Great Sui dynasty in just a few years. Now that the Great Tang dynasty was ruled, Kui Junchuo, the head of the Qinghe Kui family's Zhengzhou branch, was just a decoration of the Li family. Kui Junchuo still had the title of Duke of the East County, but he only received a title without any real power. Even his title was a fake one, and he didn't have any real title. In Chang'an City, he was just waiting to die. However, as the head of the Qinghe Kui family's Zhengzhou branch, Kui Junchuo still had a lot of power. Sigh. I've heard about this matter, that Li Zeshuan was able to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue by himself, which was beyond my expectations. I can't blame you for this. You will have a chance to fight in the future. Don't be discouraged. Kui Junchuo sighed and comforted him helplessly. Hearing this, Kui Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, granduncle." However, the process of how Li Zeshuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of virtue must be very special. Xuanji, tell your father to investigate this matter. Kui Junchuo ordered with his eyes closed. Yes. Granduncle. West City, outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Zeshuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the 4 drunken brothers shouting that they wanted to continue playing being sent back to their respective homes. He thought to himself, isn't this just a little game on the drinking table? Wait until there's a werewolf game in the future. Won't this group of people play all day long tilde? Shaking his head, Li Zeshuan got on the carriage and went home tilde. Chapter 554. At night. In a mansion on the east side of the East County Duke's mansion. Xuanji. This is how Li Zeshuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue. This kid is ruthless and ruthless. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend him. In the study. Kui Shanfu looked at his son and smiled bitterly. After listening to him, Kui Xuanji couldn't help but be shocked. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said, "Father, how did Li Zeshuan fly up to Snake Spirit Mountain? I've never heard of any tool that can fly so high." Kui Shanfu spread out his hands and said, "You're not the only one who hasn't heard of it. I've lived for decades, but I've never heard of such a strange thing. As for what tool that kid used, he was afraid that it would be leaked in the imperial court, so he didn't say it on the spot." Me. This brat is really crafty tilde. Kui Xuanji said regretfully, "That's really a pity. Li Zeshuan is a novelty one after another. With his help, the imperial court will only become stronger and stronger, and the status of our aristocratic families will become lower and lower." Kui Shanfu also understood this, but the decline of the aristocratic families had already formed. How could they turn the tide with just their family alone? He sighed and got up. The current emperor is a rare sacred lord, and Li Zeshuan can also be regarded as a good minister. What can we do with a good minister and a sacred lord? Let's just wait for the right opportunity. Xuanji, I called you here today to tell you that we shouldn't provoke Li Zeshuan in the future. Although he said in the imperial court that there was only one true Qi iron ball, who knows if he was lying or not tilde? If he were to throw out another one, none of our families would be able to take it. Fortunately, you did it secretly this time. Now that Yin Batian and Snake King are dead, he won't be able to trace it back to us. But, Father, Kui Xuanji was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, but Kui Shanfu didn't give him a chance. He waved his hand and interrupted, no buts. This matter is over. Xuanji, pack up and prepare to return to Zhengju. There's too much right and wrong in Chang'an. Zhengju is our route. In the early Tang dynasty, Zhengju was still called Zhengju. However, in the Tianbao era, Zhengju was renamed Xingyang County. Dad, I'm not going back. Kui Xuanji, who was used to the prosperity of Chang'an, could not bear to go back. He retorted with a red face. Bastard! How dare you not listen to your father? You have to go back this time. There was no room for negotiation. Me. Kui Shanfu glared at Kui Xuanji and grunted angrily, and then he flicked his sleeve and left, leaving Kui Xuanji on the spot with an ashen expression. On this day, after Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he took a horse carriage and went to Cloud Mountain with his guards. The matter on Snake Spirit Mountain had delayed him for a long time. In addition, after returning from Snake Spirit Mountain, he had to deal with deal with the courtiers, and help Dugu Xin deduce the 9 strategies beyond the swords. In total, he had not been to the construction site for more than half a month. He didn't know how the construction of the academy was going. Speaking of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, it could be said that he had dug a pit for himself because he had been continuously deducing it at home for 4 or 5 days, but he still hadn't completely deduced it. However, it couldn't be said that it was a complete failure, because he had comprehended something from the deduction these days. The most intuitive manifestation was that his 9 strategies beyond the swords now had a kind of invincible arrogance, and a kind of calmness that could predict the enemy's moves. However, in terms of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he had only managed to deduce 3 moves: the sword-breaking move, the knife-breaking move, and the spear-breaking move. Moreover, when he connected them together, he felt that something was wrong. After a few more days of deduction, even someone as strong as Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. He felt that his head was hurting. Therefore, he decisively decided not to think about it anymore. He attached the 3 sword moves that he had deduced and the information of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that he could recall on a piece of paper and handed it to Dugu Xin for him to slowly think about it. As the saying went, it was better to trick others than to trick oneself. Li Zishuan was very good at this kind of thing. However, this was going to be tough for Dugu Xin because in terms of martial arts realm, he was not as good as Li Zishuan. In terms of spiritual power, he was even weaker. Therefore, he had to use a hammer to deduce the sword moves. Wow. The progress is really fast. When he reached the peak of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan saw that on the originally barren Cloud Mountain, there were actually many half-built red brick houses. Although these houses were only 2 to 3 zhong tall and didn't have a roof, Li Zishuan was still very happy to see them. This mountain was going to be the foundation of his future in Tang Dynasty. What made him even happier was that there were many cement roads on the Cloud Mountain. Walking on them, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the modern era. However, that was destined to be impossible because the air here was so fresh. There wasn't even a trace of industrial dust. How could it be the modern era? Hey. Alright, both of you pull with all your might. Not far away, Li Tai, the little fatty, was instructing the commoners to use a hemp rope to pull a basket of red bricks. The hemp rope went around a tall frame, and as the 2 commoners slowly pulled, the basket of red bricks also slowly rose. On the ladder next to the wall, there was a craftsman holding a shovel, waiting for the bricks to be transported over. Squeak. Perhaps it was because there were too many bricks in the basket. The friction between the hemp rope and the support frame made unpleasant squeaking noises. Li Zishuan was originally still wondering where Li Tai, that little fatty, got such an ugly beggar's version of a crane. At this moment, he suddenly shouted with a face full of shock, "Chinkyu, get out of the way for me." Although he was shouting, his feet didn't stop moving. This was because he saw that the hemp rope was already 2/3 broken, and Li Tai was standing right below the bamboo basket. If the bamboo basket fell from such a height, Li Tai's head would definitely be like a watermelon that fell to the ground. By then, the entire Tang Empire would be shaken. Thinking about it, if the great king of Wei died at the construction site of Li Zishuan Academy, not to mention how the courtiers would impeach him, Li Zishuan would probably even have the thought of killing Li Zishuan. Even without considering the feelings of Li Zishuan and the courtiers, Li Zishuan didn't want to see anything happen to Li Tai. This little fatty was a disciple that he valued a lot. How dare you? Who dares to call themselves my father? Hearing the roar, Li Tai was enraged. Other than Li Zishuan, there was probably no one in the world who dared to call themselves his father. Crack. At this moment, the hemp rope finally couldn't withstand the weight and completely broke from the middle. With a whoosh, the bamboo basket fell rapidly and went straight for Li Tai's head. Chapter 555. Be careful, Captain. The moment the rope broke, the two workers felt their hands loosen and almost fell. When they came back to their senses, they wanted to rush forward to save Li Tai. Jiu Xiaomaro, the vice-captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, was waiting for Li Tai to succeed in his experiment. However, when he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits and his legs went soft. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know about Li Tai's identity, but he knew about it. If something happened to Li Tai here today, he would definitely not be able to escape. He might even implicate his family. Thinking of this, Jiu Xiaomao's face turned pale. He wanted to save Li Tai, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't move at all. F***ck. Li Tai looked up and was almost scared to death. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but with his body size and his slow reaction, how could he escape before the bamboo basket fell? Seeing that the bamboo basket was getting closer and closer to his head, Li Tai couldn't help but shout in his heart, "This prince is going to die today. Li Zishuan, oh, Li Zishuan, this prince is using my life to help you build the academy. When you return, remember to burn something interesting for this king to bring to the underworld." Huff. Bang. Just as Li Tai closed his eyes and cursed in his heart, he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. Following that, he heard a dull thud. He couldn't help but wonder, So many bricks hit my head, but it doesn't hurt. It seems like people don't feel pain after death. F***ck. Of course you don't feel any F***king pain, because I caught it for you. Li Zishuan, who was holding the bamboo basket with one hand, scolded in annoyance. He was really angered by this little fatty, which was why he called him daddy twice in a row. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, or else he would definitely report him. In this situation, if Li Zishuan had come 1/10 of a second later, Li Tai's life would have been gone. How could Li Zishuan not be angry? Hey! Little Shen, why are you here? Haha. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Little Shen is awesome. You can even catch such a heavy basket of bricks. Amazing, amazing. Li Tai opened his eyes. When he saw Li Zishuan holding the bamboo basket, he was first shocked, then a burst of joy from surviving a calamity arose spontaneously. He jumped away from the bottom of the bamboo basket with lingering fear and then laughed loudly. Li Zishuan's face couldn't help but twitch. He threw the basket of bricks in his hand to the side and said with a fierce expression, "Brat, if you want to move bricks, then do it properly. Why are you standing under the bamboo basket? If I didn't come over today, who would be able to bear the responsibility if something happened? Do you know how many innocent people will die because of you?" Cough, cough. Li Tai's face turned red and said with shame, "I just wanted to observe the operation of the brick moving machine from this angle and see if there are any improvements to be made. I didn't expect that such a thick rope couldn't even handle a few bricks. I didn't think it through and miscalculated. F***ck. Li Zishuan shook the hand that just caught the basket and couldn't help but interrupt. "You call this a few bricks? Damn it, can't you guys get a bigger bamboo basket? This big basket of bricks is at least 200 pounds. Can't you use a smaller bamboo basket for your experiment? Li Tai glanced at Li Zishuan's hand and muttered, "How can I do experiments with a smaller bamboo basket? This brick moving machine is specially made to be lazy. Li Zishuan said angrily, "What did you say? Boss? This is all my fault. I shouldn't have let the captain do this. I should have let everyone carry the bricks properly. Jiyu Xiaomao finally came back to his senses. He came to Li Zishuan and bowed repeatedly to apologize. Li Tai stared and said, Jiyu Xiaomao, I wanted to do this. It's none of your business. You shut up first. Li Zishuan snorted and then said sternly to Jiyu Xiaomao, you are indeed responsible for this. Even though Qing Qiu is doing the same things as you, eating the same food, and sleeping in the same room, you know very well how important the responsibility is to him. I'm not asking you to give him preferential treatment. He will do what he should do himself. But as the vice captain, you have to pay attention to his safety at all times. Qing Qiu was standing under the basket just now. Didn't you think that there would be danger? If something happened to him here today, do you think you'll have a good time? Jiyu Xiaomao's face was pale as he replied bitterly, I won't have a good time. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't think it through and didn't take precautions. It's all my fault. No matter how you punish me, I won't have any complaints. Li Tai couldn't stand it and wanted to speak up for Jiyu Xiaomao. Li Zishuan glared at him and stared back at him. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said to Jiyu Xiaomao, all right, you should reflect on yourself. What happened today can't happen a second time. Otherwise, you won't have a good time and I won't have a good time either. Do you understand? Jiyu Xiaomao quickly bowed and said, I understand. Li Zishuan nodded and turned to Li Tai and said fiercely, Qing Qiu, come with me. After saying that, he walked to the house next door. The simple temporary combat command room had now become a one-story brick house. Oh. Li Tai shrunk his neck and replied sullenly. Today's Li Zishuan was too fierce. Even he was a little scared. Say it. What the hell is that brick moving machine? Why do you want to make it? In the room, seeing that Li Tai had followed him in, Li Zishuan asked expressionlessly. Speaking of the brick moving machine, Li Tai immediately became confident. He smiled proudly and said, This is my, Li Tai's, exclusive invention. Previously, the craftsman said that if we were to build the academy according to the blueprint, we would have to use the method of filling in the ground. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to continue building the walls. I thought that was too troublesome, so I thought of this idea of sending bricks up from below. Li Zishuan asked sullenly, filling in the ground. What's that? Li Tai heard and immediately said with disdain, damn, you don't even know about the method of filling in the ground. I really have to give it to you. What's with the nonsense? I asked you, just answer. Okay. After Li Tai's explanation, Li Zishuan finally understood that the method of filling in the ground was to use soil to bury the bottom part of the building. After the top part was covered, the soil was removed. This was also the method that the ancient people used to build high-rise buildings. After all, in this era, there was no lifting equipment. After listening to Li Tai's explanation, Li Zishuan was speechless and said, so that's why you made such a lousy toy. You're such a clever little brat. Chapter 556. Little smarty boy. Li Tai's face turned green when he heard Li Zishuan calling him that. He shouted, F***ck, you're the little smarty boy. Also, you can insult me, but you can't insult the brick moving machine I made. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with it. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was almost amused by this little fatty. He laughed and said, insult you? How did I insult you? Also, what kind of brick moving machine is this? What the hell are you making? Have you considered the stability of the base? Have you ever thought that the friction between the hemp rope and the frame will be too strong? Have you ever thought that if the goods are heavier, the workers won't be able to move them? Have you ever done a stress analysis on the frame? With Li Zishuan's series of questions, Li Tai couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, if the goods are too heavy to move, you can ask more people to do it. But what is friction? What is stability? What is stress analysis? Compete. You didn't even do a theoretical analysis, and you want to put it into practice. You can only fail if you put it into practice. Li Tai was unconvinced and said, "This is just an accident. Next time, it will be better than this. Haha. If you don't change your method, you won't be able to do it even if I give you a year." Li Zishuan, who had done countless research projects in school in his previous life, knew that before a new technology was born, there must be careful theoretical analysis. Without a theoretical basis, trying to do it recklessly was tantamount to a blind man trying to figure out an elephant. The efficiency would be greatly reduced. Haha. If you're so capable, come and do it. You've been gone for more than half a month. I thought you would only come back after the academy was built. Li Tai was a little annoyed. He sat on the stool next to him and complained loudly. Speaking of this, Li Zishuan felt that he was in the wrong and didn't want to argue anymore. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Ahum. I came back to Chang'an to do something. Now that the matter is settled, I will come here more often." Little Fatty curled his lips and said, "I know you're busy. Our great hero single-handedly annihilated an entire clan. How awe-inspiring. TSK, TSK. It had been a long time since that incident happened, so Li Tai obviously knew about it. But his tone was a bit. Li Zishuan raised his hand and said angrily, F***CK. If you have something to say, can't you just talk nicely? Why do you have to be so sarcastic, Tilda? Are you asking for a beating? Little Fatty immediately cowered and hurriedly said, "How am I being sarcastic? This prince is praising you. Sigh. Don't hit Tilda. At most, I won't tell Imperial Father about you calling yourself lousy in front of me." Li Zishuan was stunned. Then, he sneered, "Heh, do you dare to say it, Tilda?" Li Tai rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't dare to say it. If he said it, Li and Empress Zhongsun would know that he was almost killed at the construction site today. In that case, he wouldn't be able to come out easily in the future. "Go get me a pen and paper, Tilda. I want charcoal." "Xiaoning should have it, Tilda." Li Zishuan smiled and said suddenly. What do you want to do, Tilda?" Li Tai didn't react and said in a daze. Li Zishuan said unhappily, "What can I do, Tilda?" "To give you a lesson, Tilda. Today, I'll show you what a real brick moving machine is, Tilda." When Li Tai heard that, he wasn't displeased by Li Zishuan's impatient tone at all. Instead, he was overjoyed and said, "Haha, Tilda. Good, Tilda. I'll go get you a pen and paper, Tilda." Although he felt that he wasn't much worse than Li Zishuan before he built the brick moving machine, he realized the gap between them after he almost lost his life. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to help improve the brick moving machine, he was happy. "Lord Ju, Tilda. Let me do such a small thing, Tilda." Brother Chicken, who came with Li Zishuan today, came over and cupped his fists. He muttered in his heart, "Only my Lord Ju would dare to ask the Emperor's favorite prince to help get a pen and paper, Tilda." Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Li Tai patted Brother Chicken's arm and said, "I'll go get it. You stay here, Tilda." After saying that, he went out. Brother Chicken stood there, stunned and speechless. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "When a student helps a teacher get a pen and paper, even the ministers in the imperial court won't say anything." "Feiji, you're overthinking it, Tilda." Pang Feiji said, "You're right, Lord Ju." Master Tilda. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Iron Egg's shout. "Come in, Tilda." Li Zishuan hurriedly said. "Master Tilda, how do you have time to come over, Tilda?" As soon as he said that, Iron Egg walked in with Lan. Iron Egg was the first to greet them with a smile. Lan hadn't seen Li Zishuan for a long time. She hugged Li Zishuan's arm and giggled, Brother Tilda. You're finally here, Tilda. Lana missed you so much, Tilda." Li Zishuan waved at Iron Egg, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Then, he rubbed Lana's braids and smiled dotingly. "Haha, Tilda. Little girl, you know how to lie too, Tilda. If you miss me, why don't you go home, Tilda? You must be playing wild here and can't bear to go home, Tilda." He hadn't returned to Cloud Mountain for more than half a month, but Lana hadn't returned home for more than half a month either. He had been staying at Han Tianhu's house these days, sleeping in Han Yushi's room in the past. During this period, Madame Li felt worried and came to visit a few times. However, when she left, Lana couldn't bear to leave no matter what, so Madam Li didn't force her. It was said that this girl had now dominated the Han and my villages and had become the king of the children here. Usually, she would follow Iron Egg to Cloud Mountain to watch the fun and see strange things, or she would instruct her friends to dig for bird eggs, or she would become a teacher and teach others how to read and write. She was really carefree. Hee Tilda. No way Tilda. Lana is busy Tilda. Brother, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water Tilda. The little girl shook Li Zishuan's arm embarrassedly and said sweetly. Li Zishuan laughed and joked, haha Tilda. How can I trouble my family's Missy Tilda? Brother isn't thirsty Tilda. Lana, go play by yourself Tilda. Lana wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, Tilda. Stinky brother, you still treat Lana as a child Tilda. I'm not leaving today Tilda. I'm going to follow you Tilda. Little Shen Tilda. I brought a pen and paper Tilda. Tilda. Iron Egg, you're here too Tilda. Just as Li Zishuan was having a headache over Lan Li Tai finally came back with a pen and paper. When he saw Iron Egg in the house, he greeted him a little unnaturally. Iron Egg nodded and said, yes, by the way, Chinkyu, yesterday I heard that you were going to test the brick moving machine you recently invented. How was it? Li Tai. Chapter 557. Hee. Iron Egg, do you still need to ask? Look at Brother Green Sparrow's expression. He must have failed. I told you that without my brother's help, he wouldn't have succeeded. Lana pointed at Li Tai and giggled. Don't expose someone's shortcomings. Lana's words could be said to be ruthless, directly stabbing into Li Tai's heart. The little fatty's face darkened, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Zishuan was afraid that he would be too embarrassed, so he said to Lana, all right. Lana, go and have fun. I'll come and find you when I'm done. After that, he took the pen and paper from Li Tai's hands and walked to the desk at the side and sat down. Lana saw this and understood that Li Zishuan was going to be busy with business, and it was all business that she was not interested in. Hence, she replied with an "oh" and went out. Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and came over to ask curiously, Xiao Xian, what kind of brick moving machine are you going to design? Can it compare to mine? Li Zishuan's charcoal pencil paused and he sneered, haha, you still have the nerve to compare your broken toy with mine Tilda. You can just watch from the side. After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense and began to concentrate on drawing. Speaking of the crane, it was necessary to talk about the pulley block on the crane. Other than the hydraulic transmission mechanism, the most important part of the crane was the pulley block. The fixed pulley block was a fixed fulcrum and prevented the rope from being messed up. The moving pulley block was mainly used to save effort. As long as the design of the pulley block was reasonable, it was not unusual for a person to pull up a 500 kilograms heavy object. Let's make a simple crane first. Li Zishuan instantly had an idea. The crane's base, connecting rod, pulley block, lifting mechanism, and luffing mechanism all appeared in his mind. These components, under Li Zishuan's pen, quickly formed a beggar's crane with wheels. There was no other way. Although Li Zishuan could draw a 3D model of the modern large-scale cranes, almost all of them were hydraulic cranes. Even if he could draw one, it could not be done with the industrial level of this era. Hence, after thinking about it, he could only make a human-powered crane with pulley blocks as the core. You're done. Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had stopped and could not help but ask. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. Li Tai furrowed his brows and picked up the drawing. After looking at it for a long time, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He praised, this little wheel's design is good Tilda. With this thing, the hemp rope will suffer much less wear and tear in the future. I don't have to worry about the rope breaking anymore. Li Zishuan said with a faint smile, oh, not bad. Chinkyu, it's not easy for you to see this. But you only know one part of it and not the other. Iron Egg, come and take a look. What's the use of the wheel on the side of the connecting rod? Yes, master. Iron Egg walked over and began to look at the drawing seriously. After a while, he hesitated and said, master, in addition to the wheel at the top of the connecting rod, there's probably something else that's connected to the bottom. Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg with appreciation and said with a smile, Not bad, not bad. Iron Egg, you're very accurate. Do you know what's the mystery of this wheel? Iron Egg said embarrassedly, sorry, Master, I can't see it. Li Tai muttered, it's just a broken wheel. What mystery can there be, Tilda? Li Zhuan was too lazy to bicker with little Fatty. He pointed to the drawing and explained to them, Iron Egg, Chinkyu. I call this small wheel a pulley, Tilda. The top is called fixed pulley. You can all guess its function. It's used to fix the fulcrum, prevent the rope from messing up, and reduce the wear and tear of the rope. The bottom pulley is called moving pulley. It's very useful. It can save half of the strength, Tilda. Iron Egg and Li Tai were shocked and said in disbelief, save half of the strength, Tilda? How is that possible, Tilda? Li Zhuan smiled indifferently and said, how is it not possible, Tilda? When using moving pulley, the hook weight is suspended by 2 pieces of rope. Each piece of rope only bears half of the weight of the hook weight. This way, the person pulling the rope only needs half of the strength to pull it, Tilda. In the future, when you learn another course, physics, you will know a theorem that the power multiplied by the moving arm is equal to the resistance multiplied by the moving arm. The moving pulley's moving arm is twice as long as the moving arm, so the power is half of the resistance, Tilda. At that time, you can use this theorem to analyze and you will find that the moving pulley is indeed labor-saving in principle. Although Li Zhuan's words contained many technical terms that Li Tai had never heard of before, little Fatty still felt that Li Zhuan's words were very reasonable. He pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Iron Egg nodded confusedly and asked doubtfully, Master, if it's really like what you said, then if we use more moving pulleys, won't we be able to lift thousands of pounds of heavy objects with very little strength, Tilda? Li Zhuan nodded approvingly and said with a smile, Iron Egg, your question is very good. That's right. In theory, it is indeed like this. Do you remember what I told you before, Tilda? When engineering is developed to the extreme, ordinary people can lift thousands of pounds of boulders. Master didn't lie to you, Tilda. Li Tai's eyes widened and he was shocked, speechless. What Li Zhuan said was tantamount to a fantasy to him. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the means of immortals. Iron Egg nodded excitedly and said, yes, yes. Master, I remember, Tilda. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene so soon, Tilda. Li Zhuan smiled and shook his head, but although in theory, the more moving pulleys, the more labor-saving it is, it involves the question of whether it is worth it, Tilda. What's not worth it, Tilda? Iron Egg asked in puzzlement. Li Zhuan said with a smile, although using a moving pulley saves energy, the distance it moves is twice as far as the distance it moves the hook. That is, it consumes a lot of distance, and that brings up the issue of efficiency. For example, using a wooden stick to pry open an ant and using a wooden stick to pry open an elephant. Do you think the wooden stick is labor-saving or labor-intensive, Tilda? It's the same with pulleys. If you use pulleys that can lift thousands of pounds of boulders to lift a basket of bricks, the pulleys will probably be heavier than the bricks. It's definitely not worth it, Tilda. So when deciding the number of pulleys, you must consider the actual situation. The size of the horse should match the size of the saddle. Don't do more useless work, Tilda. There were not many technical terms in these words, so it was not difficult to understand. Iron Egg and Li Tai both seemed to understand something after listening and fell into deep thought. Iron Egg understands. Thank you for your teachings, Tilda. After a long time, Iron Egg came back to his senses and solemnly clasped his hands. Li Tai also came back to his senses. He said seriously, after listening to Master's words, Tai has also benefited a lot. Thank you very much, Tilda. At this time, he realized that Li Zhuan was right. The brick moving machine he made was indeed a piece of junk, Tilda. Chapter 558. Hee Tilda. Alright, Tilda. It's good that you guys understand, Tilda. Feiji, get someone to send the blueprint to the workshop now. The structure of this thing is simple, so it shouldn't be too difficult to make. Get Forbert to arrange for someone to make one today to try it out, Tilda. Li Zhuan put away the blueprint on the table, handed it to Pang Feiji, and instructed him. When he was explaining the principles of the pulley block to Iron Egg and Li Tai, he didn't deliberately ask Pang Feiji to avoid it. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very clear about the importance of this blueprint. He took the blueprint with both hands and said solemnly, Lord Ju, this thing is so important that I have to make a trip personally. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I'll really die 1,000 times tilde. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't refuse. Brother Chicken took the blueprint and went out. Chinkyu, Iron Egg, let's go tilde. Follow me for a walk tilde. Li Zishuan watched Pang Feiji leave, and then said to the two people in the room. Okay tilde. Master tilde. Master, look at these tall buildings. It hasn't even been a month since the start of construction, and so many have already been built. Iron Egg has never heard of this speed before tilde. Iron Egg said emotionally as he walked on the cement road at the top of the mountain and looked at the rows of half-finished buildings beside him. Li Tai heard him and said with a smile, What's so strange about this tilde? Iron Egg, why don't you see how many craftsmen and commoners we've hired here? There's strength in numbers, so naturally, we can't use common sense to measure this tilde. Just the cost of wages and food on this construction site every day isn't something that ordinary people can afford tilde. Li Zishuan nodded and said, There's strength in numbers. Hehe, that's right. However, after the crane is made, the construction speed will definitely be faster tilde. Crane tilde? What's a crane tilde? Li Tai was puzzled. Li Zishuan patted his head. He just remembered that he was just explaining the principles of the pulley block to them and forgot to tell them that thing was a crane, so he said, The crane is the improved version of the brick moving machine that I just designed. I feel that it's definitely not just for moving bricks, so I called it a crane tilde. Iron Egg said excitedly, Crane tilde? That's a good name tilde. In fact, he previously felt that the name of Li Tai's brick moving machine was too old-fashioned, but he didn't say it out of consideration. Tilde. Boss Meng, bring 2 men with you to move these bricks up. There's not enough over there. Hehe, I'm going tilde. At this moment, Li Zishuan suddenly heard an incomparably familiar voice. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a person he would never have thought of. It was the little idiot Sun Zifan. He pointed at the little idiot in astonishment and asked, Why is this kid here? Seeing Li Zishuan's astonished look, Li Tai said proudly, He tilde. If this king can be here, why can't Sun Zifan be here tilde? Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, This kid was brought here by you, Chinkyu tilde? Li Tai nodded and smiled, of course. Not only him, Wang Meng, Liu Yang, Huiran, Huayu, Yu Dongcai, Kusha Qing, Zheng Ziran, and the rest are all here. This king can't be sunbathing alone in the wilderness while they enjoy life at home tilde, right? It's just that Cho Ox said that he could only come tomorrow tilde. That's a bit of a scam tilde. However, more than half of the people from the school were called by me. How about it tilde? I'm awesome, right tilde? After Li Tai said that, he put on an expression of wanting to be praised and quietly waited for Li Zishuan to praise him. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard that. He thought for a moment and suddenly asked in disbelief, Kushaching tilde? Zheng Ziran tilde? Liu Yang tilde? The 3 of them are here too tilde? If he remembered correctly, when he decided to build his own college and leave the Imperial College, although half of the students from the school were willing to follow him to Yanghuang College, Kushaching, Zheng Ziran, and Liu Yang, who were top-notch students but were not from official families, did not say that they wanted to come to Yanghuang College on the spot tilde. Now, they were urged to come by Li Tai. It was a bit unbelievable tilde. Li Tai understood what Li Zishuan was thinking and replied with a smile, Xiao Xian, are you trying to say that they didn't agree to come to Yanghuang College tilde? Haha tilde. Maybe at that time, they were hesitant to come to Yanghuang College and lose their future, but how many idiots are there in our school tilde? Xiao Xian, you've made so much news recently. Even idiots know that only by coming to Yanghuang College can they learn real knowledge tilde. Also, I have to admit that you're quite charming. As far as I know, many students in the school have fallen out with their families in order to study under you tilde. Li Zishuan was silent for a while. To be honest, when he left the Imperial College, he was sad to see those students wavering, but he definitely did not blame them. After all, this so-called Yanghuang College was just a mediocre private school in his previous life. It was unrealistic to ask people to give up Tsinghua or Peking University to go to a small school like yours. He just felt a sense of loss that the talents he had painstakingly nurtured were taken advantage of by others. He did not have any resentment, but he did not expect those students to put in so much effort during this period. After a while, Li Zishuan turned his head and asked, "But most of them are spoiled since they were young. What can they do to help if they come here tilde?" Li Tai heard him and said angrily, F***ck. What are you talking about tilde? They're spoiled since they were young tilde. Aren't I the same tilde? Why can't they do the things that I can do tilde? A tilde. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He had almost forgotten about this. Qing Q is right tilde. Xiao Xian, not only can your students help, but they've also helped a lot tilde. At this time, Yang Shaoning appeared out of nowhere and walked to Li Zishuan's side and interrupted. Shaoning tilde? It's really been a long time tilde. Haha tilde. When Li Zishuan saw him, he gave him a brotherly bear hug without hesitation. Hey tilde. Let go tilde. Yang Shaoning was not used to such an intimate way of greeting. He quickly pushed Li Zishuan away and said angrily, F***ck, you still have the cheek to say that. When you left the last time, you said that you would be back in a few days tilde. In the end tilde. This time, you left for more than half a month. I'm so F***king pissed tilde. Cough tilde. Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly and said shamelessly, didn't I already compensate you just now tilde? Speaking of which, not many people in the Tang dynasty can enjoy my hug tilde. Get lost tilde. Yang Shaoning roared angrily. Tilde. So disgusting tilde. Li Tai covered his mouth, indicating that he could not stand this gay scene. Li Zishuan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, this is romance between men. What do you know tilde? Oh, right, Shaoning, you said that these students have helped a lot tilde? What do you mean tilde? Chapter 559. Yang Shaoning didn't know what romance was between men, but he knew that Li Zishuan was just joking. Now that they were talking about serious matters, he became serious and said although these students from the Institute of Mathematics can't be compared to those commoners in terms of physique, they are all very smart. Basically, each of them can lead a team of dozens of people. They are very good at the allocation of various tasks and the budget of materials and supplies. Although these 10,000 people could work in an orderly manner in the past, with the addition of these students, I can clearly feel that the entire construction core work efficiency has increased by a lot tilde. Moreover, Xiao Xian, the academy that you want to build has many buildings that have never appeared in my Tang Empire before. During the actual construction, there will always be various kinds of problems. A while ago, it really gave me a headache. Fortunately, Qingqiu called in these students from the Institute of Mathematics. You don't say, these students of yours are very different from those bookworms that only know how to read the 4 books and 5 classics tilde. They can really apply what they have learned tilde. Many of them may not be familiar with the work here when they first came, but after a few days, they can manage the people under them in an orderly manner. They can also give some very innovative and practical suggestions. They are really helpful to us tilde. When Li Zishuan heard this, his mood immediately became happy. In the past, he didn't understand how teachers felt when they saw their students become successful. Now, he completely understood. That kind of happiness was not the same kind of happiness as earning $1 million. It was a kind of comfort that came from the inside out. At this time, Yang Shaoning said again, Xiao Xian, my dad said that he wants to pick a few of your students and put them in the Ministry of Works. What do you think tilde? Li Zishuan immediately glared and said, not good tilde. How much have they learned tilde? What can they do in the Ministry of Works tilde? Serve tea and water to those in charge tilde? Definitely not tilde. Besides, working in the Ministry of Works is tiring and the salary is low. Is this work for humans tilde? The last sentence was a bit too much. Yang Shaoning said exasperatedly, how can you say that tilde? To think that my father and second uncle even came here to help a few times tilde. You are a classic example of an ingrate tilde. I'll tell my father when I get back. Li Zishuan knew something was wrong and quickly said, Hey, Shaoning, don't. I'm praising the Ministry of Works for being noble and virtuous ministers of the country tilde. Me. Who are you kidding tilde? Yang Xiaoning snorted in disbelief. The two of them laughed and joked for a while before a craftsman came over and called Yang Xiaoning away. Li Zishuan then brought Iron Egg and Li Tai to Sun Zifan. At this time, the sun was about to rise to the top of their heads. It was very obvious that Sun Zifan's face was covered in sweat. However, this guy seemed to be used to it. He didn't care about it and continued to direct people to work. He had the posture of a leader. Zifan tilde. Li Zishuan walked behind Sun Zifan and called out softly. Sun Zifan paused, turned around and said in surprise, "Hey, mister, you're here tilde." After saying that, this little joker put down his work and ran over. It looked like he wanted to give Li Zishuan a hug. Li Zishuan didn't want to hug this sweaty little fatty. Yes, this joker was a little chubby, but definitely not as chubby as Li Tai. When the two of them stood together, one was big and the other was small. They were quite compatible. Stop, stop, stop tilde. Stop tilde. What are you so excited about tilde? Sun Zifan said matter-of-factly, I haven't seen Mr. for so long, of course I'm excited tilde. I've been here for 7 or 8 days, but I've never seen Mr.'s shadow tilde. I thought you went missing tilde. Li Zishuan originally wanted to ask this joker if he was used to living here, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. A happy person could find happiness anywhere. He waved his hand and said, I went back to Chang'an to deal with some things, so I didn't come over. You've all worked hard tilde. Okay, Zifan, go do your own things tilde. I'll go check on the other students. This afternoon, I'll treat you all to lunch tilde. At the Han village at the foot of the mountain tilde. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Sun Zifan said anxiously, Hey tilde. Mister, wait tilde. Wait tilde. I have something to tell you tilde. Li Zishuan stamped his feet and said, What tilde? He tilde. Sun Zifan scratched his head awkwardly and said hesitantly, I heard that Mr. has made a flying tool. When I go back to Chang'an someday, can Mr. let me try it tilde? Li Tai finally remembered this and shouted, Yes, 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 yes tilde. It's that fairy lamp tilde. Xiaoxian, you have to let me sit on it tilde. I've never flown before tilde. Iron Egg also looked eager to give it a try, but he didn't say anything. Because he was Li Zishuan's disciple and brother-in-law, he didn't have to worry about not being able to sit on the fairy lamp. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at the two little fatties in front of him, and then said with a half-smile, Zifan, Chinkyu, with your size, aren't you afraid that you'll crush the fairy lamp and fall from the sky tilde? The two of them suddenly felt like they were hit by 10,000 points of critical hit. Sun Zifan said, Hurt, mister, aren't you making your students too disappointed tilde? Li Tai wasn't so easily fooled. He thought about it and said angrily, F*ck tilde. Xiaoxian, don't scare us tilde. Your fairy lamp can definitely withstand Zifan and me tilde. Others don't know, but I know that the 7-headed giant snake in your house was brought back by you using the fairy lamp tilde. Sun Zifan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only say with a headache, Well, the fairy lamp currently has a design flaw. After ascending to the sky, you can't control the direction, and once you go up, it's hard to come back down. Are you too sure you want to give it a try tilde? A tilde. The two of them were immediately confused. Li Tai wondered, then how did you control the direction last time tilde? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Chinkyu, don't compare yourself to me. I know martial arts, and I won't be troubled by this tilde. Okay tilde. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys tilde. I'm going to see Ziran and Ku Shiqing tilde. After that, he ignored the two little fatties who were flustered in the wind and left with Iron Egg. Hey tilde. This fairy lamp is used to bring girls, how can it be used to carry little fatties tilde? A while ago, I was too busy and didn't have time to bring girls. Now that I have time, maybe I can consider it tilde. Li Zishuan thought to himself as he walked. In fact, the main reason was that the fairy lamp was unstable now. If it was used to carry people and he wasn't there to look after them, it would be easy for something to happen. However, he wasn't particularly willing to bring two big guys to see the scenery in the sky, so he could only let them suffer for now. Chapter 560. Noon. Han Family Village, Han Tianhu's house. Li Zishuan, Yang Shaoning, Li Tai, Iron Egg, Lan Sun Zifan, Wang Meng, Ku Shiqing, and the other students from the School of Mathematics were all gathered in the main hall. The scene was very lively. There were close to 30 people, so one table was definitely not enough. There were 3 tables in total. The Han family's front hall, which was not very spacious to begin with, suddenly became very crowded. Since they were outside, they couldn't possibly treat their students to a meal in the cafeteria of Yunshan, right? At first, Li Zishuan planned to freeload at his father-in-law's house for lunch. Later, after seeing Sun Zifan, he thought about it. One person freeloading was freeloading, and more than 20 people freeloading was also freeloading, so he simply brought them all over. However, this made things difficult for Han Lijing. After Iron Egg knew about Li Zishuan's plan, he came back 2 hours earlier to help Han Lijing prepare the meal. Now that the living standards of the entire Han family village had improved, Han Lijing's family had a special relationship with the Li Zishuan. Naturally, they would not be short on ingredients. They had chicken, duck, and fish, but they lacked a chef. Han Lijing didn't want to neglect the students that Li Zishuan brought over, so he specially invited Hu Hanyun's wife to cook. Liu Yuera went home after she finished cooking. Then, there were 3 sumptuous tables full of food and wine. Lord Tai Shan, come and take a seat Tilda. It's been hard on you today Tilda, Li Zishuan said apologetically. Actually, what he was thinking was to ask Han Yushi's opinion on whether he should find a second wife for Han Tianhu. It would be best if he could buy a few more maids and servants. Otherwise, it would be too hard for Han Tianhu to manage this huge house by himself Tilda. He Tilda. What's so hard about this Tilda? Xiao Xian, as long as you guys are happy eating Tilda. Han Tianhu wiped his sweat and said nonchalantly. He was really happy that Li Zishuan was able to bring his students over as guests Tilda. Now that Li Zishuan was his son-in-law, he was a junior. Seeing that his junior had made a name for himself and was loved by his students, he only felt gratified. Come, let's eat together Tilda. Yeah Tilda. Uncle Han, come and eat together Tilda. Li Zishuan and Yang Shaoning quickly invited him. Han Tianhu nodded and sat beside Li Zishuan. Then, he raised his cup and said to Yang, Li Tai, and the others, this poor village can't be compared to the big restaurants in Chang'an City, so please don't despise this simple meal Tilda. Since all of you are little Xian's friends and students, as an elder, let me toast to all of you. Yang Shaoning quickly said, Uncle Han, what are you saying Tilda? The dishes on this table are comparable to those of the restaurants in Chang'an. We should be the ones toasting you, Uncle Han. Yes, Tilda. To Uncle Han Tilda. However, this Han family village isn't a poor village. It's much richer than many other villages. Uncle Han, you've managed it well Tilda. Sun Zifan was someone who knew how to talk to people and ghosts. At this moment, he could be serious in front of his elders. He raised his cup and laughed. Immediately, a bunch of voices of agreement rang out from behind. Yes, Tilda. Today's dishes are very sumptuous. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Han. Here's to Uncle Han Tilda. That's right. Otherwise, we would have to eat together on Yunshan Mountain Tilda. Haha Tilda. Han Lijing's face was flushed with excitement when he heard these words. He finished the wine in his cup and smiled. Great Tilda. Then, you guys eat and drink well Tilda. Li Zishuan took over the conversation with a smile and looked at the crowd. He looked at the crowd and said, more than half of the people from our School of Mathematics are here today, right Tilda? After more than a month, we're gathered together again. Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziran, Liu Yang, and the rest of you didn't plan to go to Yanghuang College with me. However, since you're sitting here now, it proves that you're willing to continue learning with me and that you're optimistic about the future of Yanghuang College. I won't say thank you to you for this. I'll only congratulate you. I congratulate you for making the best choice in your life Tilda. In a month, Yanghuang College will be officially established. At that time, you'll see an unprecedented college. At that time, Yanghuang College won't be a place where others can enter just because they want to Tilda. Come Tilda. To all of you tilde. Everyone, let's have a toast tilde. Okay tilde. Well said, Sir tilde. Although the college hasn't been built yet, I, Sun Zifan, have already fallen in love with Yunshan tilde. To Sir tilde. Li Tai and Sun Zifan cheered loudly. However, Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziran, Liu Yang, and the others' eyes were slightly red. They saluted Li Zishuan from afar. It could be seen that they didn't have a good month tilde. Li Zishuan put down his wine glass and laughed. Haha tilde. Good tilde. Stop saluting each other, let's eat tilde. I know you didn't eat well on Yunshan tilde. Let's have a good lunch tilde. Of course, your efforts won't be in vain. In the future, the thousands of Yanghuang College students will remember your contributions to Yanghuang College tilde. Ku Shiqing solemnly cupped his hands and said, due to some reasons, I didn't immediately express my willingness to join Yanghuang College. I'm very ashamed. Please don't blame me tilde. Zheng Ziran, Liu Yang, and the others also hurriedly cupped their hands and apologized. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. Haha tilde. Don't blame me tilde. Sun Zifan, however, said mischievously, just because you don't blame me doesn't mean we don't blame you. Ku Shiqing, you should punish yourselves by drinking 3 glasses tilde. Ku Shiqing gritted his teeth and said, all right tilde. 3 glasses it is tilde. After saying that, he was about to pour himself a glass of wine. Li Tai hurriedly shouted, hey, wait tilde. If you're all drunk, who's going to help you in the afternoon tilde? Don't drink so much tilde. Phut tilde. Li Zishuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little fatty had become the supervisor of the construction site tilde. Zheng Ziran's face was full of black lines. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'll choose to get drunk tilde. Ha 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 tilde. Shiqing, Ziran, Liu Yang, have you all thought about it tilde? Do you want to come to Yanghuang College tilde? After lunch, Li Zishuan took a rest under the big tree in the Han Residence's courtyard for a while and led the group of students on the road to Yunshan. Ku Shiqing nodded firmly and said, Sir, we've all thought about it tilde. In fact, none of the 44 students in our school doesn't want to continue learning from you. When you left the Imperial College, the reason why so many people didn't express their opinions on the spot was mainly because they were concerned about the opinions of their family members. As far as I know, many of our classmates have been thinking of ways to persuade their families in the past month. I believe that when the college starts next month, the 44 students in our school will definitely gather together again tilde. Li Zishuan was silent. He put his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. I hope so tilde. I can't bear to part with all of you tilde. Chapter 561. In the afternoon. After returning to Cloud Mountain, the group of people returned to their respective posts and busied themselves with their own tasks. Li Zishuan did not stay idle either. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward and began patrolling around his territory. He was not patrolling to see if anyone was slacking off. The reward and punishment system that he had set in the beginning had stimulated everyone's enthusiasm to work. Now, no one in the entire construction site would slack off. No one would complain that they had too much work to do. On the contrary, they were afraid that their team would not be assigned any work. This was because not only would the food be worse, but the bonus at the end of the month would also be reduced. This guy was completely full and had nothing to do, so he wandered around aimlessly. Haha. This entire mountain will belong to me, Li Zishuan, in the future. And there's a super big school on top of it, TSK. How comfortable. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was just a poor student. Even if he joined the workforce, his monthly salary would not be able to buy a 1 square meter house in Beijing. But now, he owned an entire school near Chang'an. A modern school that he wholly invested in. How could he not be satisfied tilde? Oh. The student bathhouse has already been built tilde. All around him were half-built houses. Only the larger building next to the student dormitory had been completed. Li Zishuan thought for a while and recognized that it was the student bathhouse. He sighed and walked in. Cement walls, cement floor, and empty space. This should be used to store wardrobes in the future. Inside, there were small cubicles. In the future, when water pipes and sprinklers were installed, It would be a student bathhouse that all modern schools had. These things would not be considered rare in modern times. But to the ancient people, those students would probably not be used to it when they first came in to take a bath. Right, water. What should he do with the water on Yunshan? He could not expect people to carry water down the mountain every day, right? How troublesome would that be? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan could not help but frown deeply. The monthly water consumption of a school was terrifying. No one knew this better than him. The water problem of Yanghuang College had to be solved as soon as possible. Lord Ju. So you're here. I've finally found you. At this moment, Pang Feiji suddenly ran in from outside and said while panting. Li Zishuan collected his thoughts and asked, Feiji, you're back? Is that thing already done by the workshop? The beggar's version of the crane he designed was not complicated. It only had a base, supporting rods, pulley blocks, and some structures to adjust the angle and direction. It was not difficult to make. Pang Feiji said excitedly, Yes, Lord Ju. I've already brought it here on an ox cart. It's right in front of Guanghua Building now. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Okay, let's go and have a look. Guanghua Building was the main teaching building of Yanghuang College. When it was designed, it was arranged to be at the front of all the buildings in the college. In Li Zishuan's opinion, this building would be the face of Yanghuang College in the future. Of course, it had to be seen by everyone. When they passed by Yanghuang College's future library, the red building, Li Zishuan looked at the prototype of the classical building. Suddenly, he said to Pang Feiji, Feiji, you have to remember this building well. It has another name, it's called the airplane building. In Feng Yu's previous life, the red building looked like a huge airplane when viewed from above. Therefore, some people called it the airplane building. When Pang Feiji heard this, he suspected that he had heard wrongly. He dug his ears and said in disbelief, Lord Ju. Are you using this building to commemorate me, old Pang? Lord Ju's kindness, old Pang, I. As he spoke, he choked up. In his opinion, he was just a rough person. Yanghuang College was destined to be a holy land for scholars. Li Zishuan was willing to use his name to name a building in the college. To him, it was such an honor. How could he not be excited? Cough. Li Zishuan saw that this guy was forcing himself to be dramatic. He couldn't help but cough and said, That's not it. The reason why I called it the airplane building was because it looked like an airplane. After that, he ran away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Brother Chicken, on the other hand, was stunned on the spot. He looked at the unfinished red house and muttered, Like me? How does this building look like me? Hey. Sir, you're finally here. As soon as Li Zishuan arrived in front of Guanghua Building, he saw a group of people surrounding a tall frame with 4 wheels. They were basically the students of the School of Mathematics. When Sun Zifan saw Li Zishuan, he came over to greet him. Li Zishuan didn't ask how these students knew about it. He walked to the side of the crane and looked at it. Then, he smiled at Li Tai and said, Chinkyu, it's rare for you to have the opportunity to be a strongman. Do you want to try this crane yourself? Although Li Tai was not happy with the first half of the sentence, he still rubbed his hands excitedly and nodded. Okay. After that, he ordered the people to hang a big basket of bricks on the hooks below the pulley block. He then began to turn the wheel and tried to pull the basket up. Damn. It's actually so easy. Li Tai originally used all of his strength and prepared to use all of his strength to turn the spinning wheel. In the end, because he used too much strength, he almost tripped and fell. And the bamboo basket filled with bricks, without any accident, rose up. Wow. Chinkyu, when did you become so strong? Yeah. This basket of stones is about 200 pounds. TSK. Not only is Chinkyu meaty, but she's also very strong. With such a sarcastic tone, he must be Sun Zifan, young hero Sun. The surrounding students couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp in amazement. If they hadn't seen the people put the bricks in the basket one by one with their own eyes, they would have suspected that Li Tai was cheating. Just like that, in a short while, The big basket of bricks was lifted up about 3 feet. The people waiting on top of the basket suppressed their surprise and carefully unloaded the bricks from the basket. Li Tai touched his nose and was speechless. He felt that the brick moving machine he made earlier was really weak. Li Zhuan nodded with satisfaction and smiled at the students. Did you all see that, Tilda? This is the power of engineering, Tilda. It can make a powerless person full of strength. It can let you understand the world you're in now. Of course, it can also change the world, Tilda. The knowledge that Yanghuang College will impart to you in the future will definitely be the most powerful knowledge in the world, Tilda. Good, Tilda. Sir, you're amazing, Tilda. We want to learn the most powerful knowledge, Tilda. Sir, you're mighty, Tilda. Who hasn't been young and frivolous, Tilda? When the students heard this, they were all elated and excited, except for Li Tai. He was very dissatisfied with Li Zhuan's words. It can make a powerless person full of strength. He felt that Li Zhuan was talking about him, so he moved to Li Zhuan's side and whispered, Xiao Xian, I don't think your crane is good, Tilda. What's not good, Tilda? Li Zhuan asked subconsciously. Li Tai replied, it's too troublesome. You single-handedly lifted up such a big basket of bricks in the morning. I think you're better than a crane. Why don't you use Qinggong to help us move the bricks in the future, Tilda? Get lost, Tilda. Li Zhuan was stunned and almost slapped his size 40 shoe on this little fatty's size 38 face as he shouted angrily. Chapter 562. Shouting, I'll leave this crane to you. With this thing, I believe the construction of the academy will be much faster. Please be sure to finish building the bishop, the canteen, and the dormitory within a month. It was the first time they saw such a novel thing, so naturally, the students of the school couldn't help but try it themselves. After an hour, their enthusiasm faded, and they returned to their posts. Then, Li Zhuan found Yang Shaoning and said with a smile. Yang Shaoning had also tried the crane himself. He nodded and said, yes, that's right. This crane is really helpful to us. No, Xiaoxian, are you going back to slack off again? Li Zhuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why is this guy so sensitive now? He hurriedly said, no, I'll come here often when I'm free. You have to take care of the things here. If you have any problems, you can send someone to find me directly. Yang Shaoning had an as-expected expression and said gloomily, I knew you were going to slack off. You're not even as good as your students. Li Zhuan shook his head and said, you can't say that. I'm not going home to slack off. You guys are responsible for the construction of the academy. I still have a lot of things to deal with. For example, the water supply of the academy, the hiring of teachers, the recruitment of students, the writing of teaching materials, and so on. I need to deal with all these as soon as possible. Compared to those students, I'm the one who's really working hard, okay? Hearing this, Yang Shaoning stopped complaining. He thought for a while and said, well, you're right. Go do your own things then. I'll take care of things here. Li Zhuan smiled and said, okay. Then I'll leave it to you. After that, he was ready to go home. What he said just now wasn't a perfunctory or an excuse. He was really short on time. He should have started doing these things a long time ago, but he was delayed by the matter of the 7 cultivators of virtue for a long time, so he really didn't have much time left. Yang Shaoning suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, by the way, Xiaoxian, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What's the matter? Recently, the autumn harvest is approaching. Many people want to ask for leave to go back to help with the harvest. However, the construction period here is getting more and more urgent. Moreover, if we recruit new people, the new people will definitely not be as skilled as them. Therefore, I did not allow them to go home for the time being. But this is definitely not a long-term solution. Do you have any good ideas, Tilda? Li Zhuan frowned slightly. He had neglected this point. In ancient times, the spring planting and autumn harvest were important matters for the common people. Basically, the whole family counted on the grain in the fields to survive the year. He absolutely could not delay the autumn harvest of more than 10,000 families because of his own selfish interests. He pondered for a moment and said, let's go. More money, Tilda. All the workers and craftsmen who are willing to stay will have their wages doubled this month. They can use this money to hire people to help with the autumn harvest. Besides, each of their families should have half-grown children, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, if they don't want to stay, we won't force them. We'll allow them to take leave and go home after handing over their work. However, they won't get the double pay. We'll let them decide for themselves. Yang Xiaoning raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Double pay? Xiao Xian, are you crazy, Tilda? Putting aside the sumptuous meals, the wages that we, Yun Shan, offer are already considered the most generous. Yet, you want to double the wages, Tilda? Do you know that just based on this, you'll have to spend an extra 30,000 to 40,000 strings of cash this month, Tilda?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Xiaoning, you can't calculate it like this, Tilda. Yunshan is a special case. Although the meals and wages are very good, don't you see that these people are also working very hard, Tilda? Yanghuang College is such a big project. Which construction team can complete it in 2 months, Tilda? They can. Their efforts are completely worthy of this treatment, Tilda. As for the double pay, isn't there no other way, Tilda? No matter what, I can't affect the student's start of school because of the construction progress of the college. This is the most important, Tilda. In this era, the student's field break was usually in the middle of September. Counting the days, it was only a little more than a month from now. Li Zishuan's anxiousness made sense. Of course, he also had the capital to say this. Strange Interest Pavilion and Drunken Immortal House were now a group of hens that could lay golden eggs. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were raking in gold every day. Moreover, Thatang Daily had long been on the right track and was no longer making a loss. Now, just the income from advertising alone was already very considerable. Yang Xiaoning said helplessly, "All right, it's your money anyway. The rich ones are the masters. You can do whatever you want, Tilda." After coming down from Yunshan, Li Zishuan didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to the workshop. Yanghuang College's enrollment promotion needed the power of Thatang Daily. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he started Thatang Daily first. With this tool of public opinion, it would be much more convenient for him to do other things. "Brother Ma, for the next few issues of Thatang Daily, help me write a few promotional drafts for Yanghuang College. I will personally write the first draft. Arrange for people to study it seriously and let them understand my engineering skills. You guys will write the drafts for the next few issues. I want to recruit students, Tilda." In the editorial department, Li Zishuan found Ma Ju and began to instruct him. Strictly speaking, Ma Ju wasn't a pure Confucian disciple. He studied the art of governance and had a good understanding of the knowledge that was useful for governing a country. His character was flexible and flexible. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt assured to hand over such an important department like Thatang Daily to Ma Ju. Ma Ju understood what Li Zishuan meant when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Lord Ju, don't worry. We will do our best to cooperate." After experiencing so many things with Li Zishuan, Ma Ju had a very deep understanding of engineering. He didn't have any bad feelings towards engineering because the current success of Thatang Daily couldn't be separated from Li Zishuan's support of engineering. Moreover, he felt that engineering could make the people of Tang better. It could also make more people able to afford to study. The prosperity of the people's education could be brought about by engineering. Therefore, Ma Ju still hoped that Li Zishuan's engineering could be carried forward. "Okay, I will ask someone to send the draft up later. You have to save a good position for me in tomorrow's newspaper, Tilda." Li Zishuan nodded and said his goodbyes before leaving. His time was really tight right now. Chapter 563. The next morning, it was cloudy and breezy. A few pairs of young scholars walked on the streets of Chang'an City in groups of 2s and 3s. They looked like they were about to leave the city for sightseeing. It didn't mean that they were definitely students of the Imperial College. There were many other official schools in Chang'an City other than the Imperial College, such as Chongwen Hall, Hongwen Hall, Directorate of Astronomy, for Astronomy, Imperial Medical Department, for Medicine, Taipiyu Temple, for Veterinary Medicine, and so on. This was the capital of Chang'an City. If it were a local place, there would be local official schools as well. For example, each prefecture had its own prefectural school, Each county had its own county school, and each county had its own school. The official education system of the Sui and Tang dynasties was very complete. Of course, the ability of the rulers to tolerate culture was also incomparable to that of the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially during the Zhongguan period. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zishuan dared to propose engineering studies. Hey, Mingde, look. Yanghuang College is recruiting students. Yanghuang College? What kind of college is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Two scholars were holding the newspapers they had just bought and were discussing as they walked. Mingde, have you not left Chang'an City recently? There has been such a big commotion on Yunshan Mountain in the eastern suburbs recently, and you don't know about it? The tall scholar asked doubtfully. The shorter scholar said awkwardly, the weather has been too hot recently, and I haven't gone out. Brother Zheng, tell me about the commotion on Yunshan Mountain tilde. What does this have to do with Yanghuang College tilde? You haven't heard of Yanghuang College, but you must have heard of Li Xianan from Yongla Lane tilde. This Yanghuang College is run by him, and the college is located in Yunshan Mountain. In the past month, hundreds of skilled craftsmen and tens of thousands of workers have gathered in Yunshan Mountain to build Yanghuang College. I heard that Li Xianan spent 200,000 to 300,000 strings of cash on the college alone tilde. The tall scholar was obviously an insider, and he was also a chatterbox. Once he started explaining, he went on endlessly. Of course I've heard of Li Xianan, but what future can he have in this college tilde? Will anyone be willing to go tilde? Haha tilde. Mingde, what you said is wrong tilde. Yanghuang College is not an ordinary college. The dean of this college is the current emperor. Li Xianan used to be a minister of the Imperial College. He is very likely to become the chancellor of the Imperial College. His knowledge and ability are beyond words. You don't know how many scholars in the world want to be his disciple tilde. The slightly shorter scholar was obviously taken aback. He said in disbelief, "What? His Majesty is the dean of Yanghuang College? How is that possible?" The tall scholar sneered and said, "Why is it impossible? Many people already knew about this, and it wasn't a secret. But putting all these aside, Li Xianan's so-called engineering is quite desirable tilde. Brother Zheng, could it be that you also want to go to Yanghuang College? Haha. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry to the city gate. Otherwise, Brother Shangguan and the others will be waiting anxiously." After the tall scholar finished speaking, he waved his folding fan and took the lead to walk forward. The slightly shorter scholar frowned and then said to the boy next to him, "Go and buy me a newspaper, then follow me tilde." "Yes, young master tilde. Brother Hua tilde. Brother Hua tilde. Good news tilde. Good news tilde." South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. Chen Tianhua ran in excitedly with a paper bag of meat buns in one hand and a newspaper in the other. 4 government-run schools like the Directorate of Imperial College and the Hongwen School, the students had 2 months of field leave. However, these small academies did not exist. This was because these places were mainly places for like-minded people to discuss the Tao. Hua Hongyi, who was sitting in the courtyard reading, looked at Chen Tianhua's excited expression and couldn't help but wonder, "Tianhua, what news made you so excited tilde? Did someone give you a tip again tilde?" Liao Feichen laughed and said, "Haha tilde. In that case, Tianhua, you have to treat me again tilde." Ever since Chen Tianhua's novel was serialized in that Ang Daily, although the results were far from a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality, he would always receive tips from some rich people every now and then. In addition to the fixed monthly royalties from the editorial department of that Ang Daily, Chen Tianhua had gradually moved from the low-income class to the middle-income class. As for Liao Feichen, the results of his novel were slightly worse, but the monthly income was enough for his family's expenses. In this regard, Hua Hongyi was only sincerely happy for his good friend and did not have any feelings of jealousy. He did not seem to be in a hurry and continued to think of a novel that completely belonged to him. Chen Tianhua walked quickly to Hua Hongyi and placed the meat buns on the stone table. Then, he opened the newspaper and pointed to a short paragraph in the middle and said, No, it's more exciting news than tips tilde. Hongyi, Feichen, come and see tilde. Yanghuang College is going to recruit students from all over the Tang Empire. Hua Hongyi heard this and immediately jumped up and leaned over and shouted, Where? Where? Let me see. Liao Feichen also leaned over and looked anxious. Chen Tianhua pointed and said, Here. Here. Aren't you going to eat breakfast first? Hua Hongyi and Liao Feichen both waved their hands and began to read seriously. At the end of June in the first year of Zhongguan, Yanghuang College was approved by His Majesty to cultivate a group of talented, thoughtful, and creative young people for the Tang Empire. His Majesty is the honorary president of Yanghuang College, and Crown Prince Li Zishuan is the Yamacho of Yanghuang College. After a month of construction by tens of thousands of craftsmen, Yanghuang College has begun to take shape, and will be completed next month. Now, it is openly recruiting students from all over the Tang Empire. All students from Tang Empire above the age of 8 and below the age of 25, regardless of whether they are rich or poor, who are interested in joining Yanghuang College, can register for free at the local Thatang Daily branch. All students who have registered will take the preliminary examination on September 18 at Yanghuang College in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an. Those who pass the preliminary examination will become a student of Yanghuang College and will receive a minimum of 3 to 6 years of education. During this period, all tuition fees will be waived. The contents of the preliminary examination include: It's true. Yanghuang College is really starting to recruit students. That's great. That's great. Ha ha ha. Hua Hongyi couldn't help but laugh at this point. Liao Feichen also said excitedly, That's right. With His Majesty as the president of Yanghuang College, its status is not inferior to that of the Imperial College. I didn't expect that poor children like us would have the opportunity to enter such an institution. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, You too should finish reading. The contents of the entrance examination are explained at the end. Hua Hongyi and Liao Feichen lowered their heads and continued to read seriously. Chapter 564. Yanghuang College's entrance exam consists of the 5 classics, 30%, mathematics, 50%, and morality, 20%. The mathematics exam consists of addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and geometry. Most of the content is related to the new mathematics of the Imperial College. Students are recommended to buy the latest textbooks from the Imperial College and study them carefully. The exam difficulty is below average. Students are encouraged to prepare for the exam. In Jinyu Academy, Hua Hongyi and Liao Feichen read the news carefully. Liao Feichen suddenly looked up and muttered, Textbooks? Where are the new mathematics textbooks? We have to hurry and buy them. Chen Tianhua slapped his head and said, That's right. Why didn't I think of that earlier? We should have bought the textbooks while we were at it. There must be a lot of people buying them now. Where can we buy them? The three of them looked at each other and reacted almost at the same time. They said in unison, Interesting pavilion. Hua Hongyi slammed the newspaper on the stone table and shouted, Hurry and buy the textbook. Then he ran out. Liao Feichen reacted and quickly followed him. Hey. Aren't you guys going to eat the buns? In fact, there was more than one article about Yanghuang College in the newspaper today. There were a total of 3 articles, but these people were focused on the enrollment and ignored the other 2. What is engineering? Hehe, this old man wants to see how you are going to brag. Wei Mansion. Wei Zheng had his breakfast and habitually asked the servants to buy him a Thatang Daily. Then he sat under the old tree in the courtyard and began to read it. Today was the official's day off, so there was no need to attend morning court. Wei Zheng rarely had a day of leisure. He couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw a piece of news in the newspaper. Engineering is the study of engineering. Its main purpose is to serve the needs of the people and improve their lives. Its ultimate goal is to achieve prosperity for all: the houses of the common people, the pavilions of the palace, the riverbanks, the water conservancy, the city walls, the imperial mausoleum, and the agricultural production could all be supported by the school. Engineering can allow people to realize what kind of world we are in now. Engineering can allow people to make more advanced farming tools, allowing our Tang Empire to have more farmland and not have to worry about food. Engineering can allow people to make faster and steadier vehicles. One day, we will be able to travel between Chang'an and Luoyang in a day, and we won't need to travel back and forth for several months. Engineering can allow people to create more powerful weapons, allowing our Tang Empire to stand at the top of the world, allowing the barbarians to submit to us and congratulate us. Engineering can even create flying tools, allowing mortals to soar above the 9 heavens and overlook the magnificent mountains and rivers of our Tang Empire. There is no high or low in learning. Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world. Students of engineering can also have a bright future. If you don't have great ambitions, you can use engineering to become an accountant in a shop, or take part in the mathematics examination. You can become a deputy county magistrate or manager of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or Ministry of Works. You can feed and clothe your entire family. If you have great ambitions and are willing to devote yourself to the study of engineering, you can become a master of the generation. You can do things that others don't dare to do. You can create divine weapons that others can't create. You can enjoy great wealth, be worshipped by thousands, and leave your name in history for all eternity. Engineering, as a new study, is actually not new. It combines the academic essence of the pre-Qin dynasty with the purpose of benefiting the people and the world. Young students who want to learn engineering, please immediately register for the entrance examination of Yanghuang College. Gentlemen, on the 18th of September, we will meet at Yanghuang College. Be there or be square. After reading this news, the joking expression on Wei Zheng's face had long disappeared. He stared at the newspaper in a daze and muttered to himself, "Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world." Previously, that kid from the Li family said that Confucianism cultivates the mind, while engineering benefits the world. So that's it. But if that's the case, won't the sky of my Tang dynasty be pierced by this kid? Benefits the world. Back then, the school of Mo was righteous. Mencius said that it was for the benefit of the world. How similar is it to Li Zishuan's engineering? I'm afraid that many people will take this opportunity to make a big fuss. This kid is still too inexperienced. Wei Zheng had long passed the hot-blooded age where he would roll up his sleeves and do things on impulse. He wasn't bewitched by Li Zishuan's rather provocative words. Instead, he found a trace of worry in them. However, the reason why he had hidden worry was that he was slightly biased towards Li Zishuan. Otherwise, what was there to be worried about? Wasn't the reason why he had stubbornly opposed Li his whole life? Wasn't it to let the people of the world have enough to eat and wear? Although the methods were different, Li Zishuan's and his ultimate goal was the same. That was enough. Let's look at this news. Wei Zheng sighed for a while and then looked at another piece of news. It read, Yanghuang College employment announcement. As the first engineering school in the Tang dynasty, Yanghuang College needs to spread the most advanced engineering knowledge. They are specially hiring teachers from the 358 provinces and 1,500 counties of the Tang dynasty. Among them, there are 10 teachers in the field of classics. They must be familiar with classics and history, have a good teaching style, and have a good reputation locally. There are 28 teachers in the field of engineering who are proficient in any of the following skills. They are eligible to apply, such as engineering, construction, mechanism, machinery, mathematics, astronomy, surveying, smelting, manufacturing, and so on. Yanghuang College's teachers can be divided into 4 ranks: assistant, lecturer, associate professor, and professor. Every year, all teachers will be tested on their teaching ability, and they will be promoted according to their ability. Assistant teachers will be paid 10 strings of coins per month, lecturer 20 strings of coins per month, associate professor 50 strings of coins per month, and professor 100 strings of coins per month. They will also be gifted a new mansion in Yanghuang College. We welcome all virtuous people from all over the Tang dynasty to apply for this position. Those who are interested, please come to Yanghuang College before the 15th of September for an interview. I, Li Zishuan, will be waiting for you. Why don't you come to Yanghuang College to teach a few students and watch them maneuver unhindered and leave a legacy for generations. After reading it, Wei Zheng couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim, 100 strings of coins tilde. Crazy tilde. Did this kid lose his mind tilde? Even a doctor in the top imperial college of the Great Tang would only earn less than 20 strings of coins a month. Li Zexuan's salary of 100 strings of coins a month and a luxurious mansion. How could these civil servants of the Great Tang live tilde? To be honest, even Wei Zheng was a little tempted tilde. However, after thinking about it, he shook his head. Although Yanghuang College's salary was good, it wasn't his cup of tea tilde. To put it bluntly, other than criticizing people, what else could he do tilde? He didn't know anything about engineering, but he knew about classics. However, he couldn't give up his best skill, criticizing people, to teach classics, right tilde? Chapter 565. Lu Yun, get the steward to send this issue of the newspaper to every county in Tang Dynasty as fast as possible. It has to be twice as fast as the previous one. Use fast horses tilde. Azure Dragon Lane, the temporary residence of the Wang family in the capital. Wang Runbiao had obviously just finished reading today's newspaper. He called his follower Lu Yun over and instructed seriously. Lu Yun didn't understand and said in shock, double the speed tilde? Young master, wouldn't we have to pay a higher price this way tilde? We'll lose money tilde. In the past, when the Thatang Daily came out, the people in and around Chang'an City could see the news immediately due to their superior geographical location. However, the people in the counties far away from Chang'an had a hard time. Depending on the distance, the time they received the latest issue of the newspaper would be delayed by 3 days to a month. This was because the Wang family's caravan was in charge of transporting the Thatang Daily to other places. Now that Wang Runbiao had made this request, they definitely couldn't use the caravan's route. They had to use fast horses to travel 800 miles. The cost of that wasn't just high. Bastard tilde. Just do whatever young master asks you to do. Lu Yun, have you forgotten the lesson from last time tilde? Wang Runbiao was about to answer when Leng Yuyao's bone-chilling voice came from behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun was so scared that he shivered. He quickly slapped his mouth and begged for mercy. Young master, please forgive me, Miss Yuyao tilde. This lowly one has spoken too much. This lowly one deserves to die tilde. Wang Runbiao waved his hand helplessly and said, all right tilde. Get someone to buy a batch of mathematics teaching materials from shopkeeper son and get the steward to send them to every place in Tang Dynasty tilde. Lu Yun cupped his hands and said, yes, young master tilde. After that, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Leng Yuyao looked at Lu Yun's back and snorted, ignorant. Then, she walked to Wang Runbiao's side and asked worriedly, young master, why do you have to speed up the delivery of this issue of the newspaper to every county tilde? This girl had just said that Lu Yun was immature and liked to ask questions that shouldn't be asked, and now she was asking questions herself. Seriously, the corner of Wang Runbiao's mouth twitched. He looked at Leng Yuyao with a strange expression for a while before saying, Little Xian's Yanghuang College is going to start recruiting students and teachers. The relevant announcement will be published in this issue of Thatang Daily. Yanghuang College will officially start school next month. Time is tight, so I have to help him tilde. Leng Yuyao suddenly understood. She thought for a while and said, I've seen the Yanghuang College in Yunshan from afar. The architectural style there is completely different, and they actually used a building material that I've never seen before. The surface is extremely hard and smooth like stone. It's really strange tilde. Moreover, the scale of that academy was comparable to that of the Imperial College. Thanks to Li Zexuan, the Li family has accumulated so much wealth in just half a year. How admirable. Wang Runbiao laughed and said, haha. Little Xian's ability was unquestionable tilde. Otherwise, my father and I wouldn't have thought so highly of him tilde. But Yuyao, you only saw the surface and didn't see the deeper layer of things tilde. Leng Yuyao asked curiously, what is it tilde? Wang Runbiao pointed at the article What is Engineering on the newspaper and said with a deep look in his eyes, Little Xian's ambition is all in here tilde. Engineering. He wants to use his own strength to fight against the 800 years of dominance of Confucianism tilde. Whether he succeeds or not, he will become the founder of a new school of thought. His name will be known throughout the world, and his name will be immortalized for eternity. If he succeeds, the countless disciples under his school of engineering will become an invisible force. By then, his Li family will be an unshakable existence in Tang dynasty except for the royal family. Leng Yuyao's mouth was wide open in shock. No matter what, she would never have thought that Li Zishuan not only left his peers 800 miles behind in the path of martial arts, but also established his own school and stood proudly in the path of literature. Such a character already made her unable to have any jealousy, and all that was left was admiration and worship. Wang Ranbiao didn't stop after he finished speaking. Instead, he sighed and continued, "Now, except for the royal family, the other 6 aristocratic families are all divided at heart. And because of my father, the other aristocratic families are showing signs of isolating the Wang family. Did they really think that I didn't know about the gathering of the 5 aristocratic families a few days ago? Naive. Our Wang family just doesn't want to be associated with them. The royal family is too powerful now, and the aristocratic families can only struggle at death's door. If they still can't see the reality, then they won't even have the right to struggle at death's door. And now, our Wang family has a good relationship with Li Zishuan, a promising new star of the empire. Even if the royal family declines one day, the other aristocratic families can't compare to our Wang family's status. So, this time, we have to do Li Zishuan a favor. Helping him is also helping ourselves. Even if my father is here, he will also make the same decision. Leng Yuyao sighed and said, Gongzi is wise. If you don't have great ambitions, you can use engineering to become an accountant in a shop, or take part in the mathematics examination, and become a deputy of a county or a manager of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or the Ministry of Works. That way, your whole family will have enough food and clothing. If you have great ambitions and are willing to devote yourself to engineering, you can become a master of the generation. You can do things that others don't dare to do. You can create treasures that others can't create. You can enjoy great wealth, be worshipped by thousands, and leave your name in history for eternity. Chongren Lane, in a house with 3 courtyards. A young boy with acne was holding a newspaper and reading today's Thatang Daily's news. He was in a daze. After a while, he suddenly jumped up and ran to the backyard, shouting excitedly as he ran, Dad. Mom. I don't want to stay in the Imperial College. I want to follow Mr. Li to Yanghuang College to study engineering. This young boy was a student from the mathematics school. His name was Jiang Qingyu. It could be seen that he was also a poor child who was forced by his parents to stay in the Imperial College. Because not long after, angry scoldings sounded from the backyard. Bastard. What's so good about Yanghuang College? What kind of future can you have there? If you dare to be disobedient again, I will break your legs and make sure you can't go anywhere. Who said that going to Yanghuang College is useless? After you study there, not only can you become a deputy of a county or a manager of the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but you can also become a master of the generation like Mr. Li. Bullshit. Men from Li County are capable, but that doesn't mean that Yanghuang College has a future. You better stay in the Imperial College obediently. No. Dad, look for yourself. Look at what engineering is. Look at what Yanghuang College is. Even if you break my legs, I will go to Yanghuang College. Otherwise, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Chapter 566. Hua Hongyi, Jiang Qingyu, and the others' reactions to today's Thatang Daily were just a microcosm of Yanghuang College's or Li Zishuan supporters. Of course, not everyone in Chang'an City was a brainless fan of Li Zishuan. There were also many people who did not like Li Zishuan. This Li Zishuan is really arrogant. Confucianism is in power, and he dares to promote engineering? He really doesn't know what's good for him. In Shengyefang, Kui Shanyu could not help but sneer as he read the news in the newspaper at home. He held the newspaper and paced back and forth in the house, looking like he was thinking of an idea. After a while, he seemed to have decided on something and said to himself, Since you're looking for death and still boasting so much, then don't blame me for being ruthless. However, In less than 2 breaths of time after he said this, his expression began to become hesitant again. No. The Kui family just sent a message a few days ago to give up all actions against Li Zishuan. If I force myself at this time, won't I offend both sides? Kui Shanyu shook his head and finally sighed. Sigh. Forget it. It's just that I missed such a good opportunity. Kui Shanyu was scared at the last minute because of the Kui family, but the other disciples of Confucianism would not be scared. The 3 pieces of news in today's newspaper made many Confucian defenders explode. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Does Li Zishuan think that he can be a deputy county magistrate, the head of the Ministry of Works, or the Ministry of Civil Affairs with just his engineering skills? Does he think that the mathematics exam is so easy for the disciples of engineering? In a restaurant somewhere, a young man in a Confucian robe slammed the table angrily and shouted. Another diner next to him could not help but say, "Ahum, this brother Tilda. Let's not talk about other things for now." Just based on Li Zishuan's attainments in mathematics, what the newspaper said is not exaggerated at all. His disciple will definitely get first place in the next year's mathematics exam. The young man in a scholarly robe who scolded earlier also knew that what the person next to him said was reasonable. He couldn't help blushing and said awkwardly, Then even if he's powerful, he actually said that engineering can create faster and more stable vehicles. When the time comes, he can travel between Chang'an and Luoyang in a day. He also said that engineering can create flying tools that allow mortals to soar above the 9 heavens. Tell me, how is this possible, Tilda? Was he, Li Zishuan, bragging, Tilda? He is deviating from the orthodoxy and spreading miscellaneous knowledge, Tilda. As soon as he said this, the person next to him couldn't refute anymore. The other scholars, however, started to jeer. That's right, Tilda. The man from Li County is using that ang daily to promote his so-called engineering. He's simply deviating from the norm, despicable and shameless. Yes. This newspaper is full of nonsense, Tilda. Chang'an is 1,000 li away from Luoyang. If he could set off in the morning and arrive at Luoyang in the evening, wouldn't he have to travel 1,000 li in a day? What kind of tool can do that, Tilda? Also, what can allow mortals to fly above the 9 heavens, Tilda? This is simply nonsense, Tilda. Li Zishuan is really unscrupulous in order to promote his engineering, Tilda. Yes, Tilda. This is simply an insult to the disciples of the saints, Tilda. Let's go to Yongla Lane together to criticize him, Tilda. Let's make him repent, Tilda. Yes, Tilda. Let's go together, Tilda. After a while, a group of scholars in the restaurant's main hall were incited together, wanting to gather at the entrance of the Li family's house to cause trouble. Ph Tilda. A bunch of ungrateful, heartless, and unscrupulous things, Tilda. How could you forget about Li County's opening of the Strange Culture Flatbook Prize, Tilda? Didn't you enjoy the favor, Tilda? Now you're biting the hand that feeds you. Our restaurant doesn't welcome you. Get lost, Tilda. At this time, a plump middle-aged man walked out and said coldly with a look of disdain. The shopkeeper is right, Tilda. You bunch of people have really thrown your books to the dogs, Tilda. Ungrateful. Get lost, Tilda. Get lost, Tilda. Get lost, Tilda. Li Zishuan's reputation among the people was already very good. Among so many people, there were naturally some hardcore fans of Li Zishuan. After hearing the comments of this group of scholars, the restaurant's shopkeeper and some of the diners in the main hall immediately began to denounce them. What a disgrace to the educated, Tilda. You can't differentiate between right and wrong, you can't tell good from bad, Tilda. The young man in a scholarly robe who had started the conversation said loudly with a red face. Get lost, Tilda. This restaurant doesn't welcome you, Tilda. Get lost, Tilda. Get lost, Tilda. Yunhan, Tilda. This bunch of people is too much. They are simply too stupid. They can't tell good from bad, Tilda. Yes, Tilda. Yes, Tilda. This bunch of unruly people can only be fooled by Li Zishuan. They can't tell right from wrong, Tilda. After being chased out of the restaurant, the group of scholars surrounded the young man in a scholarly robe and complained. It turned out that this young man was called Kui Yunhan. He was also from the Zhengju Kui clan of Qinghe. However, he was from the second branch. His grandfather was Kui Junchuo's younger brother. Kui Junchuo, as the current head of the Kui clan of Qinghe, had placed the hope of the third generation on Kui Xuanji. This made Kui Yunhan very unhappy. A few days ago, Kui Xuanji was sent back to his hometown in Zhengzhou for some unknown reason. This made Kui Yunhan extremely happy and felt that his opportunity had come. Kui Junchuo's unfriendly attitude towards Li Zishuan was more or less known to Kui Yunhan. Therefore, after seeing the newspaper today, he couldn't help but want to do something to attract Kui Junchuo's attention. Let's not lower ourselves to the level of these unruly people. Let's go and block Li Zishuan's house. Originally, he wanted to instigate some people to do something with him. However, he didn't expect to get off on the wrong foot and even be chased out of the restaurant. Kui Yunhan, who had always been spoiled since childhood, had never been humiliated like this before. Of course, he was angry. However, after thinking about it, he felt that business was more important. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and said to his companions, But with just the few of us, isn't it too little? A scholar at the side hesitated. In the end, scholars like them, sometimes they would talk fiercely. However, when it came to doing it, they would probably be terrified. After all, Li Zishuan was a man who founded the country. Furthermore, he was also a popular figure in the imperial court. He was the Crown Prince Zhon Shi of the third rank. It was no wonder that this person would be terrified. Seeing that the others nodded in agreement, Kui Yunhan muttered, "Then let's go and gather our classmates." Li Zishuan wantonly spread miscellaneous studies and deceived the people. How can we, the disciples of the saints, sit back and do nothing? We must let the people see his true colors. That's right. I will go and find Dong Kang and the rest. All right. Then I will go and find Cao Lei and the rest. I will go and find Zhuo Jin and the rest. Kui Yunhan nodded and said, "All right. Then you guys hurry up. After an hour, we will gather here and go to the Li family together. All right. Chapter 567. Mr. Wenji, Li Gang, courtesy name Wenji, long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. In Crooked River Square, Li Zishuan knocked on the door and entered a quiet and elegant courtyard. When he saw Li Gang watering the orchids with a water ladle, he greeted him with a smile. This was a relatively simple old house. The decorations were not luxurious at all. There were no artificial mountains, ponds, or pavilions. There was only a small bamboo forest in the courtyard, plus a flower garden. It was quiet and elegant to the extreme. This old man's bones are good. But how come you, a busy person, have the time to look for an old man like me? Li Gang unhurriedly put the water ladle into the wooden bucket next to him, turned around and said with a smile. Li Zishuan did not directly answer Li Gang's question. Instead, he glanced at the Thatang Daily that was quietly lying on the stool and asked Li Gang, "Mr. also reads Thatang Daily? I do. This old man is idle at home. Other than watering the flowers, I can only read the newspaper. This newspaper of yours is really a good choice to pass the time. Li Gang suddenly came to a realization. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said with a deep smile, "Haha. This old man knows why you are here today. You want this old man to pay the wine debt. Haha. Let's talk inside. Inside the house, Li Gang asked his grandson Li Gang to pour a cup of tea for Li Zishuan. Then, the two of them sat opposite each other. Li Gang smiled and said, "This old man's house is not as rich as yours. I don't have good wine, but I still have good tea. Don't dislike it. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "I wouldn't dare. Mister, you don't care about fame and fortune. Although you live in a humble house, many of us can't compare to your moral character. How would I dare to dislike it? Even Li Gang, a calm old pedant, couldn't help but laugh at his flattery. He laughed and scolded, "Glib tongue. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear your flattery. This tea was personally picked by this old man in March at the tea garden in the east of the city. It tastes very good. You should try it too." The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly. "Thank you for your kindness, sir. Although the tea is good, I'm not used to this kind of tea brewing technique. I appreciate your kindness. Li Gang frowned and asked curiously, tea brewing techniques? Could it be that other than this old man's tea cooking technique, there are other tea cooking techniques? Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said, let's not talk about this for now. If old Mr. is interested, I will use a new method to brew a pot of tea for you in the future. I came here today because I have something to ask of you, Tilda. Haha. You want to invite me to your Yanghuang College, right, Tilda? It was easy to talk to smart people. Li Zishuan didn't even need to take the initiative to say it. Li Gang had already guessed the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit. He shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. This old man has already read today's Thatang Daily. What you want to say should be in the newspaper, right, Tilda? There is no high or low in learning. Engineering is only for the benefit of the world, Tilda. Xiao Xian, although this old man agrees with this sentence, I'm afraid you will be criticized a lot if you write it like this, Tilda. Li Zishuan said, I don't care about public opinion and criticism. If I can let engineering be known by the world, be used by the world, and benefit the world, then what do I have to fear even if I'm criticized, Tilda? Li Gang slapped the table and laughed loudly. Haha, Tilda. Good, Tilda. You are really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. This old man is very pleased that my Tang Empire has such a young talent like you, Tilda. If your Yanghuang College has any use for this old man will not refuse, Tilda. Li Zishuan said happily, Old Mister, you agree, Tilda? Li Gang smiled and said, Yes, Tilda. But your Yanghuang College mainly teaches engineering, right, Tilda? Although this old man is familiar with the classics and history, I know very little about engineering and construction. I'm afraid I can't help you much, Tilda. Li Zishuan had already considered this point. He smiled and said, although Yanghuang Academy mainly imparts engineering, Confucianism also plays a large part. I believe that Confucianism cultivates the heart, while engineering benefits the world. Without the influence of Confucianism, even if the students are capable, they will not be of any benefit to the country if their three views are not correct. Besides, you are a person of virtue and prestige. Even if you don't do anything and just stand in our Yanghuang College, you will be able to smell the scholarly fragrance of Yanghuang College within 100 miles. Who says you can't help, Tilda? Although this was a little exaggerated, Li Gang's role was really like a stabilizing needle. His prestige in the scholarly world and his reputation among the people were among the top of the famous scholars in Tang Empire. With Li Gang joining Yanghuang College, the overall level of the school would rise by a level. Li Gang stroked his beard, pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded with a smile, You brat, I don't know where you learned this skill of flattery, Tilda. Fine, Tilda. This old man will go to your Yanghuang College to teach. You have to provide as much good wine and food as you want, Tilda. You brat can give the other teachers such a high salary, so you can definitely give me a few jars of wine, Tilda. How could Li Zishuan not agree? He hurriedly said, Old Mister, don't worry, this is how it should be, Tilda. This is how it should be, Tilda. Li Gang nodded with extreme satisfaction. Then he thought for a while and said, Coincidentally, this old man has a few close friends. They are quite knowledgeable, but they have already retired. Previously, you said in the newspaper, since they have retired from the world, why don't they come to Yanghuang College to teach a few disciples and watch them maneuver unhindered and leave a mark for generations to come? This old man agrees very much, Tilda. This old man will invite them to come to Chang'an some other day. You brat, come and meet them. If you think they are okay, you can also invite them to Yanghuang College, Tilda. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Since old Mr. thinks that they are knowledgeable, what other opinions do I have, Tilda? If you think it's okay, as long as they are willing to come to Yanghuang College, this brat would be more than happy, Tilda. I just don't know if there are any of your friends who are good at engineering, machinery, Tilda. Li Gang was startled. After a while, he nodded with a heavy expression and said, This old man does know someone who is very proficient in engineering, machinery. However, we haven't contacted each other for many years. This old man will write a letter in a while and see if we can still contact each other, Tilda. If there is a chance, I can recommend you, Tilda. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Thank you for your trouble, Tilda. He had been in Tang for so long, but the number of engineering talents he knew could be counted on one hand. Yanghuang College would be the #1 engineering college in Tang in the future. How could it not have a reserve of top talents? So today, Li Gang really solved his urgent problem. Li Gang hesitated and said, "But this person's identity is a bit special. Do you really want to meet Chapter 568. Li Zishuan. Come out. Li Zishuan, you're promoting engineering and deceiving the people. You're a disgrace to the saints. Come out and give us an explanation." "That's right. Li Zishuan, come out and give us an explanation." Yongla Lane, Li Residence Gate. After Jiang Tsuehua led dozens of women to surround the Li residence, the gate of the Li residence was once again blocked after half a month. The people who were blocking the gate were a group of scholars led by Kui Yun Han. There were a total of 40 to 50 people. The status of the scholars was much higher than that of the women last time. Therefore, the commotion this time was even bigger. There were also more people watching the show. Many of the onlookers who had a good impression of the Li family could not help but worry for the Li family. This was because the scholars' mouths could turn black into white. If the Li family did not handle this matter properly, then the scholars would spread the news and the Li family's reputation would be ruined. "Who are you? How dare you come to the Li residence to cause trouble?" With such a big matter happening, there would naturally be servants to report to the inner court. Before the person in charge came, Pang Feiji had to stand up for a while. He pulled out the long knife at his waist and shouted coldly at the group of people in front of him. Some of the timid scholars were frightened by Pang Feiji's cold-faced hades. However, Kui Yun Han had seen the world. He knew that Pang Feiji would not dare to make a move. Therefore, he pretended to be righteous. He took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Riches and honor cannot be corrupted. Poverty cannot be moved. Might cannot be subdued. Today, we are here to demand an explanation from Li Zishuan. Why would we be afraid of a small guard like you? If you have the guts, then chop your knife down on my head." These righteous words immediately boosted the morale of the group of scholars. Many scholars loudly cheered, "That's right, we can't submit to force. We are here to seek an explanation. Why would we be afraid of a little guard like you? Hurry up and ask Li Zishuan, the cultured scum, to come out." "That's right. Either get Li Zishuan to come out, or bring your knife down on our heads. Let's see if you still dare to commit murder in broad daylight." Facing this group of aggressive scholars, Brother Chicken couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that not only did his threats fail to frighten the other party, it instead made them even more arrogant. He glared fiercely at Kui Yun Han, the scholar who was leading the troublemakers, and said loudly, "My Lord Ju is not at home now. All of you are causing trouble in broad daylight. If you do not leave quickly, I can only let the people from Wu-Hu government come and capture all of you." Kui Yun Han did not back down and retorted, "Gathering people to cause trouble? Which eye of yours saw us gathering to cause trouble? We are only here to reason with Li Zishuan. This is a matter between us scholars. You have no right to interrupt. Get out of the way. Tell Li Zishuan to come out. I don't believe that he's not at home." "That's right. This is a matter between us scholars. Why are you interrupting? "That's right. Tell Li Zishuan to come out. What's the point of hiding at home like a coward? The more they caused, the fiercer they became. The more they spoke, the more they wanted a mile. They all pressed forward, wanting to crash into the Li family's main door. Brother Chicken was both angry and shocked. He shouted loudly, "All of you stop. Stop them. Whoever dares to go forward, chase them away with sticks." The Li family's guards at the side all agreed. Whenever they saw a scholar who dared to cross the line, they would mercilessly hit them with sticks. They didn't dare to hit their vital parts. They only hit their buttocks and thighs. In a moment, they were crying out in pain. Li family. Li Jingmo, Madam Li, and Han Yushi were shocked when they received the news. Madam Li asked, "Where's Shena?" With such a big matter happening, only Li Zishuan, this cultured person, could handle it well in the entire Li family. Kui Yunhan was right about one thing. Today's matter was between scholars. It was useless for others to step forward. Only Li Zuxuan could do it personally. Besides, they couldn't let Han Yushi, this woman, go out to solve the conflict. Putting aside her identity as a scholar, the people outside were all men. It was very inappropriate for a woman like her to step forward. Han Yushi quickly replied, Mother. Her husband had gone out a long time ago. He should be at Crooked River Square, old Mr. Li Gang's house now. I'll ask San Bao to call him back. Madam Li nodded and said, Go quickly. Ask Xiena to come back quickly. Let Pang Sage help out outside for a while. Han Yushi nodded and called San Bao over. She gave a few instructions, and San Bao sneaked out from the back door. Li Jingmo shouted from behind, San Bao, ride my horse. Hurry up. Ayo. You bunch of unruly slaves, how dare you commit violence in public? Just wait to go to jail. Everyone, they don't dare to really hit us. Let's rush in and find Li Zuxuan. Yes. Rush in and find Li Zuxuan, this refined scum, coward. Those scholars who suffered physical pain in front of the Li family's residence were incomparably furious. They couldn't help but curse. Kui Yunhan, on the other hand, was calmer. He kept fanning the flames from the back. When the scholars heard that, they felt that it was reasonable. They started to press forward with the sticks of the Li family's guards. When Brother Ji saw this, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If these people barged in and offended the women in the residence, then he would really die 1,000 deaths. But if these scholars in front of him were to really hit them, he definitely couldn't hit them. If he really hit them, he might even cause trouble for Li Zuxuan. He really didn't dare to act on his own accord. So at this moment, Brother Ji really didn't know what to do. Ph. Are you the ones who want to see me? At this moment, many of the scholars who were causing trouble felt a bump on their shoulders. Then, they felt a gust of wind brushing past their ears. Then, they saw a man who was dressed like jade and had a dignified appearance. He stared at them and snorted coldly. Li Zuxuan. Kui Yunhan's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he pretended to be calm and said, Li Zuxuan, you finally dare to come out. That's right, the person who came was Li Zuxuan. San Bao had just left Yongla Lane when she met him. After he left Li Gang's house 15 minutes ago, of course, in the end, Li Gang didn't tell him what was special about that person's identity. He originally planned to go directly to Yang Lane to look for Xu Hongji. After all, Xu Hongji had taught with him for so long and had a very deep understanding of the new mathematics. So, Li Zuxuan wanted to invite Xu Hongji to Yanghuang College to teach. But when he passed by Yongla Lane on the way, he could hear the commotion from outside. Just as he was about to investigate, San Bao rode out on a horse. Li Zuxuan asked and found out that his house was being blocked again. He hurriedly rode into the lane. When he arrived at the door, he saw that this group of people had gone overboard, which led to this scene. Chapter 569. Just you bunch of mad dogs, are you worthy for me to hide? Just now, I just happened to not be around. In front of the Li residence, Li Zuxuan looked at Kui Yunhan in front of him and said sarcastically. He just descended from the sky, and the aura that he emitted was not something that Brother Chicken could compare with. This group of scholars were immediately frightened and did not dare to take another step forward. But hearing his words, many scholars' faces flashed with a trace of anger. They were all cultured people, how can they be called mad dogs? Kui Yunhan asked with an ugly expression, who are you calling mad dogs? Li Zuxuan smiled contemptuously and said, I am talking about all of you. Look at all of you now, if you are not mad dogs then what are you? With your current appearance, you still have the nerve to call yourselves the disciples of saints. You keep on saying that what you learned is the teachings of saints. Did saints teach you to barge into private residences in broad daylight? Did saints teach you that you don't know the hierarchy and have no respect for your elders? Please don't smear the face of saints. Behind the door, Han Yushi, who knew that Li Zuxuan had already rushed back, couldn't help but feel excited when she heard these words. Last time, although those women surrounded the Li residence, but from a woman's point of view, she sympathized with those people who lost their husbands, so she didn't have much ill feelings towards them. But today, the nature was completely different. Tilda. These scholars in front of the door almost barged into the residence just now. How is this behavior different from robbers? Tilda. Furthermore, there are so many women in the residence. If these people came in, wouldn't it ruin their reputation? Tilda. Therefore, when she heard Li Zishuan scolding the scholars, Han Yushi felt very relieved in her heart. She felt relieved, but Kui Yunhan was almost angered to death. After taking a few deep breaths, this fellow said, "You are going too far, Tilda. You are an important official of the imperial court in vain, but your mouth is full of filthy words. Tilda. We are here today to unveil your ugly face. Tilda." Ugly? Tilda? Li Zishuan chuckled coldly and said, "Then why don't you tell me how I'm ugly?" Tilda. Kui Yunhan said righteously, "You promote miscellaneous studies and deceive the people. You are a disgrace to saints, and you are a disciple of saints in vain." Tilda. In order to lure more people to learn your skills, you did not hesitate to let that Tang daily become a tool for you to promote your skills. You are the scum of my Tang dynasty, shameful. Tilda. Li Zishuan used his pinky finger to dig his ears and then asked, "I have learned martial arts from my master since young. I learned Taoism, not Confucianism. How did I become a disciple of saints?" Tilda. You said that this duke promotes miscellaneous studies and deceives the people. Then what is miscellaneous studies? Tilda. Could it be that all the theories outside of Confucianism are miscellaneous? Tilda. Do you dare to say that? Tilda. Kui Yunhan saw Li Zishuan staring at him with burning eyes. He hesitated for a while and did not know how to answer. However, Li Zishuan didn't give him the opportunity to hesitate. Step by step, he pressed, "His Majesty has established more than 50 different subjects for the imperial examinations: Shoutsai, Ming Jing, Jinsha, Ming Fa, Ming Calligraphy, Ming Swan, and so on. According to what you said, other than the 3 subjects of Shoutsai, Ming Jing, and Jinsha, the rest are all miscellaneous subjects that are unnecessary to establish." Tilda. Are you wiser than His Majesty? Tilda. Also, Yanghuang College was established after His Majesty discussed with the officials in the imperial court. You are just a student without any achievements. Do you dare to question the decision of His Majesty and the officials in the imperial court? Tilda. After coming to the Tang dynasty for so long, Li Zishuan was no longer the ignorant person who knew nothing about the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Especially since he originally intended to set up an academy. As the principal of a school, of course he would specially do some research on the imperial examination system of this era. The more he understood, the more confident he was. This was because he realized that the cultural environment in the early Tang dynasty was really relaxed. There was no situation where only Confucianism could survive and other skills were all miscellaneous studies. This could be seen from Li Erding's imperial examination system. There were more than 50 types of subjects, which could be said to cover all fields of knowledge. Hearing this, Kui Yunhan's face turned green and white. Even if he was given 10 guts, he would not dare to say anything bad about Li Erding and the officials in the imperial court. If he really said that, no one could save him. The rest of the scholars who had come to cause trouble were also speechless. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They didn't have pig brains. How would they dare to accept such a sensitive topic? In the end, Kui Yunhan was not willing to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and argued, "Even if what you said is reasonable, it does not change the fact that you used that Tang daily to promote your skills and deceive the people." Tilda. Tilda. All the news in the Tang Dynasty daily is based on facts. How can you say that it's false? Kui Yunhan said, "You said that skills can allow one to travel 1,000 miles in a day and that skills can allow one to fly above the 9 heavens. Isn't this promotion? Tilda? Isn't this purposely exaggerating the facts? Tilda? Let me ask you, who in the world has seen something that can allow one to travel 1,000 miles in a day or fly above the 9 heavens? Tilda?" The rest of the scholars' eyes lit up. They felt that they had found something to criticize. Hence, they all excitedly shouted, "That's right, Tilda. How can there be such a tool in the world? Tilda. You must be bragging. Tilda. That's right, that's right. You are purposely making up lies to deceive the people." Tilda. Li Zishuan crossed his arms and looked at Kui Yunhan and the rest as if they were idiots. He said contemptuously, What a bunch of retards, Tilda. Just because you haven't seen it before, does it mean that it doesn't exist in the world, Tilda? Without investigation, you have no right to speak. Within 3 years, you will definitely see that kind of tool that can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Furthermore, it was made by my Yanghuang College. As for that flying tool that can carry people, have you not heard of it? Half a month ago, I destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain by myself. I sat on that kind of tool and flew up. Have you guys not heard of it, Tilda? Kui Yunhan was shocked. After such a long time, he had almost forgotten about it. However, after thinking about it, he said with relief, that flying tool is just your side of the story. If you really have that kind of thing, why would you hide it from others, Tilda? There must be something fishy, Tilda. After saying that, Kui Yunhan felt that his analysis was very reasonable. In his opinion, if anyone had such a heaven-defying tool, they would definitely show it off everywhere. However, Li Zishuan had not done anything for such a long time. There must be something fishy about it. Perhaps the rumor that Li Zishuan flew up the Snake Spirit Mountain was fabricated. Li Zishuan was so angry that he was amused. He sneered and said, "Ha, Tilda, do you think that everyone is like you? Once you have something good, you must let the whole world know about it, Tilda. If you keep a low profile, you will think that others are lying, Tilda. I have to say, you are really an idiot, Tilda." Chapter 570. In the Ganlu Palace. Li was quietly flipping through the memorials. Perhaps the contents of the memorials made him unhappy. He frowned and looked very serious. Although it was a rest day and there was no need for morning court, Li, as the ruler of a country, would not give himself a day off like the other courtiers. He still had to read through the backlog of memorials. It was really tough. Your Majesty, there is a group of students from the Hongwen Institute causing a ruckus in front of Li Zhansha's house. There are many people gathered in Yongla Lane now. Zhao Song walked in from outside the hall. Initially, he saw that Li was concentrating on reviewing the memorials and did not dare to disturb him. He did not expect Li to suddenly raise his head as though he had sensed his arrival. Li frowned and said, "Why are there people surrounding his house again?" Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it is said that the group of students felt that Li Zhansha was promoting engineering in the newspaper and deceiving the people. They wanted to argue with Li Zhansha face to face. At first, Li Zhansha was not at home and the group of students wanted to barge into the Li residence. Fortunately, Li Zhansha rushed back in time. Li heard this and his eyes flashed fiercely. He said angrily, "How dare you? There are people who dare to barge into the residence of an important courtier in broad daylight. Do these people still have the imperial court in their eyes? Do they still have me? Send a decree immediately and let Dugu Xin lead the imperial army to chase them away. Those who are unwilling to leave, arrest them all. Oh right, bring the student who started the ruckus to the Supreme Court for interrogation. If he has ulterior motives, expel him from the school and never enroll him again." Zhao Song could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that Li would be so angry and give such a heavy punishment for an ordinary ruckus. It was really illogical. Although that was what he thought, Zhao Song did not dare to ask. He bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, he prepared to go out and make the arrangements. Li suddenly asked, "How is the Supreme Court's interrogation of Jiang Tsuehua from last time? Did they find out the mastermind?" Zhao Song stopped in his tracks and thought for a while. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, according to Jiang Tsuehua, she was indeed instructed by someone. However, she did not see the person's face. Judging from the voice, it should be a young man around 20 years old." A young man in his 20s? Li furrowed his brows and ordered thoughtfully, "Let the people from the Supreme Court interrogate the student who led the trouble today. See if he has any connection with the previous incident, Tilda." Zhao Song had an idea. He bowed and said, "Yes, Tilda." Li waved his hand and Zhao Song retreated. Then, he leaned against the dragon throne and closed his eyes in deep thought. He was indeed very angry just now, especially when he heard the words advocating engineering and deceiving the people. He was so angry that he wanted to arrest everyone who was causing trouble in the Li family. After experiencing the annihilation of the Snake Spirit Mountain, Li realized that Li Zishuan was far more important than he had imagined. The celestial lamp and gunpowder. These two things seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. For the first time, he realized that engineering could not only play a role in the people's livelihood, education, and production, but it could also play an even bigger role in the military. Li had never been so eager for Li Zishuan to quickly build Yanghuang College and train a group of engineers. When that time came, Goguryeo and the Northern Turks would be like thin paper in front of the armed Tang Empire. At that time, he, Li Shimin, would achieve a hegemony that even Qin Huang and Hanwu could not achieve. Such a beautiful vision, just thinking about it made one's blood boil. And now, there was actually someone who used engineering as an unorthodox theory to talk about it, and even made Li Zishuan's whole family restless. How could Li tolerate such a pig teammate? Bring today's Thatang daily for me to see. After a while, Li opened his eyes and ordered the servants in the hall. Yes. Stupid C*NT. In front of Li Zishuan's residence, Kui Yunhan was stunned. Of course, he did not know what stupid C*NT meant, but his intuition told him that this word definitely meant something bad. Didn't you see Li Zishuan's mocking face? Kui Yunhan, who had always been pampered, had never suffered such humiliation. His face turned red and he said angrily, You actually scolded me again? Li Zishuan curled his lips and said, Scolded you? So what if I scolded you? Scolding you is already considered light. You brat, you brought these people to my residence to cause trouble and even wanted to barge into my residence. I don't care who you are, but today's matter will not end well. After saying that, he turned his head and said, Feiji, capture all these people. Whoever dares to resist, beat them up ruthlessly. Just leave them with one last breath. The actions of these scholars today had completely angered Li Zishuan. If the tiger did not show its might, people would really treat him like a sick cat. Everyone took in a cold breath. What did he mean by just leave them with one last breath? He was going to beat them to death. But these people in front of them were the top students of the Hong Wen School. Lord. This. Pang Feiji's eyes widened. He could not believe his ears and said hesitantly. Li Zishuan snorted in an unfriendly tone, What? You still don't dare? If I tell you to beat them, then beat them. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Pang Feiji shivered and said hurriedly, Yes. Lord. I won't hide it from you. Our brothers have tolerated these people for a long time. After saying that, he turned his head and shouted, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Beat them up with all your might. Yes. Seeing a group of tall and sturdy men carrying sticks rushing over, the students were shocked. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that this young man in front of them was a peerless, ruthless person who slaughtered an entire sect by himself not long ago. He killed people without batting an eyelid. Li Zishuan, you dare? We are all students of the Hong Wen School. If you dare to beat us up, His Majesty will not let you off. Kui Yunhan shouted in fear. Li Zishuan curled his lips and snorted indifferently, Why wouldn't I dare? Pang Feiji, hurry up and do it. Pang Feiji hurriedly replied. Then, he flew forward and grabbed Kui Yunhan's arm effortlessly and lifted him up. The rest of the guards followed suit and rushed towards the 50 students. Brother Chicken was right. Previously, when these scholars crashed into the mansion, they were afraid that they would cause trouble for Li Zishuan. Therefore, they only used their physical bodies to block them and did not fight back at all. They had suffered a lot and were still suppressing their anger. Wait. Li Zhansha, stop first. At this moment, a group of soldiers galloped over on horseback. The officer in the lead shouted at Li Zishuan. Chapter 571. General, you're here at the right time. This Li Zishuan instigated his servant to commit a crime in front of everyone. He has no respect for the law. Hurry up and arrest him. When Kui Yunhan saw the group of soldiers coming over, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. While Brother Chicken was in a daze, He suddenly broke free and ran to the leading general and complained loudly. That young general was stunned and asked, "Did you bring all these students here?" "Yes." Kui Yunhan nodded subconsciously. Then, he felt that it was inappropriate to say that, so he changed his words. "No, they are. Arrest him and bring him away." The young general didn't listen to Kui Yunhan's explanation at all. He waved his hand and ordered, "Yes, sir." 2 Forbidden Army soldiers immediately came up from behind and captured Kui Yunhan like an eagle catching a chick. "Hey, hey, hey. You've got the wrong person. It's Li Zhuan who is committing a crime in front of everyone. Let me go." Kui Yunhan was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he kicked his legs and roared. That young general didn't even look at him. Instead, he went up to Li Zhuan and bowed respectfully. He cupped his fists and said, "Sir, His Majesty ordered me to bring the person who is causing trouble away. Please make things easier for me." Li Zhuan laughed. "Haha. It's Jiping. Can I not make things easier for you since you're here? Bring him away." The young general was taken aback and said in surprise, "Lord Ju actually still remembers this general. This general is extremely honored." Li Zhuan sighed and said, "How many of the soldiers around Dugushin don't I know? Speaking of which, why didn't he come personally?" The young general's name was Sun Jiping. He was a soldier in the Forbidden Army. He also participated in the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zhuan had a good memory and vaguely remembered that Dugushin called his name a few times. It was also because he had participated in that great battle that Sun Jiping's attitude towards Li Zhuan was so respectful. Although the man in front of him was young, he had annihilated a sect and avenged his fellow soldiers. He was worthy of Sun Jiping's lifelong respect. "Sir, General Dugushin took leave a few days ago. That's why I brought the soldiers here." When Li Zhuan gave the order, he only asked Dugushin to bring the soldiers over and forgot that Dugushin took leave. Zhao Song was too busy pondering the Emperor's will and forgot about it. When he went to Beiya and couldn't find Dugushin, he realized it. However, the situation was urgent, and it was too late for him to go back and ask for a new order. Of Dugushin's situation's mind, so he sent Sun Jiping. "Oh, I see. Then you go and do your work first." Although Li Zhuan was curious about why Dugushin took leave, he also knew that it wasn't the time to gossip. Didn't he see that a few scholars were preparing to sneak away? Sun Jiping cupped his hands in acknowledgement, then turned to the scholars and said coldly, "You have gathered in broad daylight to cause trouble. His Majesty was very angry when he heard about this and ordered you to leave immediately. If there is a next time, he will definitely punish you severely. If anyone still refuses to realize their mistake and stays here, they will be expelled from school immediately." Buzz tilde. Expelled from school? Oh my god, let's go, let's go. This Kui Yunhan has really screwed us over. "General, it was Kui Yunhan who instigated us to come here. It has nothing to do with us." "That's right. All of this has nothing to do with us. We will leave now." Yes, let's leave now." All the students were shocked. They didn't expect that today's incident would be so serious that they were almost expelled from school. How could they let that happen? Without their school status, their identity as scholars that they were proud of would be gone. They wouldn't be able to get scholarly honors for the rest of their lives. Wouldn't that be asking for their lives? Therefore, as soon as Sun Jiping's voice fell, the scholars scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. They were afraid that Sun Jiping would misunderstand and expel them from the school if they were too late. Only 2 scholars looked at Sun Jiping with a complicated look in their eyes, and then slowly left the scene. Hey, I want to leave too. Let go of me. I won't cause trouble anymore. I will leave now." Seeing that he was the only one who was caught, Kui Yunhan couldn't help but panic. "Behave yourself," Sun Jiping reprimanded. Then, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Li Zhuan before leading his team away. The farce came and went quickly. It ended just like that. Let's go home. Sigh tilde. That doll has been taken away. Now, it's all good. Peace and quiet tilde. I wonder how His Majesty will deal with that scholar. When the onlookers saw that there was no more drama to watch, they began to gossip while preparing to slip away. They each returned to their own homes and mothers. At this moment, they heard Li Zishuan shout, "Everyone, please wait. I have something to say." Hearing that, the crowd stopped and turned their attention back to Li Zishuan curiously. Li Zishuan saw that they stayed and continued, "Among you, there should be many who read today's newspaper, right? For those who read the newspaper, there must be some who, like those scholars, think that I am bragging and purposely exaggerating my skills. Haha, it's useless to say more. You won't believe my one-sided words. Now, I am making an agreement with all of you and the people of Chang'an. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow night, you will witness a miracle. At that time, you will understand that what that Ang Daily said today is all true. The reason why he said this to these people was that there were many students among them. This could be considered as a change of direction to advertise Yanghuang College and engineering. Secondly, he hoped to improve the ordinary people's impression of engineering. This would be beneficial for future enrollment. Tomorrow night. Lord Li, can you tell us what will happen tomorrow night? Yes. Lord Ju, can you tell us in advance? Everyone saw Li Zishuan's current amiable appearance and was no longer as ferocious as before, so they all asked curiously. Haha. Tomorrow night, you will know. Everyone, you can leave now. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't give them an answer. Instead, he turned around and went back into the mansion. The crowd sighed in disappointment and left in groups of 3 to 5. Husband. In the courtyard, Han Yushi smiled sweetly and called out softly. Although the situation this time was more dangerous than the last time, her man was by her side, sheltering her from the wind and rain. This made her feel very happy. I have frightened my wife. Where are father and mother? Li Zishuan squeezed his wife's hand, comforted her softly, and then asked. Han Yushi said softly, "Father and mother are in the front hall." Husband, go and take a look. Li Zishuan nodded and pulled Han Yushi to the front hall. Chapter 572. Monthly Pass +1. Li Jingmo and Madame Li were also shocked by the commotion outside. Li Zishuan talked to the two elders in the room for a while before he walked out. He called Brother Ji to the west courtyard and asked, "Feiji, how's the interrogation of Jiang Tsuehua from last time going? Why is it that after so long, they still haven't found the mastermind?" Pang Feiji replied, "Lord Ju, I've asked the people in the Supreme Court about this. According to Jiang Tsuehua, someone gave her 100 strings of cash and asked her to instigate those women who had lost their husbands to come here and cause trouble. However, the person who instigated her was wearing a bamboo hat and didn't show up, so she didn't know who that person was. She only knew that it was a man around 20 years old." Li Zishuan snorted coldly and said, "Still hiding your head but showing your tail? No matter where you hide, I'll find you. Feiji, if anyone dares to block my door in the future, you don't have to worry about anything. If you should chase them away, chase them away. If you can't chase them away, beat them to death. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. If I can't even take care of my own family, what's the point of being a Lord Ju?" Pang Feiji shrunk his neck. Li Zishuan looked like he was really angry. He could only salute and agree, "I understand. Don't worry, Lord Ju. In the future, no one will be a threat to the people in the mansion." Li Zishuan replied with an en and let Brother Ji do his work. He went to inform Han Yushi and then went to Chongren Lane to look for Xu Hongji. Xu Hongji had been partners with Li Zishuan for a few months, and he had a very good relationship with Li Zishuan. After Xu Hongji figured out Li Zishuan's intentions, he immediately agreed to Li Zishuan's request. He even urged Li Zishuan to quickly write the next volume of mathematics textbooks for him. He wanted to learn in advance. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. After coming out of Xu Hongji's house, Li Zishuan looked at the time and went straight home. When he walked to the door, he saw a woman in white standing under the ginkgo tree next to the door, and it was an acquaintance, Leng Yuyao. "Miss Leng, since you're already here, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Li Zishuan stepped forward and greeted him. When Leng Yuyao saw Li Zishuan, she was slightly relieved. She took out a note from the purse at her waist and handed it to Li Zishuan. She said, "No need. This is what my young master asked me to give you. Since it's here, I'll take my leave first." The reason why she would rather stand outside and bask in the sun than go in was mainly because she was afraid that the people in the mansion would misunderstand. Although she had come to the Li family with Wang Runbiao before, at that time, Li Zishuan hadn't married Han Yushi yet. If she went in at this time and was misunderstood by Han Yushi, it would be awkward. Li Zishuan opened the note strangely, and then his expression changed. He quickly called out to Leng Yuyao and asked, "Miss Leng, please wait." Leng Yuyao stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him in confusion. She clearly meant to ask if there was anything else. Li Zishuan picked up the note and asked, "Runbiao, what's the meaning of this?" "It's literally what it means," Leng Yuyao replied expressionlessly. Although her attitude towards Li Zishuan wasn't the same as before, she didn't want to kill him. But that was it. The only person in the world who could make her smile was Wang Runbiao. As for other people, it was a blessing to be able to talk to them normally. If she used the sword in her hand to talk, then the other party was unlucky. Li Zishuan was choked by this sentence. He took a deep breath and asked again, "What I mean is Runbiao saying that the Kui family was doing something a while ago?" Leng Yuyao still used a calm tone to reply, "I don't know." "Then who from the Kui family went to the gathering of the 5 great families last time?" Li Zishuan was speechless. After a moment, he thought and asked. Leng Yuyao didn't say that she didn't know this time. She thought seriously before answering. "It seems to be Kui Xuanji and Kui Shun from Qinghe Kui and Bowling Kui respectively." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay. I understand. Thank you for telling me, Miss Leng." Leng Yuyao replied with an and then floated away. "Hey, wife Tilda, what are you doing in the courtyard on such a hot day Tilda?" After seeing Leng Yuyao walk away, Li Zishuan turned and entered the residence. He saw Han Yushi with her back facing him and walking quickly to the front hall. So, he couldn't help but chase after her and ask. When Han Yushi heard his voice, her body instantly froze on the spot. She looked flustered and said helplessly, Nothing Tilda. Husband, you're back Tilda. Let's go for lunch Tilda. Dad and Mom are waiting for you." Li Zishuan was even more suspicious and asked again, "Really nothing Tilda?" Han Yushi hurriedly said, "Really nothing Tilda. Husband, quickly go and eat Tilda." "Oh Tilda." Although Li Zishuan didn't believe it, Han Yushi didn't want to say it, and he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. So, he shook his head and went into the house to eat. Han Yushi, who was behind him, pouted and muttered softly, "What a fool Tilda." After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard. According to the usual practice, this was the time to take a nap. However, Li Zishuan didn't take a nap today. Instead, he bent over a few tables and wrote a manuscript. It had to be said that for the sake of Yanghuang College, he sacrificed too much of his rest time as a big otaku. "Oh, wife, didn't I tell you to sleep first Tilda? Why aren't you sleeping Tilda?" Feeling that there was someone behind him, Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said without looking back. Han Yushi stammered, I can't sleep Tilda." Li Zishuan put down the pen in his hand and turned his head to ask in confusion, "Why Tilda?" He wanted to say that he didn't have time to sleep even if he wanted to. Why was there someone who had time to sleep but couldn't sleep Tilda? Han Yushi avoided his gaze and said hesitantly, My husband, who was the girl who looked for you this morning Tilda?" "Sweat Tilda. So it's because of this Tilda." At this moment, Li Zishuan understood even if he was stupid Tilda. He found it funny and said, "That girl is the maid of the Wang family's young master." "What's wrong Tilda? Is my wife jealous Tilda?" Han Yushi was relieved at first, and then she asked doubtfully, "Jealous Tilda? I didn't get jealous at noon Tilda." "Ahem Tilda." Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that Leah hadn't given Fang Xuanling's wife the poisonous wine yet, so the other meaning of the word jealous hadn't been developed yet. He patted his head and changed the topic. "Well, my wife, you should be relieved now Tilda. Go to sleep Tilda. I'll come over after I finish writing this manuscript Tilda." Han Yushi looked embarrassed and said, What do you mean by relieved or not relieved?" Husband, what are you talking about, Tilda? At this time, she inadvertently glanced at the manuscript Li Zishuan was writing and saw that the title was On a Full Moon Night, Flying Immortals from Outer Space. Chapter 573. The Night of the Full Moon, Flying Immortal from Outer Space? In the room, after Han Yushi saw the title of Li Zishuan's manuscript, she couldn't help but wonder, Husband, are you preparing to write a new novel? Outsiders didn't know that the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality was written by Li Zishuan, but how could Han Yushi not know? That was why she asked this question. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, that's not it. By the way, didn't you suspect that I have a relationship with other women just now? I'll give you a surprise tomorrow night and let you understand my feelings. Han Yushi was embarrassed, but she still said stubbornly, I didn't suspect you. Besides, you're young and have a bright future. It's normal even if you have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I won't throw a tantrum with you. Li Zishuan looked into her eyes and asked mischievously, if I marry other women, will you really not be unhappy? Han Yushi's pretty face turned pale. She bit her lips and said bitterly, I won't be unhappy. Seeing her like this, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He said softly, little fool, I was just teasing you. Whether rich or poor, I, Li Zishuan, have my wife in this life. I won't marry anyone else. Han Yushi widened her eyes in surprise and said in disbelief, Husband, is what you said true? Although it was popular in ancient times to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, that was only because the situation forced it. In fact, which woman was willing to share her husband with other women? Han Yushi just said that because she didn't want Li Zishuan to think that she didn't see the big picture and didn't want her parents-in-law and neighbors to say that she was jealous. Of course, she didn't want Li Zishuan to marry a concubine. Looking at Han Yushi's cute appearance with her eyes wide open, Li Zishuan couldn't help but lightly touch her pure white forehead with his lips, and then said with a smile, of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? That day when we bowed to heaven and earth, I said that I wanted to be a celestial couple with my wife that everyone in the world would envy. Haha, let's start tomorrow night, Tilda. What? Haha. You'll understand tomorrow night, Tilda. Han Yushi playfully rolled her eyes and suddenly said, oh right, husband, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We have to worship the moon and eat round pancakes at night. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He guessed that the round pancakes were probably mooncakes, but he didn't expect this custom to start in the Tang dynasty. He couldn't help but feel homesick as he recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival in his previous life. According to legend, mooncakes originally originated in the early Tang dynasty. During the reign of Wu De, Great General Li Jing defeated the Xiongnu and returned triumphantly on the 15th of August. At that time, there were Turpan businessmen who offered Li Yuan cakes to celebrate his victory. Li Yuan took the gorgeous cake box, took out the round pancakes, and smiled as he pointed to the moon in the sky and said, I should invite the toad with the pancakes. After saying that, he distributed the pancakes to the officials to taste together. From then on, there was the custom of eating pancakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that time, the rich families would generally set up incense tables to worship the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Round pancakes, watermelons, apples, grapes, and other offerings were all available. Among them, round pancakes and watermelons were absolutely indispensable. Exquisite families even specially cut watermelons into lotus-shaped offerings. But at that time, there was no such thing as mooncakes. In fact, mooncakes only existed in the Southern Song dynasty. It was only in the Ming dynasty that there were accurate records of eating mooncakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Haha. It's okay, Tilda. We can worship the moon and eat round pancakes after we come back tomorrow night, Tilda. Wife, quickly go to sleep, Tilda. After a long while, Li Zishuan woke up from his memories. He patted Han Yushi's shoulder and smiled gently. Okay, Tilda. Yo, Tilda. On the night of the full moon, flying immortals from beyond the heavens. What does Mr. Li mean, Tilda? The next morning, some people who bought the newspaper couldn't help but discuss with their companions after seeing today's headlines. Sigh, Tilda. Lord Li personally mentioned this matter yesterday, and I was still there at that time, Tilda. But Lord Li didn't say what exactly it was, Tilda. Yesterday, Tilda? Oh, Tilda. I heard that a group of scholars blocked Lord Lee's house yesterday. Is that true, Tilda? Yes, Tilda. It even alarmed the Emperor, Tilda. The leading student has already been arrested by the Imperial Army. Sigh, Tilda. This group of scholars is really ungrateful. They've wasted all their knowledge, Tilda. Lord Lee is such a good person, and they still have the face to cause trouble. Sigh, but Lord Lee also told us yesterday that he would let the entire Chang'an city witness a miracle tonight. He wants to prove that the so-called engineering in the newspaper is not a lie. Hey, Tilda. Then there's a lot to see tonight. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we can watch the fun, Tilda. Haha, Tilda. That's right, Tilda. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people in Chang'an were silently looking forward to the arrival of night. Imperial City, Changle Palace. Wow, Tilda. Is Brother Xiao Xian going to show everyone the fairy lamp, Tilda? I'm so looking forward to it, Tilda. Changle leaned against the couch, holding the newspaper in her hand. After reading the headlines, an extremely bright smile immediately flashed on her exquisite little face. Her watery eyes were filled with longing. Ordinary people didn't know about the fairy lamp, but as the princess of the Tang dynasty, Changle naturally knew about it long ago. As smart as she was, she almost instantly thought of what Li Zishuan was going to do at night from the words on the night of the full moon, flying immortals. She couldn't help but feel envious. If Changle can go up to the fairy lamp once, then even if I immediately die of illness, I won't complain, Tilda. But tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I have to accompany father and mother for dinner. I can't leave the palace, Tilda. Changle held her small face and was in a daze. After a moment, she muttered to herself. South of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square, East County Duke's Mansion. Eldest uncle, Tilda. Hurry up and save Yunhan, Tilda. A fat middle-aged man with an oily face hurriedly ran to the backyard and shouted anxiously at Kui Junchuo, who was resting with her eyes closed in the courtyard. Kui Junchuo opened her eyes with extreme dissatisfaction and scolded in a muffled voice, "What are you shouting for? Look at yourself. Do you still look like a father, Tilda?" The middle-aged man cried and said, "Eldest uncle, something happened to Yunhan. How can I continue to be calm, Tilda? Hurry up and think of a way to save Yunhan, Tilda." It turned out that this person was Kui Yunhan's biological father, Kui Simo. His father, Kui Junsu, was Kui Junchuo's brother. However, in the Kui family of Kui Yenmu, the title of nobility was passed down to Kui Junchuo. Therefore, now that something happened to Kui Yunhan, Kui Simo didn't go to Kui Junsu for help. Instead, he came to Kui Junchuo for help. After all, in the current Kui family of Qinghe, Kui Junchuo's title was the highest. Kui Junchuo was stunned. Then, she asked with an ugly expression, "What happened to Yunhan, Tilda? Shouldn't he be in the Hongwen Museum, Tilda?" Chapter 574. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When night fell, an extremely bright moon slowly rose from the horizon. In this era where there were no street lamps, neon lights, or LED advertising screens, this bright moon was extremely eye-catching at night. The term Mid-Autumn Festival was first recorded in the Rites of Ju. The Book of Rites, Moon Order said, "The mid-autumn moon nourishes the old and nourishes the old." The custom of the Mid-Autumn Festival was to worship the moon at the beginning. The Book of Rites recorded, the Emperor's spring morning sun, and the autumn moon. The autumn moon was to worship the moon. This meant that the emperor had already started worshipping the moon as early as the spring and autumn period. Later on, the aristocrats, officials, and scholars followed suit and gradually spread it to the people. Later on, the Mid-Autumn Festival was gradually used to celebrate the harvest. This was because the Mid-Autumn Festival in August was the season for crops and fruits to ripen. Tonight, the curfew in Chang'an City was lifted. Therefore, although the sky was dark, the streets outside were still very lively. All kinds of vendors selling small toys began to wander the streets and alleys. Lanterns had also become the favorite plaything of the rich young masters and young ladies. Laughter and exclamations could be heard everywhere. Although there were no stars in the sky, the colorful lanterns gradually rose to replace the stars and adorned the night sky. Brother, I want to sit too. I want to sit in the fairy lantern too. In the west courtyard of the Li residence, Lana tugged on Li Zexuan's arm and kept acting coquettishly. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, Lana couldn't continue to stay in the Han family village. Mrs. Li personally went to fetch the little girl back early in the morning. Li Zexuan face-palmed. He didn't know where this little girl got the news from. He had clearly brought his wife here in secret. However, in this situation, he could only helplessly say, next time. We can't carry too many people on it at once. Otherwise, it will fall from the sky. After brother brings Yushi down, I'll bring you up to play, okay? Lana looked up at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a while, she said, all right. Then brother, you have to keep your word. Li Zexuan laughed and said, of course. Han Yushi bent over and patted Lana's little head. She smiled and said, Lana, don't worry. When he doesn't bring you along, I won't listen to him either. Lana nodded happily. Okay. Then, the little girl skipped down the corridor to watch the fun. Husband. Can this really withstand the two of us? At this point, Han Yushi looked at the hanging basket and became a little hesitant and afraid. She grabbed Li Zexuan's arm and said worriedly. Li Zexuan smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, my wife. The celestial lamp will definitely be able to withstand the weight of two people. I'm confident about this. Besides, even if there is an accident, I will protect you. Let's go up. In fact, there wouldn't be much of a problem even if 3 people came up together, let alone 2 people. The reason why he didn't let Lana come up together was mainly because Li Zexuan wanted to take Han Yushi for a romantic time. Recently, he had been running around for the academy and the Snake Spirit Mountain. He didn't have much time to accompany his wife. Today, he could take this opportunity to make up for it. Okay. Han Yushi heard that and felt a little relieved. She lifted the corner of her skirt and successfully boarded the hanging basket with Li Zexuan's help. Then, Li Zexuan quickly untied the rope that fixed the hanging basket. Then, he also boarded the hanging basket and ignited the kerosene above the hanging basket. A moment later, the heavy hanging basket gradually overcame the gravity of the earth under the effect of the strong lifting force of the hot air. It slowly left the ground and rose into the sky, rising higher and higher. The servants of the Li residence looked at the huge ball of fire in the sky and were stunned. They were close, but they saw Li Zexuan and Han Yushi fly directly into the sky after sitting on the hanging basket. This kind of shock was not felt by others. WA. We can really fly. Brother. Sister Yushi. You guys have to come down quickly. Don't run too far. Lana also wants to sit on it. Lana saw that the celestial lamp had successfully ascended into the sky. She did not care if others could hear her and hurriedly shouted towards the man and woman in the sky. Young master and young madam really flew into the sky. They are flying so high. Xiaohe opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with enchantment. Following beside Li Zexuan, she could always feel an endless stream of surprises. She looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman in the sky and sighed softly. Young master is so good to young madam. What's wrong? Xiaoxi, are you starting to have feelings for young master? Although Xiaoxi's voice was soft, Xiaohe heard it clearly. She, who had a lively personality, smirked and teased Xiaoxi. Xiaohe, what nonsense are you saying? Young master and young madam are so good to us. How can you say that? I'm not going to talk to you. Xiaoxi said shyly. This time, Li Zexuan did not let the celestial lamp fly too high. It was only about 5 stories high. So, when he and Han Yushi flew out of the mansion, the people on the streets reflected the bright moonlight and immediately saw the outline of the celestial lamp clearly. Mother, look. What a huge lantern. A young boy who was eating candy and looked dignified saw the celestial lamp in the sky and quickly pulled the woman beside him and shouted excitedly. The beautiful woman looked up and exclaimed, "Who bought this sky lantern? Why is it so big? In just a short while, More and more people noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. Wow Tilda. Such a huge sky lantern Tilda. It seems to have flown out of the Lee County men's mansion Tilda. Hey Tilda. Look, there are people on the sky lantern Tilda. How is that possible Tilda? Although the sky lantern is huge, how can it carry people Tilda? Damn Tilda. There are really people Tilda. And it's not just one person, there are two people Tilda. Wow Tilda. Isn't that young man in white Lord Lee Tilda? Then the woman in white next to him must be Lord Lee's wife Tilda. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a celestial couple Tilda. Countless people exclaimed at the celestial lamp under the moonlight. There were even people who were chasing after the celestial lamp. Luckily, it was only a light breeze tonight. Otherwise, these people would not be able to catch up even if they ran until their legs broke Tilda. Wow Tilda. I understand now, this is what Lord Lee said in the newspaper today, celestial flying on the night of the full moon Tilda. Lord Lee wasn't lying when he said that engineering could make people fly Tilda. Oh Tilda. So that's it Tilda. Then what kind of engineering is this? It's really amazing Tilda. TSK Tilda. Compared to engineering, Lord Lee's celestial couple is the one that is really enviable Tilda. Chapter 575. Monthly ticket +2, wow. Hubby. We're really flying. In the sky, Han Yushi was 100 times more excited than the onlookers below. She looked at the buildings that were getting smaller and smaller below and felt very fresh. She had never been able to look at the magnificent Chang'an city from such a high position. She had also never been able to be with the person she loved so quietly and undisturbed. She was really satisfied. Li Zuxuan smiled and lazily hugged Han Yushi's slender waist. He said, yes. We're flying. Only in the sky can we not be bound by any imperial power and secular etiquette. We can do whatever we want. There's only the two of us. Do you like it, my wife? Han Yushi quickly nodded and replied, yes, yes. I like it very much. Thank you, hubby, for being so good to me. Haha. My wife, I'll take you to tour Chang'an City tonight. Let them envy us, this immortal couple. His wife was really easy to satisfy, but Li Zuxuan felt that it was not enough. He pointed to the other markets below and said with a smile. Han Yushi blinked and was very tempted, but in the end, she shook her head and said, let's not. Lan is still waiting for us below. We'll just stay up there for a while and then go down. Li Zuxuan laughed and said, haha, that little girl still has other friends to play with. Don't worry, my wife. If she doesn't see us in a while, she'll definitely go out and play with others. It's rare that the curfew in Chang'an City is lifted tonight. Let me accompany you. Tonight, millions of people will be envious of us. When Han Yushi heard that, she could no longer refuse. She said sweetly in her heart, yes. But then she seemed to think of something and looked up. But hubby, the wind is blowing from the south now. Our fairy lantern can only float to the north. How can we tour Chang'an City? Li Zuxuan chuckled and said smugly, wife, watch carefully. Watch my 18 dragon subduing palms. Oh, quick, look. Quick, look. There's a huge lantern in the sky. Li Zuxuan was right. It was rare that there was no curfew in Chang'an tonight, so many people would not go to bed so early. Those who had money would go to the night market, while those who had no money would go to their homes to chat and beat their sons. All the markets were bustling. It was precisely because no one was sleeping and Li Zuxuan was flying at a low altitude that the celestial lamp caused a huge commotion wherever it went. Wow! There are 2 more people up there. This should be the meaning of celestial flying on a full moon night, right? Sir Li really didn't lie. There seems to be another person dancing Tilda. Was Lord Ju's wife dancing for Lord Ju? They are so loving Tilda. But aren't they offending public decency by doing this in public? TSK Tilda. If you have the ability, why don't you go up as well? You'll be offending public decency Tilda. Seriously. F***CK. No. That's not Madam Ju dancing, but Lord Ju boxing. What kind of F***king look are you guys looking at? Tilda. Then Lord Ju is really good to Madam Ju Tilda. Ping Kang Fang. This was the most famous red light district in Chang'an City. It was commonly known as the Northern Li's famous flower district. In the Tang dynasty, there was no rule that officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes. As for the scholars who came to take the imperial examination, visiting their confidants at Ping Kang Fang was simply a semi-official activity. If anyone did not go, it would not be called chastity, but a country bumpkin. Therefore, in the past, although the doors of Ping Kang Fang were closed at night, the brothels in the square were still lit by red candles. There were dancing, couples coming and going, and singing in low voices. Tonight, there was no curfew in Chang'an, and Ping Kang Fang was even more lively. Many young people secretly came here to fool around in the name of going out to drink with their friends. Ping Kang Fang was full of traffic, and it seemed even more crowded. Master Hu tilde. Come in and play tilde. Our Xiao Kui misses you very much tilde. Baihua Building, the largest brothel in Ping Kang Fang. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup pulled a fat man and laughed coquettishly. Hee tilde. Am I not here now tilde? Mother Hua, quickly ask Xiao Kui to come over tilde. Hey tilde. I'll be here soon tilde. Mother Hua, where's your family's courtesan, Miss Yanga tilde? Why don't I see her tilde? At this moment, a young man in luxurious clothes walked over and asked with an unhappy expression. Mother Hua's expression froze, and she murmured, Young Master Nyo tilde. Miss Yang hasn't been feeling well these few days tilde. Wow tilde. What a huge lantern tilde. Why are there so many people following down there tilde? At this moment, Li Zishuan's fairy lantern happened to pass by Ping Kang Fang. This huge fairy lantern shook everyone's heart. Mother Hua tilde. That's Lord Li and his wife tilde. They came from Yongla Lane, and they should be touring Chang'an City tilde. I heard it from those people just now. A page boy pointed at the commoners who were chasing after the fairy lantern and said to Mother Hua. After the surrounding ladies heard it, all of them became excited. Wow tilde. Lord Li is such an affectionate young man tilde. He's so handsome and gentle tilde. Tilde. Lord Li, wait for me. Can you let me go up there for a while tilde? A girl in a pink dress suddenly screamed and chased after the people from before. Tilde. You slut tilde. Lord Li is mine tilde. The power of role models was endless. If there was one, there would be a second. In the blink of an eye, a group of ladies ignored Mother Hua's obstruction and chased after the fairy lantern. In one of the attics in Hundred Flowers Tower, a lady in purple looked at the fairy lantern flying by outside the window and heard the crazy screams downstairs. She couldn't help but sigh. Miss Han is so lucky to be married to such a man tilde. If there's someone who can treat me so well in this life, I, Fang Fei Yan, would be willing to pay any price tilde. Husband, they all seem to like you tilde. On the fairy lantern, Han Yushi looked at the ladies who were chasing after them crazily and couldn't help but smile at Li Zishuan. Cough tilde. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, Well, I only like my wife. Even if they catch up with me, I won't look at them tilde. Han Yushi smiled and asked, Then why are you controlling the fairy lantern to pass by this place of prostitution tilde? Li Zishuan, could he say that he was just curious tilde? Chapter 576. In the West Court of the Imperial Palace. The people outside were celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, this place was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners. In an open space in the West Court, Li led a group of concubines and more than a dozen children to stand in front of the incense table and worship the statue of the moon goddess devoutly. There were mooncakes, watermelons, apples, red dates, plums, grapes, and other offerings on the incense table. The statue of the moon goddess was placed in the direction of the rising moon. The incense table and red candles were solemn. Looking at their posture, they should be praying to the moon. Speaking of praying to the moon, the story of Saltless praying to the moon had to be mentioned. It was said that the ugly girl of the ancient Qi state, Wuyan, prayed to the moon devoutly when she was young. When she grew up, she entered the palace with outstanding virtue, but was not favored. On the 15th of August, Wuyan was praying to the moon. King Xian of Qi happened to see Wuyan under the moonlight. He felt that she was beautiful and outstanding, so he made her his queen. That was how the tradition of praying to the moon came about. Chang'e of the moon was famous for her beauty. Therefore, the girl prayed to the moon and wished to be like Chang'e, with a face like the bright moon. The story of Saltless praying to the moon first appeared in the biography of the women written by Liu Xiong of the Western Han dynasty. Wu Yan, also known as Zhong Wu Yan, was shockingly ugly. She had a wide forehead, small eyes, a high nose, a big throat, a hunchback, and a thick neck. But in the end, Zhong Wuyan became a typical representative of the sea cannot be measured with a pint pot, and people cannot be judged by their appearance through her own efforts. May the Tang Empire be free of disasters and have good weather. Leah looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed faintly. There were less than 10 months left before the locust plague mentioned by Li Zishuan. He was somewhat uncertain. In the past few days, he had been concerned about the harvest of various places. He even personally went to the farms near Chang'an several times. It could be said that he was worried sick. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Tang Empire is established according to the will of heaven and will be protected by heaven. Empress Zhongsun knew what her husband was worried about. She smiled and comforted him softly. Yes. Wow. Father, mother, look. What is that? Changle, who was at the side, suddenly saw a ball of fire floating in the southern sky. He couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Li Zhongsun, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Li Ku, and the Princess of Xiangcheng all looked in the direction of Changle's finger. They saw an extremely bright flame floating in the sky far to the south. It seemed to be moving slowly. Zhao Song, get someone to check if this is Li Zishuan's doing. This ball of flame was very far away, and it was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish what it was. However, Li Zishuan had seen it from a distance on the Black Tortoise Gate's watchtower when he used the immortal lamp to wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Therefore, he was able to recognize it at a glance. Zhao Song responded and ran out. Not long after, he came back. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, that is Li Xiaonan and his wife. They are touring the city on the immortal lamp. They are still some distance away from the imperial city, and it seems like they are about to turn around. Hearing this, Changle came to a realization. She looked at the fairy lamp in the distance and said with a mesmerized expression, So this is the fairy lamp. Brother Xiao Xian actually brought sister Yushi up with him. They are really loving. Li Er's expression was a little ugly. He snorted and said, At least this kid knows his place. Get the guards at the city gates to keep an eye on him. If he dares to approach the imperial palace, shoot him down. Shoot him down. Everyone present was stunned. They were all thunderstruck by Li Er's words. Zhao Song wiped his sweat and said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. However, Li Xiaonan shouldn't be so reckless. Li Er glanced at the immortal lamp in the sky and said unhappily, That better be the case. This was Li Zishuan. If it were someone else, he would have ordered the imperial guards to shoot down the immortal lamp. After Li Er said that, he pulled Empress Zhongsun, who was holding back her laughter, and walked to the back of the palace. He said to the concubines and children, Let's go to Lizheng Hall for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone bowed and agreed. After Li Er walked away, Li Tai looked at the immortal lamp and said indignantly, Xiao Xian, this bastard, really forgets about friendship when he sees a girl. He told us that the immortal lamp is unstable, has a limited capacity, and can't control the direction. Now it seems like he was lying. This won't do, I'll settle the score with this kid tomorrow. Li Ku, who was following behind Li Er, looked back at the immortal lamp in the sky as he walked. He thought to himself, Is this engineering? Li Zishuan's engineering is so amazing. No wonder Qingqiu is so obsessed with engineering. Tonghua Square, Sun Residence. Sun Zifan, who was eating biscuits and admiring the moon in the courtyard, also saw the immortal lamp in the sky. Moreover, he was closer to the immortal lamp than Li Tai, so he could see the outline of the immortal lamp very clearly. When he found out that Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were still standing on it, his reaction was exactly the same as Li Tai's. Damn. Sir, you're too mean. That day, you told me that the immortal lamp is unstable. Why are you sitting on it today? I think this thing is quite stable tilde. Damn tilde. I've been cheated tilde. I've been cheated tilde. Putting aside whether the immortal lamp was stable or not, the two people on it were so romantic that they couldn't control themselves. Husband, this is the imperial city tilde. Han Yushi snuggled in Li Zexuan's arms and pointed to the imperial city in the north as she asked. Li Zexuan draped his outer robe over Han Yushi's body. Just now, in order to bring Han Yushi to see the imperial palace, he deliberately raised the immortal lamp quite a bit because he couldn't ride the immortal lamp to the sky above the imperial palace. If he did, Li would definitely mess with him. After all, no emperor could tolerate others spying on his territory. This was also the main reason why the residential buildings next to the imperial palace couldn't be built too high. In this way, the night was already cool, and they still stayed in the sky so high up in the sky, it seemed a little cold. After putting on the clothes, Li Zexuan smiled and said, "Yes, this is the imperial city tilde. Isn't it spectacular tilde?" Han Yushi replied softly, "Yes tilde. I've never seen the imperial city from this angle. It's really magnificent tilde. But husband, if we look like this, we won't attract the city defense soldiers later, right tilde?" Li Zexuan chuckled and said, "He tilde. That's hard to say, so let's run now tilde. Ah tilde." Han Yushi was stunned and speechless. She thought that since Li Zexuan dared to do this, he must have a card up his sleeve tilde. Haha tilde. Let's go tilde. Lan is probably waiting anxiously. We should go back tilde. Li Zexuan laughed and used 10 dragon-subduing slaps to the back. The immortal lamp began to change direction and flew toward Yongle Lane. Chapter 577. After sending Han Yushi down, Li Zexuan took Lan Xiao He, and Xiao Shi for a walk in the sky for a while before returning home to worship the moon, eat pancakes, and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family. It wasn't that he didn't think of letting his parents experience the celestial lamp in the sky, but Li Jingmo and Mrs. Li firmly disagreed. It was said that they would feel dizzy if they looked down from above. Therefore, Li Zexuan didn't force them. He went home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, but his legend was left outside. The appearance of the celestial lamp tonight ignited the enthusiasm of the people in the city. Everywhere Li Zexuan and Han Yushi passed by, many people would scream or chase after them. Until now, there were still many people in front of the Li Zexuan's residence. They were waiting for Li Zexuan to come out with the celestial lamp again. But this time, they were destined to be disappointed because the person they were waiting for was having dinner with his family. After dinner, he didn't have time to go out and had to go back to his room to hug his wife and sleep. The next day, after a whole night of brewing and accumulating, the enthusiasm of the people of Chang and city finally erupted. Every street, alley, tea house, tavern, and every corner, as long as there were people could hear the discussion about the celestial lamp. On the street, 2 big men got up early and prepared to go to work. "Hey, Liu Biaozi, did you see the big sky lantern in Lord Li's house last night?" "Of course I saw it. And it's said that it's not called a sky lantern, but a celestial lamp. Lord Li used this thing to fly up last time when he wiped out the 7 cultivators of virtue." "Wow. How do you know so much about it?" "Hey, I heard it from the servant next door from Assistant Minister Li's house. TSK. This Lord Li is really amazing. I never said that there's something that can make people fly, but Lord Li really did it. It's really the work of a celestial. Haha. Lord Li is the lucky star that God gave to our Tang Empire. Hateful that some people dared to doubt Lord Li's bragging the day before yesterday. Now, no one dares to doubt it, right? Hey. If that's the case, then Lord Li's engineering project seems to be really impressive tilde. It's amazing, but what does it have to do with you, pockmarked Xiong? What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I plan to let my brat go to Yanghuang College next month to try. If he can get in, won't he be able to soar into the sky like Lord Li in the future tilde? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter tilde. How can someone as silly as your steamed bun get into Yanghuang College? Why? Why can't I? My little bun has already been enlightened. I'll buy him an arithmetic book and let him study for a month. There's an 80% chance that he'll pass. inside the classroom of the Hongwen School. Although it was the start of the field break, many students who lived in Chang'an still volunteered to stay in the school for supplementary lessons. This phenomenon was not only present in the Hongwen School, but also in the Imperial College, Chongwen School, and other places. In a certain classroom, the students took advantage of the fact that the teacher hadn't arrived yet to discuss the celestial lamp that carried people into the sky last night. Did you all see Li Xiannan riding the lantern and flying in the air last night? Of course I saw it. It was so exciting. I didn't expect Sir Li to really do what he said. With the power of a mortal, he flew in the sky. This kind of thing can only be seen in cultivation novels. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes last night. It's so amazing. Yeah. Celestial flying on the night of the full moon. I was still wondering what this news meant. I didn't expect Li Xiannan to give us such a big surprise. It's so unbelievable. Sigh. That's right. Did many students from our Hongwen school go to Li Xiannan's house the day before yesterday? They said that Li Xiannan was exaggerating and deceiving the people. Gong Sun Fei, were you one of them? Ah. No. Definitely not. I was at home the day before yesterday. Yes, at home. Kui Yunhan went. Everyone knows that. Furthermore, he's still in the Supreme Court now. 3. What I want to know is, did you really not go? Or did anyone else go? I really didn't go. Li Xiannan is knowledgeable and upright. Why would I do such a wicked thing and embarrass our Hongwen school? Damn. That bunch of people really disgraced our Hongwen Institute. Now, even the students of the directorate are laughing at us. Sigh. I didn't expect Kui Yunhan to be such a person. Imperial College. The students' discussions could be heard everywhere. They were even more enthusiastic than the students from the Hongwen School. This was because Li Zishuan was once a professor at the Imperial College. Because of this relationship, all the students felt proud of what happened yesterday. Ha 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 ha. Li Xie is so amazing. He must have slapped the faces of those students from the Hongwen School until they're swollen. Although Li Zishuan had resigned from his position as the Imperial College's secretary, many students from the Imperial College were still used to calling him Sai Yi. Perhaps this was also a form of nostalgia. Yes. Let's see who dares to jump out in the future. Whoever is not convinced, Li Xie will slap their faces. Haha. But Li Xie's sky lantern is really amazing. It can actually carry 2 people. Amazing. En. Good job, Li Xie. Previously, so many people suspected that Li Xie was advocating engineering, but I never doubted it. Because the person who said those words was Li Xie, I believed that he could do it. Indeed, he didn't disappoint me last night. Do you guys know that Yanghuang College's entrance exam is next month? At this moment, it was unknown who said these words. Then, the classroom instantly quieted down. The originally excited expressions on everyone's faces froze. Gradually, some people's eyes began to flicker, but they didn't say anything. Clang. Coincidentally, at this moment, the bell for class rang. The students cleared their complicated thoughts, sat upright, and prepared for class. However, things were far from over. After school, at Chitsu Culture. Hey, Sichu Cheng. Why are you here? A young man in a blue shirt said in surprise as he pointed at another person. Tai Ning. I'm here to buy a dictionary. Yes, I'm here to buy a dictionary for my little sister. Hey. Speaking of which, why are you here? I'm here to buy a dictionary too. Fat. Why are you buying a dictionary? Don't tell me you're buying one for yourself. Besides, you don't have any siblings at home. This. The other student was speechless. He stuttered and couldn't come up with anything. Seeing this, the young man named Tai Ning's expression changed slightly. He leaned over to his companion's ear and whispered, "Are you here to buy mathematics textbooks?" Sichu Cheng's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a while, he said, "Are you here to buy mathematics textbooks too? I didn't hear you say you're going to Yanghuang College. Hey. You didn't say it either, tilde. If this kind of thing gets out, won't we have more competitors, tilde? What if we can't get in? I didn't expect you to be as cunning as me, tilde. Bullsh asterisk t tilde. I'm afraid that if I say it, my dad will beat me up if he finds out, tilde. That can't be, tilde. Engineering is so popular now. Do you think your dad won't agree, tilde? That's hard to say, tilde. Sigh, tilde. But why are there so many people buying books here today, tilde? How would I know, tilde? Damn, tilde. Look, isn't that Chen Yofar, tilde? Damn, that kid is here too, tilde. Chapter 578. Li Zishuan's act of using the fairy lamp to carry a person into the sky could be considered as another wave of advertising for Yanghuang College and Engineering. Furthermore, the effect of the advertising was several times better than the last time. The most direct manifestation of this was that the first volume of the new mathematics textbook sold out like crazy in Chitsu culture. 100 books were sold out in an instant, 200 books were sold out in an instant, and 500 books were sold out in an instant. In order to alleviate the pressure of Chitsu culture's traffic, Li Zishuan decisively decided to distribute the tens of thousands of new mathematics textbooks to the major booksellers in Chang'an City at a price of 15% below the market price. In any case, he had never thought of using these textbooks to make money. It was fine as long as he didn't make a loss. Compared to making money, spreading the new mathematics textbook was obviously more important. In addition to the booming sales of mathematics textbooks, the number of applicants for Yanghuang College's entrance exam next month had also increased sharply, tilde. According to Ma Ju's statistics, by noon today, the number of students who had signed up had increased from 100 yesterday to 800. Although there were millions of residents in Chang'an City, how high could the percentage of people who were educated be expected to be, given the educational conditions of this era? Not even 1%. This was also one of the reasons why scholars in ancient times were always given preferential treatment. Today's Thatang Daily's headlines were written by Ma Ju himself. Ma Ju did a comprehensive report on the fairy lamp carrying a person into the sky last night and enthusiastically praised the wonders of engineering. It was believed that with the Wang family's sales of today's newspaper to the various counties of Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan's name would be known all over the world. Yanghuang College and Engineering would also be planted in the hearts of the people. With time, this flame would eventually become a prairie fire that would burn the entire Tang dynasty. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan stayed at home to write teaching materials. Regarding the future plans of the Yanghuang Academy, he more or less had an idea. First of all, he had divided the entire academy into a middle school department and a university department, with each department having 3 years of study. If one were to look at it from the perspective of the modern education system, this arrangement of schooling was extremely unreasonable. In modern times, it would take at least 16 years to go from primary school to university. However, this was the ancient times, and young people usually had to start a family at the age of 14 or 15. If one were to blindly apply the modern education system, there would be very few people who could complete 16 years of schooling. Besides, Li Zishuan didn't plan to transfer all the things that were taught in modern education to Yanghuang College. For example, he didn't plan to include Chinese, English, ideological and moral character, art, music, politics, history, biology. If these were taught in ancient times, there would definitely be a big problem, and so on, which were more literary subjects. He didn't plan to include them in the curriculum of Yanghuang College in the future. In this way, the courses that the students of Yanghuang College had to learn would be less than half of what the modern students had to learn. Under a reasonable teaching arrangement, there was still hope to complete the popularization of the basic knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry in the first 3 years. In the second 3 years, it would complete the cultivation of the students who were interested in further study in the fields of engineering construction, precision machinery, sound, light, heat, and so on, which would open the door to a new world for them. As for whether they wanted to continue to study in depth in the future, they would have to rely on their own efforts. Li Zishuan only wanted to be a guide, not a knowledge repeater. This was because no one knew what kind of strange ideas the ancient people would have after they had the basic scientific knowledge of modern people. Perhaps even Li Zishuan, the guide, would be shocked. Young Master tilde. Someone from the palace came, The master wants you to go out and greet them, Tilda. Li Zhaxuan, who was writing the second volume of mathematics teaching materials, was suddenly interrupted by Xiaoxi's voice. Okay, Tilda. I'll go now, Tilda. Li Zhaxuan raised his head and looked at Xiaoxi, who was blushing, then got up and went out of the room. But in his heart, he thought, ever since I took her for a walk in the sky last night, the way she looks at me seems to have become weird. She's also easily shy, could it be? Thinking of this, Li Zhaxuan stroked his chin in a smug manner, looking very pleased with himself. When he came to the front yard, he found out that Li Zhaxuan had sent someone to summon him. Li Zhaxuan quickly changed his clothes and went to the palace with the servant. After entering the palace so many times, Li Zhaxuan was not as nervous as before. However, he could not help but wonder if old Li was looking for trouble with him because of what happened last night. If that was the case, then he was really petty. Last night, he only took a few glances at the palace from afar. Tilda. When he came to the Sweet Dew Palace, Li was sitting at the top reading a book. Li Zhaxuan bowed, but Li pretended not to see it. It was as if there were 10,000 beauties in the book that attracted his eyes, making him unwilling to look at Li Zhaxuan. Seeing this situation, Li Zhaxuan was even more certain that Li called him over because of what happened last night. He wanted to show off his power in front of him. He secretly curled his lips but did not show it on his face. He started to play the role of an obedient child. He stood below and did not say a word. Oh, Tilda. You're here, Tilda. After about a quarter of an hour, Li seemed to have just noticed Li Zhaxuan's arrival. He put down his book and said lightly. Li Zhaxuan scolded old Li for being pretentious in his heart. However, he said, Your humble servant greets your majesty, Tilda. I wonder what your majesty has summoned this humble servant here for, Tilda. Every word and action of this fellow was methodical. He was like an old fox who had been in the imperial court for decades. No one could find fault with him. Li's mouth twitched slightly. He did not answer but asked, What have you been busy with recently, Tilda? As the Crown Prince John Shi, I haven't seen you do anything in the East Palace. If it wasn't for me protecting you, you would have been impeached and sent to prison, Tilda. Li Zhaxuan's face was full of black lines. When others wanted to find fault with you, how could they find fault with you, Tilda? However, after being promoted for so long, he only knew that the Crown Prince John Shi's rank was very high. He was a primary third rank. However, he had no idea what the Crown Prince John Shi was doing. Why did you ask him to go to the East Palace, Tilda? Cough cough, Tilda. Your Majesty, this humble servant has been busy with the construction of the academy, the hiring of teachers, and the compilation of teaching materials. I really have no time to work in the East Palace. This humble servant is suspected of dereliction of duty. Your Majesty, please punish me, Tilda. Why don't this humble servant resign from the position of Crown Prince John Shi and appoint another worthy person, Tilda? After thinking for a moment, Li Zhaxuan took a step back in order to advance. He pretended to be in a bad mood and blamed himself. Li glared at him and said angrily, Bastard, Tilda. Do you think you can resign from the official position that I gave you, Tilda? It's understandable that you are busy with the academy. After all, you have put a lot of effort into it. However, after this matter is over, you have to take care of your duties in the East Palace. Do you hear me, Tilda? Chapter 579. The Crown Prince John Shi was mainly in charge of the Eastern Palace's internal affairs and cultural education. When Li Zhaxuan was first appointed to this position, Li had not expected him to be able to fulfill his duties. This was because Li Chengqian's education was being handled by the Crown Prince's right concubine-born son Kong Ingda and his left concubine-born son Yu Jining. Li Zhaxuan's title as Crown Prince John Shi was more in name than reality. Li mainly wanted him to assist Li Chengqian in the future. At this time, Li still had high hopes for his son Li Chengqian. This subject thanks your Majesty for your grace. Li Zhaxuan was happy. This test had indeed tested Li's attitude. It seemed like Li did not want to remove him from his position, but logically speaking, Li Zhaxuan had no intention of resigning. Although he wasn't a fan of official positions, he needed to have an official position to protect himself in this cannibalistic feudal society. The higher the rank, the better. This third-rank crown Prince Zhonsha was just right. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan, who wanted to be proud but did not dare to be too proud. He was both angry and amused. He pondered for a while and said, "The Supreme Court had already found out some information from the scholar who led the attack on your house." When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately perked up. However, Li Er suddenly stopped talking. This made him very angry. He cursed old Li in his heart for not having little Chirpy. After waiting for a long while, Li Er continued. "That student is from Qingha's Kui family's Zhengju branch's second branch. His name is Kui Yunhan. His grandfather is the East County Duke's younger brother. According to him, because he saw you wantonly advocating engineering studies, he felt that you were insulting the sage studies. He felt indignant and wanted to gather a group of classmates to denounce you." Qingha's Kui family? When Li Zishuan heard Kui Yunhan's identity, he was shocked in his heart. Combined with the news of the aristocratic family gathering that Leng Yu Yaro brought the day before, he finally had a rough idea of what happened. The aristocratic family had already made a move on him. But after hearing Kui Yunhan's confession, Li Zishuan could not help but frown. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. The truth is definitely not what Kui Yunhan said. All of my actions after leaving the mountain have harmed the aristocratic families and benefited the common people. Those aristocratic families all see me as a thorn in their side. If you say that Kui Yunhan's actions are only to protect the position of the Saint Academy, I will never believe it. Li Er said in annoyance, "Of course I know that kid is lying. Do I need you to teach me? However, as Kui Junchuo was the prefectural duke, the people of the Supreme Court could not punish his grandnephew without any evidence. However, the Supreme Court didn't come out empty-handed. They also found some other things." Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't rush him. He could only stand there anxiously and wait for him to continue. The incident this time was less than a month apart from the time when Jiang Tsuehua led a group of women to surround your house. Previously, I suspected that there should be some connection between the two cases. Thus, I let the Supreme Court officials try the two cases together. As expected, Jiang Tsuehua testified that Kui Yunhan's figure and voice were very similar to the person who instigated her last time. Thus, Kui Yunhan has been detained by the Supreme Court and will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice to be convicted. After Li Er finished speaking, there was a trace of complacency in his expression. Li Zishuan felt that he should play the background music of Detective Conan for old Li. However, he felt that the previous case had nothing to do with this case. Because the day before yesterday, Leng Yuyao brought news that during the gathering of the 5 aristocratic families, the one who went to the Kui family was Kui Xuanji. Your Majesty is wise and observant. I admire you. But I wonder how your Majesty intends to deal with it. Li Zishuan thought to himself. No matter if the previous incident was done by Kui Yunhan or not, this kid will definitely not be able to escape. I will kill him first. Li Er stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and asked, "How do you want me to deal with him? A qualified and virtuous official would definitely say your Majesty can decide at this moment." However, Li Zishuan was never a qualified and virtuous official. He said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, to be honest, ever since I decided to establish Yanghuang College and promote engineering, I have been running around everywhere for the college. Even so, the progress of the college is not satisfactory. The main reason is that in the process of building the college, there are always some people with bad intentions who want to harm me. In order to protect myself and my family, I am really tired of dealing with them. Therefore, if your Majesty feels that there is still a need for Yanghuang College to exist, or if your Majesty feels that engineering is still useful to my Tang Empire, I beg your Majesty to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, so that those demons and monsters will not affect me from spreading engineering. After saying so much, Li Zishuan wanted to use the name of engineering to make Kui Yunhan look bad in front of Li Er. With the fairy lamp and gunpowder, these two peerless artifacts, Li Zishuan felt that the bargaining chip on the side of engineering was enough. Furthermore, Li Er's relationship with the Shandong nobles was not good. This choice was not controversial for Li Er. Of course, Li would not choose to stand on the side of the nobles. Otherwise, he would not have personally ordered the imperial army to capture Qui Yunhan. The reason why he did that was because he placed great importance on engineering. At this moment, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You want me to kill Qui Yunhan tilde? TSK tilde. You really dare to think about it tilde. Let's not talk about Qui Yunhan being from the Qui clan of Qinghe. Just based on the crimes he committed, according to my Tang Empire law, he does not deserve to die. Do you want me to kill him just because he targeted you tilde? If I really do that, how can I convince the masses tilde?" Li Zishuan felt helpless. He thought for a while and said, "I was too reckless tilde. However, Your Majesty, last time, the elder of 7 cultivators sect, Snake King, came down the mountain to kill me to avenge his disciple. According to my investigation, Snake King had been in seclusion in Snake Spirit Mountain for many years and rarely came down the mountain. A few months ago, I killed Flying Snake at Baimang Mountain's Bloodwind stronghold. There were very few people who knew about this matter. Snake King must have found out from some channels that I killed his disciple and came down the mountain to ambush me tilde. I suspect that this matter is related to the nobles, or rather, the Qui clan tilde. Your Majesty, please make a decision for me tilde." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Li's eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the hall. After a while, he said, "Your suspicion is reasonable, but there is no proof tilde. I will not let Qui Yunhan off easily. I will also send someone to warn the Qui clan tilde. This matter ends here. If they still dare to do anything, I will definitely punish them. You can go back first tilde. In the end, now is not the time to touch the Qui clan tilde." Li sighed in his heart. Chapter 580. Feiji. Do you have any brothers who are good at gathering information? After returning home from the palace, Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji into the house and asked. Pang Feiji was confused and replied, "Yes, I do. I have 2 men who are especially good at gathering information. Do you have any orders for me, Lord Ju?" Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Send them to investigate all the dirty things the Qui family has done in recent years. The more, the better. It's best if you can find evidence." Li had some misgivings about the aristocratic families and was unwilling to make a move against the Qui family. However, Li Zishuan wasn't willing to let them off just like that. Even if he couldn't get rid of this towering tree, he could at least make its roots fester a bit. Li Zishuan had never shown any mercy to those who had harmed him before, just like the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect. Pang Feiji was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Which Qui family is it, Lord Ju?" "The Qui family from Qinghe." Boom tilde. Pang Feiji felt his brain explode. The Qui family was a top aristocratic family that had lasted for thousands of years. In people's hearts, their status was even higher than that of the Li family. Now, Li Zishuan wanted him to investigate the Qui family. How could he not be shocked? After being stunned for a moment, Pang Feiji muttered, "Lord Ju, did I hear wrongly? You want to investigate the Qui family from Qinghe?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Seeing Pang Feiji's unusually shocked expression, Li Zishuan went forward and patted his shoulder. He continued, "Feiji, you have to understand who has the final say in the world now. It's the Emperor. The aristocratic families are just arrows at the end of their flight. Don't be afraid of them anymore." Pang Feiji swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "I understand. Don't worry, Lord Ju, I will find a way to get this done." "Okay, go." Li Zishuan didn't believe that any of these rich and powerful families had a clean bottom tilde. As long as Pang Feiji investigated seriously, he would definitely be able to find some dirty deeds done by the Qui family's disciples. East Duke's Mansion. Uncle. Oh no. Yunhan has been sent to Cheongzhou. In the afternoon, Qui Yunhan's father, Qui Simo, hurried to the backyard of the East County Duke's mansion. When he saw Qui Junchuo, who was enjoying the cool air under the corridor, he shouted anxiously. The Tang dynasty established Chang'an as the capital. The development of the north was relatively good, while the development of the south was relatively poor. At this time, The main places of exile for prisoners were Hainan and Guangxi in the south. These places were rich in resources, inconvenient in transportation, and unsuitable for human habitation. The prisoners' lives were used to do dangerous work to speed up the local development. Kui Junchuo was shocked. He stood up shakily and said in disbelief, "How is that possible? The Supreme Judiciary just arrested Yun Han the day before yesterday. Even if they have evidence, they have to hand it over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. How can it be so fast?" Kui Simo said with a sad face, "It's true, uncle. I asked a few friends from the Supreme Judiciary to take care of Yun Han. According to them, the Supreme Judiciary held a joint trial yesterday for Yun Han and Jiang Tsuehua, who instigated the women to cause trouble in Li Zishuan's house. Jiang Tsuehua, that be *TCH, slandered my son Yun Han and the mastermind behind the scenes who bribed her previously. Their voices and figures are exactly the same. Therefore, the Supreme Judiciary officially arrested Yun Han yesterday and prepared to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. However, just now, I received news from the Supreme Judiciary that the Emperor has decreed that Yun Han will be sent to Cheongzhou and will not be able to enter the imperial court as an official for the rest of his life. Uncle, you have to save Yun Han. He has been wronged. The previous incident had nothing to do with him. When Kui Junchuo heard this, he was both shocked and stunned at the same time. He never thought that the crime of Kui Xuanji bribing Jiang Tsuehua to wreak havoc in the Li residence would ultimately fall onto Kui Yunhan. He closed his eyes and seriously thought about it. If he didn't think about it, he wouldn't know. But when he thought about it, he was shocked. He compared Kui Xuanji and Kui Yunhan's voices and figures in his memory and realized that they were 80% similar. No wonder Jiang Tsuehua would identify Kui Yunhan as the mastermind. Now that things had come to this, it was already out of Kui Junchuo's control. Now that there were witnesses and evidence, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to reverse the case for Kui Yunhan unless he told the imperial court that the mastermind behind the chaos in the Li residence was Kui Xuanji. However, was it worth it? That way, although it would reduce Kui Yunhan's crime, it would also cause another descendant of the Kui family to be implicated. Furthermore, it would be the most outstanding youngster of the third generation. Kui Junchuo would never allow such a situation to happen. Kui Simo did not know about the previous incident. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he would betray Kui Xuanji in order to save his son. For the Kui family, he could only. A trace of determination flashed across Kui Junchuo's eyes. He looked at Kui Simo and said in a deep voice, "I had already arranged a meeting with 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Justice tomorrow to ask them to make an exception. However, I did not expect the Emperor to place such importance on this case and convict Yunhan in such a short time. Now that the Emperor has issued the imperial edict and the evidence is irrefutable, no matter how hard I try, it will be in vain. So, Simo, you had better make plans early and arrange for some people to go to Cheongzhou to take care of Yunhan Tilda." Kui Simo was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "No, Uncle Tilda, Yunhan is also your nephew Tilda. She couldn't ruin his future because of such a small matter. Please help him Tilda. Don't you know Minister Li Tilda? Ask him to plead for leniency for Yunhan Tilda. Patriarch, the imperial edict is here. The eunuch who delivers the imperial edict is waiting outside Tilda." At this moment, a servant ran in a panic and reported with a bow. Kui Junchuo's expression changed abruptly. Then, he said to Kui Simo, "Take care of yourself. The Kui family is no longer the same as before. If you don't wake up now, sooner or later, you will follow in Yunhan's footsteps Tilda." After saying that, he snorted and left in a huff Tilda. When Kui Simo heard that, he knew that this matter had really reached the point of no return. When he thought that his only son was going to be exiled to a barren land thousands of miles away, even though he was a man in his 40s, he could not help but feel sad and his eyes turned red. "Yunhan, my son, I have let you down Tilda. Uncle, you are so cruel Tilda." The person Kui Simo was complaining about in his heart had already arrived at the front yard. When he saw the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict, his pupils suddenly shrank. His already stooped back bent even lower. If one looked carefully, One could see that his body was still trembling slightly. Chapter 581. Steward Zhao, why have you come personally? East County Duke's Mansion. The person who came to deliver the imperial edict was Zhao Song. Although this person did not have any rank, he was the person closest to the center of power of the Tang Empire. No one dared to ignore him. Furthermore, Kui Junchuo had just heard the news of Kui Yunhan being exiled to Cheongzhou, and Zhao Song, the head eunuch, came with the imperial edict. Even a fool would know that the Kui family was in big trouble. Hehe, I'm here to see the grand courtyard of the East County Duke's mansion. I wonder if the East County Duke has been well recently? Zhao Song's face was full of smiles, but his smile did not make people happy. Perhaps this was the so-called there is a knife hidden in a smile. When Kui Junchuo heard Zhao Song's words, his expression froze completely. After a long silence, he said, "Thank you for your concern, Steward Zhao. I'm well." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Song sighed and said, "But His Majesty has not been well recently. There are always some people who don't want to live a peaceful life and insist on doing shameful things in the dark. These people think that they are doing it secretly and no one will find out. But they don't know that if they don't want anyone to know, they shouldn't do it in the first place. His Majesty is watching." After saying that, Zhao Song stared at Kui Junchuo meaningfully without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The panic in Kui Junchuo's eyes disappeared in a flash. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. This kind of person is really hateful. His Majesty is diligent and loves the people. He has a lot of things to deal with every day, but he still has to worry about this kind of person. I am greatly indebted to His Majesty, but I can't share His Majesty's burdens and find out those evil people in the dark. I am ashamed to face His Majesty. As he spoke, Kui Junchuo's tears flowed down. Looking at him, anyone would think that he was a rare loyal minister. Zhao Song's expression did not change, as if he did not hear Kui Junchuo's words at all. Kui Junchuo expressed his feelings for a long time, but he did not receive any response from Zhao Song. If he knew that a clown was a creature, he would definitely feel that he was a clown now. Cough cough. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, and Kui Junchuo finally couldn't help but get to the point. I wonder why Steward Zhao is here today? Zhao Song's expression turned solemn. He stepped forward and said, "His Majesty ordered me to come. His Majesty wants me to say a few words to you." Kui Junchuo hurriedly said, "Then this old man will order people to set up the incense table to welcome the imperial edict." Zhao Song said, "There's no need. I'm just here to pass on a few verbal instructions from His Majesty. I don't have an imperial edict with me. East Commandery Duke, just listen to me." Kui Junchuo's heart was beating very fast. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Chief, please speak." This old man is all ears. Zhao Song smiled and said, "I've just finished what His Majesty wanted to say to the prefectural duke. I have to return to the palace now. Take care." After saying that, he didn't care whether Kui Junchuo reacted or not and directly left. "Are you done? That's it." He just said that if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Could it be that His Majesty already knows about the Snake Spirit Mountain? Kui Junchuo stared at Zhao Song's back as he left and muttered. His face had never been so pale, and he seemed to have aged a lot. Kui Yunhan has been exiled to Cheongzhou. In the evening, at the Li residence, Li Zishuan widened his eyes and looked at Brother Ji in front of him as he asked in shock. He still had some basic knowledge of history. He knew that the Cheongzhou of this era was completely different from the Cheongzhou of his previous life. With the current level of transportation, it would be good if Kui Yunhan could reach Cheongzhou alive. Even if he was still alive, the rest of his life would be wasted. Logically speaking, being exiled to that place was no different from being beheaded. Pang Feiji nodded excitedly and said, "Lord Zhu, this is absolutely true. Jiang Tsuehua has also been exiled to Cheongzhou. With these two as examples, I'll see who dares to cause trouble in the residence in the future." Not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan stood up with satisfaction and paced around the room. He didn't expect Li to be so ruthless and not give the Kui family any face. It seemed that what he said in front of Li in the afternoon had taken effect. Looks like old Li still cares a lot about his work. This way, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Li Zuxuan thought proudly in his heart. Unlike the other emperors in the future, Li had a strong personality and was very opinionated. Once he made up his mind to protect someone, as long as that person didn't look for trouble, they would usually be safe. Lord Ju, then should we continue investigating the Kui family? Pang Feiji asked tentatively. After following Li Zuxuan for so long, Chicken Bro understood Li Zuxuan very well. He guessed that when Li Zuxuan asked him to investigate the Kui family, it was mainly because of the results given by Li. Li Zuxuan might not be satisfied, but looking at Li Zuxuan now, it was obvious that he was satisfied with the results given by Li. That was why he asked this question. Li Zuxuan muttered, "Let's investigate. Let's not talk about other things first. I'm also very curious if the Kui family has done any dirty things in recent years." Although Kui Yunhan was crippled, Li Zuxuan wasn't completely relieved. After all, the Kui family was a millennium-old family. Who knew if the other party would play any tricks again? He had to prepare the black material first so that he could be prepared when he needed to use it in the future. Yes, Lord Ju. Pang Feiji scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what Li Zuxuan was thinking, he still obeyed the order and agreed. Hey, did you hear? Kui Yunhan has been exiled to Cheongzhou. In front of the Hongwen Library, a group of students who had just finished school were walking in groups of 3 to 5. One of the students suddenly said, "How is that possible? Kui Yunhan had only been in the Supreme Court for less than 3 days. How could he be convicted so quickly?" "Yeah. Dongfang Ruo, where did you get this unreliable news?" "It's true. My father is the head of the Supreme Court. How can the news I got be fake? I heard that Her Majesty personally issued an imperial edict to exile Kui Yunhan to Cheongzhou. He can't be an official for the rest of his life. And Jiang Tsuehua, who started the trouble at Li Shennan's house, was also exiled to Cheongzhou. Her Majesty is. Looks like I can't say bad things about Gongxue in the future. Her Majesty is obviously supporting Li Xianan. TSK. Luckily, I didn't cause trouble that day. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to live in fear every day? The punishment that Li gave Kui Yunhan could not be said to be light. To a scholar, their greatest wish was to obtain scholarly honors and enter the imperial court. And now, with Kui Yunhan as an example, all of them could not help but feel fear in their hearts. From this aspect, the goal of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey had been completely achieved. Chapter 582. How was it? What was Kui Junchuo's reaction after hearing those words? In the Ganlu Palace, after dealing with the last memorial, Li raised his head and asked Zhao Song. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty," the East County Duke said, "His Majesty is diligent and loves the people, but he still has to work hard for such a villain. He is deeply indebted to the Emperor, but he can't share the Emperor's worries and find out the demons and monsters in the dark. He is ashamed to face the Emperor." Old man. Li snorted angrily. Zhao Song glanced at Li cautiously and didn't dare to answer. After a while, Li asked again, "Is there anything unusual about his expression?" Zhao Song pursed his lips and said, "There's nothing too obvious." Li smiled and said, "Oh tilde. Then there's something unusual. I'm not very sure, so I don't dare to jump to conclusions." Li stood up and pointed at Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, after so many years, you're still so cautious. Don't worry and say it boldly. I'll make the final decision in my heart." Only then did Zhao Song tell the truth. "Your Majesty, when I said if you don't want others to know about it, don't do it in the first place, I clearly saw Duke Dong's eyelids twitch twice. Also, with all due respect, with my many years of experience, there was panic and uneasiness in the East County Duke's eyes, but it was fleeting." Li's face sank and he frowned. This old man really has something up his sleeve tilde. At this moment, Li remembered that during the day, Li Zuxuan said that the reason why the 7 cultivators sect Snake King came down the mountain to avenge his disciple was probably because the aristocratic family deliberately released the news to kill with a borrowed knife. He asked Zhao Song to go to Kui Junchuo's residence to test it out. Now, looking at the situation, the Kui family probably played some dishonorable role in it. The reason why Li came to this conclusion was mainly because he believed in the observation skills of a master. Although Kui Junchuo was an old fox, Zhao Song's eyesight was also good. Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he doesn't behave, then I can only. The next day. East Market of Chang'an City, Huji Grain Store. Shopkeeper Shen, last month, our grain store still had 1,500 strings of coins left. Among them, the Yun family in Yongning Square had 200 strings of coins, the Cao family's restaurant had 370 strings of coins, the Su family in Anqing Square had 215 strings of coins, the Zhu family in Chonghua Square had 300 strings of coins, the Hu family's restaurant had 280 strings of coins, and the Miao family in Changshu Square had 135 strings of coins. Here, I've written these accounts for you. You can have someone check them later. Meng Wenhao picked up an account book, walked to the counter in front of the grain store, and handed it to an old man in a scholarly robe. The old man took the account book, nodded, and said, "Hey, little brother Meng, this old man can rest assured that you're the one who did the accounting. But are you leaving now? Do you want to tell young Mistress Tilda?" Meng Wenhao hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no need. I've already told young master and young mistress earlier. Thank you for taking care of me for the past month. Wenhao is very grateful." The old man waved his hand and said, "Haha, little brother Meng, you're too polite Tilda. It's your own ability that's great. This old man didn't help you with anything Tilda." Although he said that, from the expression on the old man's face, he still enjoyed Meng Wenhao's compliment. "Shopkeeper Shen, you're too modest Tilda. Since the work here has been handed over, then Wenhao will take his leave Tilda." Meng Wenhao bowed, then put away the package and prepared to go out. Meng Wenhao Tilda, stop right there Tilda. At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside the house. Then, a girl in a light pink dress, slightly plump, and with a passable appearance, walked in. Then, she looked at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes and said, "Meng Wenhao, are you in such a hurry to leave Tilda? Do you not want to see me that much Tilda?" Meng Wenhao's footsteps stopped, and the expression on his face was extremely awkward. He murmured, "Young mistress Hu, you're here. Call me Qingwan Tilda." The girl snorted and said with dissatisfaction, "Meng Wenhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave Tilda? Could it be that someone here made you unhappy Tilda? Or are you not satisfied with your current salary Tilda?" Hearing what she said, the shopkeepers and workers in the grain store all kept quiet out of fear. Then, they looked at Meng Wenhao anxiously, afraid that this young man would say something he shouldn't. Meng Wenhao waved his hands and said, "No, no Tilda. I'm very happy here. Shopkeeper Shen and the others take good care of me, and Squire who gives me a very high salary. There's nothing I'm dissatisfied with Tilda." After he said that, the shopkeepers and workers all breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Qingwan frowned and said, "Since you're happy here and satisfied with your salary, then why do you still want to leave Tilda?" After saying that, the girl put her hands on her small waist, she put her hands on her waist and took a step forward, looking at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes, with an aggressive posture. Meng Wenhao timidly took 2 steps back and said, "Young mistress Hu, Qingwan, I'm very grateful to you and Squire Hu for giving me such a high salary, but it's already August. I came here to be an accountant just to help reduce my mother's burden. Although I made a lot of money, I missed a lot of things because of it. I, Meng Wenhao, am a disciple of Mr. Li, and I'm studying engineering. Yanghuang College started construction more than a month ago, and the students from the School of Mathematics all went to Yunshan to help, but I couldn't go. Now that school is about to start, I have to go back to Yunshan to help Tilda. So, I can only leave Tilda." Hu Qingwan pouted her small mouth, holding the belt of her skirt with her hand, and hesitantly said, Then after you leave the college, you don't have me in your heart Tilda?" Cough, cough, cough Tilda. Hearing that, old man Shen's face turned red, and he coughed violently. Then, he waved at the workers in the grain store who were gossiping and scolded, "What are you all standing here for Tilda? Come with me to move the grain Tilda. Let's go Tilda." The workers suddenly understood, and under Old Man Shen's lead, they all left the grain store. Before Old Man Shen left, He even considerately closed the door. Seeing that, Hu Qingwan also knew that she had misspoken, and her face quickly turned red. However, although she was shy, she still raised her head and looked directly into Meng Wenhao's eyes. Meng Wenhao was sweating profusely. This was the first time someone had confessed to him, and he didn't feel any better. His face was even redder than Hu Wanqing's. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Meng Wenhao opened his mouth and said, "Qingwan, I'm very grateful for the care you and Minister Hu have given me during this period of time, but I don't intend to consider a romantic relationship right now. Your feelings." Hu Qingwan didn't wait for Meng Wenhao to finish and interrupted him. "It's okay. If you don't consider it now, I can wait tilde." Meng Wenhao rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was full of speechlessness. For more than a month, he was indeed very happy to be able to use what he learned to earn money, but this girl in front of him was his nightmare for the past month, and it made him very distressed. Chapter 583. Brother tilde. Meng Wenhao left tilde. "Help me persuade him tilde." Xinghua Square, Hu family. Hu Qingwan went straight to the backyard after returning from the grain store in the East Market. She found her brother, Hu Yuanbao, and said angrily. Looking at her, her confession just now must have failed tilde. "Oh. Meng Wenhao tilde? Little sister, who is Meng Wenhao tilde? Has he formed his core tilde?" A plump and fair man was lying on a bamboo bed reading the Tang Dynasty Daily. From afar, he looked like a pile of fat meat on the bed. When he heard Hu Qingwan's complaint, he casually replied, "That's right. Core. Core formation tilde? What core tilde?" Hu Qingwan, who was angry, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard these inexplicable words and asked in confusion. Hu Yuanbao felt that he had misspoken and coughed dryly. "Ahum tilde. Nothing tilde. I'm saying that Han Li is about to break through to the core formation stage tilde." He hadn't read a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality for a few days, so he planned to start reading it today. Just as he was reading it with relish, Hu Qingwan angrily came to find him. Therefore, before his mind could break away from the novel, he subconsciously replied to her. "Hu Yuanbao tilde." There was always a price to pay for being willful, and Hu Yuanbao thoroughly experienced it at this moment. After figuring out what core formation was, Hu Qingwan yelled angrily, which resounded throughout the Hu family's courtyard. The birds on the branches flapped their wings and fled in fright. "Hu Yuanbao tilde. I'm talking business with you tilde. Can you not just stay at home and read novels all day long tilde? Can you tilde?" Hu Yuanbao was so scared that his cheeks were trembling. He hurriedly said, Little sister, that's Big Brother's fault. You have something to say tilde." Combined with Hu Qingwan's description of him just now, if he was in the modern world, he would definitely be a fat otaku tilde. Hu Qingwan snorted angrily. "Meng Wenhao is gone tilde. Help me keep him tilde." Hu Yuanbao scratched his head in distress and asked weakly, "Ahum tilde. Little sister, I forgot who Meng Wenhao is. You didn't mention it just now tilde. You tilde." Hu Qingwan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down a few times. "Meng Wenhao is the new accountant of our family's grain store tilde. Say, you tilde. Daddy asked you to help take care of the family business, but you didn't listen tilde. Do you know how long it's been since you went out? You don't even know who your own accountant is." Hu Yuanbao licked his lips and walked over to grab Hu Qingwan's arm. "Haha. Don't we still have you, little sister tilde? You and Dad are enough for those businesses tilde. Bullshit. I'm going to get married in a few years' time. Won't the family business that father earned still have to be passed to you tilde? If you don't worry about it now, I'll see what you'll do in a few years." Hu Qingwan broke free from Hu Yuanbao's fat hands and cursed angrily with her hands on her hips. Hu Yuanbao shrunk his neck and said gloomily, "Sigh. Annoying tilde. Let's talk about these things later tilde. Little sister, you just said that Meng Wenhao is our accountant. Since the accountant left, we can just find another one. In Chang'an City, there are at least 800 people who know how to do accounts tilde." Hu Qingwan stomped her feet angrily and said, No tilde. I like Meng Wenhao. You have to help me find a way to keep him tilde. Tilde." Even though Hu Yuanbao was used to his sister's outspoken words, He couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this sentence. He was stunned for a while before he said, "That, little sister, didn't you say that you would wait a few years before getting married, Tilda? If you have someone you like, wouldn't I have to help Dad manage the store a few years in advance, Tilda? Little sister, do me a favor and give me a few more years, Tilda." Tilda. "Who, Yuan Bao, I'm going to kill you, Tilda. Changle, Tilda. Chengqian, Tilda. Why are you here, Tilda?" On this afternoon, Li Zishuan had just returned from the workshop when he saw the two siblings, Li Chengqian and Li Lishi, coming over. Changle was talking to Han Yushi, but Li Chengqian awkwardly didn't have anything to talk about. His eyes kept looking outside. When he saw Li Zishuan return, Li Chengqian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out, "Little Xian, you're finally back, Tilda. Husband, Tilda. Brother, little Xian, Tilda." Han Yushi and Changle looked over and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded in agreement. He walked into the front hall, and everyone sat down again. Li Zishuan asked again, "Chengqian, Changle, why are you here today, Tilda?" Li Chengqian opened his mouth to answer, but Changle beat him to it and said, "I'm here to chat with Sister Yushi. I haven't seen her for a long time, so I wanted to come over and take a look, Tilda. It's quite boring to stay in the palace, Tilda." "Haha, Tilda. Looks like you're embarrassed to say it, Tilda. Then I'll help you say it, Tilda." At this time, Li Chengqian laughed loudly and interrupted, "Xiao Xian, Changle wants to sit in your celestial lamp, so I brought her here, Tilda. I didn't see you here, so I wanted to sit for a while before returning to the palace." "I didn't expect you to come back, Tilda." Changle's cheeks heated up, and she said angrily, "Brother Crown Prince, you're talking nonsense, Tilda. Didn't you want to sit too, Tilda? Otherwise, why would you be so kind to bring Changle over, Tilda?" Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. "Haha, Tilda. It's okay, since you want to sit, then go ahead, Tilda. It's not like it's a rare item, Tilda. But didn't I already give the blueprint of the fairy lamp to His Majesty earlier, Tilda?" Calculating the time, the craftsman who will be supervising can make 1 or 2 fairy lamps by themselves, Tilda. Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "They can make it, but how can the fairy lamp they make be as stable as yours, little Xian, Tilda? Your fairy lamp has been used for several days without any accidents, so I came over with Changle, Tilda." Qingqiu originally said that she wanted to come over, but Yang Shaoning called her to Yunshan, Tilda. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and nodded. "Okay, Tilda. Chengqian, Changle, follow me to the west courtyard, Tilda. The fairy lamp is over there, Tilda." The siblings nodded happily. After Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had returned to entertain the 2 second-generation emperors, she went to do her own things and didn't follow him, Tilda. Hey, Tilda. Little Xian, don't untie this rope, Tilda." When they arrived at the west courtyard, Li Zishuan was about to untie the long rope binding the fairy lamp when Li Chengqian hurriedly stopped him. "Why, Tilda? If I don't untie this thing, how will the fairy lamp fly away later, Tilda?" Li Zishuan was puzzled. Li Chengqian explained, "Just fly above your house, there's no need to fly out, Tilda. Also, don't fly around on the fairy lamp like on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As far as I know, Father won't like it, Tilda. The general idea was, don't do that, Father won't like it, Tilda." Li Zishuan was speechless. Chapter 584. "All right. Then both of you can come up together." Li Zishuan already knew that Li didn't like fairy lamps flying everywhere. Otherwise, Li wouldn't have given him a hard time at the beginning. While cursing Li's stinginess in his heart, Li Zishuan checked the fairy lamp and said to Li Chengqian and Li Lishi, "Ah, Xiao Xian, aren't you coming up?" Li Chengqian was slightly startled. He looked at the unfamiliar fairy lamp and asked weakly. Although he had seen this thing before, he didn't know how to operate it. If some unknown malfunction occurred in the sky, wouldn't he and Changle be dead? Changle also looked at Li Zishuan with some worry, but she didn't question him. Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Of course I'll go up. If I don't go up, how can this fairy fly into the sky?" "Ah!" Li Chengqian opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, Then why are you asking us to go up together? This thing can only hold 2 people at most, right?" Li Zishuan was speechless. "Who told you that this fairy lamp can only hold 3 people? There were 4 people on it last night." It's okay, come up together. After saying that, he took the lead and walked up, waving at the siblings. Li Chengqian was skeptical. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No, no, no. It's better to do it one by one. This way, even if the fairy lamp malfunctions, you can still save Xiaoxian. Chang'e, you go up first." Chang'e nodded and said, "Okay." Then the little girl walked happily to the fairy lamp. Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Okay. Then let's do it one by one." However, he muttered in his heart, the richer and more powerful people are indeed afraid of death. After a series of operations, the celestial lamp slowly rose into the sky. Because there was a rope between the bamboo basket and the ground, the celestial lamp could only rise up to the height of a 4- or 5-story building. Moreover, the flying range was limited to the western courtyard. Facing the afternoon breeze, Li Zishuan's exhausted body and mind were greatly relaxed at this moment as he looked at the 108 streets of Chang'an in picturesque disorder. If it weren't for Chang'e and Li Chengqian beside him, he would definitely roar a few times to relax. The main thing was that there were too many things to do recently. Li Zishuan had never felt so tired, mentally and physically. Wow! Chang'an City looks so beautiful from the sky. It's so beautiful. After the fairy lamp stabilized, Chang'e walked to the edge of the bamboo basket and held it. She couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the scenery below. The sun's reflection on her pink palace dress made her look like a fairy princess who had just come out of the palace. She was beautiful and beautiful. Haha. That's right. In this world, I'm afraid there's no city more beautiful than Chang'an. When Li Zishuan heard this, he sighed faintly and said, "Those who were born in this era were very lucky. Those who were born in this era and in Chang'an were extremely lucky. They sat in the world's #1 city and enjoyed the protection of the most powerful empire in the world. Wherever they went, they could hold their heads high and not be bullied. But now, he, a person with a modern soul, had inexplicably entered this time and space. Everything he did now would speed up the Tang Empire's path to invincibility. Although it was a little tiring, it was all worth it. After the academy was built, he would be much more relaxed. Brother Xiaoxian, have you been to many places?" Chang'e turned around and asked crisply. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "No, I don't like to travel. But I've heard my master talk about many interesting places." "Oh." Chang'e nodded and looked at the bulging ball-shaped canopy above her head. Suddenly, she asked, "Brother Xiaoxian, if we let this celestial lamp fly all the way up, will we fly to the moon? Then, we'll be able to see fairy Chang'e." Li Zishuan was amused by her childish words and couldn't help but laugh. "How is that possible? The moon is at least a few 100,000 miles away from us. How can we fly to the moon with this little celestial lamp? Also, we won't be able to breathe on the moon. We'll suffocate to death." Chang'e opened her mouth in shock and said in disbelief, "Ah? That's so far. And according to what Brother Xiaoxian said, how does fairy Chang'e live on the moon? Don't deities need to breathe?" "Haha. There are no deities in this world. Chang'e is just an ancient legend. There's nothing on the moon either. It's just a lonely rock without any life." "Brother Xiaoxian, you know so much. No wonder Father is always praising you." Li Zishuan was stunned. "Is that so? His Majesty praises me?" Logically speaking, it was good enough that Li didn't insult him. Why would he praise him? If the person who said that wasn't Chang'e, he would definitely slap her. Hee. Although Father is strict on the surface, he knows who is virtuous and who is mediocre. It's just that he won't say it in front of you. Brother Xiaoxian, don't be fooled by Father's appearance. Chang'e giggled and winked playfully. She was extremely adorable. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile and say, "Haha, if His Majesty knew that Chang'e told me all this, he would definitely be sad." Chang'e was slightly embarrassed. She just smiled and stared blankly at the scenery under the bamboo basket. However, she didn't continue the conversation. After a while, Li Zishuan suddenly asked, "Chang'e, aren't you afraid to look down from such a high place? In ancient times, there were no airplanes or tall buildings with more than 10 or 20 floors. Most people wouldn't be able to adapt to such a high place for the first time. However, Changle was completely unaffected when she came up. It was really rare. Changle squinted her eyes and smiled. I'm not afraid. Because I know that even if I fall from here, Brother Xiaoxian will definitely be able to save me. Her smiling face and confident expression made her look like a little fairy. She had a huge charm that made people lose themselves in her. After a while, Li Zishuan shook his head and forcibly broke free from his obsession. He secretly thought that this little loli had a lot of charm. Then, he touched his nose and said resentfully, "Haha, Changle, you really think highly of me." Changle smiled and turned around without saying anything. However, her eyes flashed with unconcealable joy. Chapter 585. The next day. After Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he arrived at the Cloud Mountain early in the morning. However, he unexpectedly saw an unexpected person. "Hey, Wenhao, when did you come? Shouldn't you be at Huji Grain Store?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Meng Wenhao, who had disappeared for a long time, in Yang Xiaoning's temporary office. The last time he came to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had invited a group of students from the School of Mathematics for a meal. He had heard a few students mention Meng Wenhao. They said that he was working as a bookkeeper in a grain shop to earn money to support his family. That was why he didn't come to Cloud Mountain with them. Li Zishuan understood that at that time. In his previous life, he had also worked during the holidays, so he didn't blame Meng Wenhao for this. "Sir, you're here. I just came the day before yesterday. I'm a little late, please don't blame me." Meng Wenhao saw Li Zishuan coming in and quickly stood up to greet him excitedly. However, Yang Xiaoning interrupted in annoyance, "Look at your students. All of them are more active than you. A few days ago, someone was sitting on a fairy lamp and walking around Chang'an City. How carefree." Li Zishuan was speechless. "I was just proving to everyone that I wasn't bragging, okay tilde? It's not for my personal enjoyment tilde. To a certain extent, I was also doing it for the future development of Yanghuang College tilde." Yang Xiaoning curled his lips. Fine tilde. You're the only one with such twisted logic tilde. But speaking of which, your student is really good tilde. Not only is he good at accounting, but he's also very charming tilde." Li Zishuan was confused and asked, "What do you mean tilde?" Meng Wenhao's face was red as he quickly said, "Nothing, Commander Yang, please don't say it tilde. This is something to be proud of. What's there to be embarrassed about tilde?" Yang Xiaoning patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and laughed. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, you still don't know, right? After you went to Huji Grain Store, not only did you beat their 4 bookkeepers in mathematics, but you also almost kidnapped their eldest daughter when you left tilde. TSK. Li Zishuan was taken aback and asked with great interest, "Oh? There was such a thing tilde. Xiaoning, quickly tell me about it tilde." After saying that, this guy quickly moved a stool over and sat in front of Yang Xiaoning. He looked like he was eager to hear some gossip. He didn't look like a gentleman at all. Meng Wenhao's eyelids twitched as he watched. He was speechless. Yang Xiaoning, on the other hand, was used to Li Zishuan's impulsive personality. He also sat down and began to tell Li Zishuan about Meng Wenhao's romantic affairs. Thus, the 2 men in the room began to gossip while the half-grown young man was sitting awkwardly at the side. After a few minutes, Li Zishuan understood the whole story. He stood up and laughed. "Wenhao, you're really something tilde. You haven't even graduated and you've already learned how to flirt tilde. Haha tilde. Not bad tilde." Meng Wenhao was embarrassed. Although he didn't know what flirting meant, he could roughly guess. He muttered, "Sir, I just want to use what I've learned to earn some pocket money. I don't intend to provoke anyone tilde." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Haha tilde. You don't have to explain to me. I still believe in your character. But why didn't you accept the eldest daughter of the Hu family tilde? A tilde. This." Meng Wenhao scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know how to answer. Li Zishuan looked at Yang Xiaoning and asked, "Is it because of her appearance tilde? Xiaoning, what does the eldest daughter of the Hu family look like tilde?" Yang Xiaoning held back his laughter and said, "Her facial features are all right. It's just that, Her figure is slightly plump. There's nothing bad about it, tilde. Oh tilde. Li Zishuan replied with a meaningful oh. Meng Wenhao quickly said, Sir, it's not because of her appearance. It's just that I'm still young and haven't considered marriage, tilde. Yang Xiaoning curled his lips and said, TSK, pretentious, tilde. If it wasn't because of her appearance, then it would be weird, tilde. Oh, right, tilde. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaoning, don't you like girls with plump figures, tilde? He remembered that many books in his previous life wrote that the Tangs viewed plump people as beautiful, tilde. Logically speaking, since Miss whose facial features weren't bad and her figure was slightly plump, such a girl should be more popular nowadays. But looking at them now, it was obviously not the case, tilde. Yang Xiaoning said in disdain, Go, tilde. Who said that I like girls with plump figures, tilde? I don't see you like girls like that, tilde. Why do we have to like them, tilde? Wenhao, do you like girls like that, tilde? Meng Wenhao hesitated for a moment but still shook his head. Li Zishuan sweated and thought to himself, Did I remember wrongly again, tilde? He didn't remember wrongly, he was just misled. In his previous life, the saying that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful had been around for a long time and was widely spread. Some experts, after some research, asserted that the Tangs did view plump women as beautiful. They also pointed out several reasons why the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful. The Tangs' economy was prosperous, and people had the means to eat well and wear warm clothes to maintain healthy and plump bodies. The Tangs' culture was open and inclusive, and they were generous and fat. The Tangs' Xianbei bloodline in the Tangs royal family made them innately fond of women with strong bodies. In reality, this saying was wrong, or at least not accurate. The reason why people thought that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful was mainly based on Yang Guifei's body shape and the images of women in the Tangs' palace paintings and paintings. In fact, as long as one looked carefully at the famous Tangs Yang Liban's walking carriage painting and Zhu Fang's flower hairpin painting, it was not difficult to find that the palace maids and ladies in the paintings were not plump at all. The 9 palace maids in the walking carriage painting clustered around Li Shimin as they walked slowly. Some were carrying the carriage, some were holding umbrellas, and some were holding fans. They all seemed to have some strength and were definitely not sickly beauties who could not stand a gust of wind. However, looking at their figures, they were all quite slender. The women in the flower hairpin painting were probably of noble status and slightly older. Their figures were slightly plump, but their standing posture was graceful, as light as the spring breeze brushing the willows. There was no doubt that their figures could be described with the word slender. Regarding Yang Guifei, there were records in the literature that she was fat and afraid of heat. For example, the legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao said that she was fat and hot until summer. However, Yang Guifei's fat body was definitely not as plump as people said today. At most, he had some muscles, which was what the outside biography of Yang Taizhen called just a little bit of muscle. A person who was good at dancing, the rainbow-colored feather dance was her representative work, would definitely do a lot of physical exercises, so it was normal to have a bit of muscle. Yang Guifei's fear of heat was actually not because she was fat, but because of her physique. According to the legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao, Yang Guifei often went to the back garden in the early hours of the morning to suck on the flower due to moisten her throat. In order to moisten her lungs, Yang Guifei would have a piece of cool jade fish in her mouth every day in the summer. Moreover, there were no historical records that showed that Yang Guifei was favored by Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty because she was fat or plump. According to the old and new Tang books about Yang Guifei was favored mainly because of her good aptitude. Specifically, it included, good at singing and dancing, good at music, wise and alert, welcoming and understanding, the new Tang book. That was, she had literary skills, was smart, and understood others. In addition, poet Saint Du Fu described in the poem Beauty's Walk, her posture is deep and true, her skin is delicate and even. That was gorgeous, dignified, temperament, and delicate skin. In reality, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty did not appreciate Yang Guifei's muscles. According to the biography of Yang Taizhen, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty was reading the biography of Emperor Cheng of Han in the Baihua courtyard. After Yang Guifei saw it, she asked him what he was reading. Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty smiled and said, "Don't ask. You will feel bad if you know. Yang Guifei snatched the book and saw that it said, Emperor Cheng of Han obtained the flying swallow, and his body was light and unable to withstand the wind. Fearing that he was floating, the emperor made a crystal plate and ordered the palace servants to dance and dance. At this time, Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty joked with her and said, "You can withstand the wind more than her." Yang Guifei was not convinced and confidently expressed that her rainbow-colored feather dance surpassed Zhao Feiyan's. When Li Bai was enshrined in Hanlin, he was ordered to write 3 songs of purity and peace to praise Yang Guifei's beauty and the life in the palace at that time. The second one was dedicated to Yang Guifei's beauty. A stick of red dew and fragrance, the clouds, and rain Wushan heartbroken. Who in the Han Palace can be like her? Poor flying swallow is wearing new makeup. In the poem, Yang Guifei was compared to a peony and Zhao Feiyan. If Yang Guifei was really a fat person, she could form a sharp contrast with Zhao Feiyan. Then, this comparison would be a mockery and disobedience. It was very likely that Yang Guifei herself also admired Zhao Feiyan and was willing for others to compare her to Zhao Feiyan. It was said that Yang Guifei had the nickname of Fat Maid, which was very likely a curse from people who were jealous and hated her, such as concubine Mai. From this, it could be seen that people at that time did not view fat as beauty. The most interesting were 2 lines of Bai Juyi's poem, A Fat Horse Walks Fast, A Prostitute Sings and Dances, 3 poems with feelings. Fat horses are beautiful, the 6 horses of Jiaoling are all fat and strong, but thin and tall prostitutes are beautiful. Being fat is an unforgivable flaw for prostitutes. The famous poet Du Mu met a fat prostitute in Shaanxi, a bar girl, who urged him to drink. He immediately wrote a poem that was extremely sarcastic and ugly. Take a look. At that time, Pangu had a distant grandson, and he still ordered today to show off his family. A cart of white earth covered with mud, and 10 red flags patched up. In the Wagwan temple there were traces of footsteps, and in front of Huayu mountain there were palm marks. There was no need to be melancholy and worry about marriage, waiting to ask Lakuan. All kinds of evidence showed that the Tang people's saying that fat was beautiful lacked evidence. Moreover, this was the first year of Zhongguan, and the Tang dynasty had only been established for less than 10 years. Even if the Tang dynasty had a trend of fat being beautiful, it certainly hadn't been completely established yet. At the very least, Empress Zhongsun and Princess Chang'e were not fat, and were very slim. F***ck, there's a problem here. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Empress Zhongsun, and realized that at this time, people didn't think fat was beautiful. Otherwise, Empress Zhongsun wouldn't be so thin. Chapter 586. Hello, boss Tilda. Good Tilda. How are you guys Tilda? Is there any difficulty in harvesting the food at home Tilda? Hi Tilda. No difficulty Tilda. No difficulty Tilda. I asked my wife to ask the 3 uncles to help us harvest the food, so there's no problem Tilda. On the other hand, it's us who have taken too much money from you, boss. We feel a little ashamed Tilda. Haha Tilda. What's there to be ashamed of Tilda? This is all earned through your own sweat and hard work. Just take it with a peace of mind Tilda. Don't tire yourself out too much. It's not worth it if you get a heat stroke Tilda. Hey Tilda. Don't worry, boss. We're not that delicate. Besides, Commander Yang doesn't let us work in the afternoon. We won't get a heat stroke even if we want to Tilda. After teasing Meng Wenhao in the house, Yang Xiaoning brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. Li Zishuan looked at the tall buildings that rose from the ground and casually chatted with some of the workers by the roadside. Although it was called chatting, it wasn't really chatting. There was a lot of evidence that proved that a leader's occasional concern for his subordinates was very useful in improving the overall work efficiency. This couldn't be called showing off, but encouraging. Ever since Li Zishuan had brought the first crane to Yunshan, more and more people had discovered the huge advantage that machines had over humans. In response to Yang Xiaoning's strong request, the workshop had sent more than 20 cranes one after another. This was a sharp weapon that was ahead of the times. In addition to the large number of workers, it directly led to the construction speed of the academy to be greatly improved once again. Now, the situation on Yunshan was really changing day by day. Xiao Xian Tilda. A few old masters and I estimated that the main building of Yanghuang College, the bishop, canteen, dormitory, bathhouse, and library will be completed by the end of this month. Walking on the hard and flat cement road, Yang Xiaoning felt quite emotional. He had never seen such a cement road and such high-rise buildings before, but now he had built them, which filled him with a sense of achievement. Perhaps with this academy, he could be ranked as a top master architect like his father. At this time, the two of them arrived at the back of the college. Yang Xiaoning said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan heard it and said in surprise, "So fast?" Yang Xiaoning laughed and said, "He it's not that fast." Little Xian, on your way here, you should be able to see that many of the buildings are about to be completed. In the future, I plan to divide these 10,000 people into 3 groups. One group will do the interior decoration of these buildings, another group will build other buildings, and the other group will follow your previous plan to create scenery for the academy. They will transplant trees and flowers, build fake mountains, dig lakes, and also build that sports field you want to build." Li Zishuan thought for a while and agreed, "Yeah, we'll do as you say." After the main building of the academy is completed, don't be in a hurry to dismiss the craftsmen and commoners. The later construction of the academy has been completed, and I don't lack money now. Also, in addition to the buildings that I have planned earlier, I need you to send a group of people out to help me build some independent buildings behind the academy. I will give you the blueprints later." Yang Xiaoning asked curiously, "What do you want these small buildings for?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Xiaoning, didn't you read the newspaper earlier? The academy will assign some professors to their own houses. Although the academy doesn't have any professors now, I have to prepare these houses in advance. You can't go back on your words. The environment here in Yunshan is beautiful, and I believe many people will be willing to live here. Later, I will find a good location here and build a house for myself. Yang Xiaoning was speechless and said, "I think you have too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you build a house here, how many days can you stay in a year? Li Zishuan didn't think much of it and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows, maybe I will always live here. Hey, Xiaoning, don't you want to consider building one too? The house I want to build is different from the one we are living in now. You will definitely be jealous when you see it. Yang Xiaoning was actually a little tempted. He thought for a while and said, "Cough cough." Little Xian, look at how hard I have worked for the academy these 2 months. Aren't you going to give me a house for free? Li Zishuan sneered and said, "She in your dreams. At most, I will give you a 20% discount based on the cost of the house. The rest will be from me. Yang Xiaoning said angrily, "F***ck. You are too much, aren't you? If you are like this, I will quit. You can go find whoever you want. Hey. Don't. Let's talk about it. How about I give you a 40% discount? Not good. 50%. How about 50%? Hihi. Then I will go back and pack my luggage. Hey. Don't. Consider it my bad luck to have such a bad friend. I will give it to you for free. After some bickering, Yang Xiaoning emerged victorious and obtained a Cloud Mountain villa that had yet to be built for free. Although Li Zishuan looked angry on the surface, he wasn't angry at all in his heart. Firstly, he didn't really care about this little bit of money. Secondly, Yang Xiaoning had a share in the first batch of Cloud Mountain villas. What he said just now was just a joke. Xiaoning, how do you think the academy will solve the water problem in the future? Li Zishuan came to Yunshan today not only to inspect the progress of the academy's construction, but also to solve the academy's water problem. However, after walking around Yunshan for so long and even walking around the forest behind the academy, he still did not see a waterfall or a river. This made him a little disappointed, so he asked. Yang Xiaoning was happy that he finally got some benefits from the miser Li Zishuan. When he heard this question, he could not help but be stunned and answered subconsciously, "What's so difficult about that? There are so many wells in Plum Village and the Han family village at the foot of the mountain. Also, there is the Ba River beside Plum Village. Is there a lack of water? We just have to find some people to carry water up every day. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, this is not a long-term solution. The scale of the academy will definitely get bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more students. When that time comes, how can the academy's daily water consumption be met by just carrying water up the mountain? Yang Xiaoning was helpless and said, then what do you think? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked, Xiaoning, do you think we can use a water wheel to carry water up the mountain? Things like water wheels didn't require a lot of technology. Tubular water wheels had already appeared in the Sui dynasty. Many protagonists in time travel novels who went to ancient times relied on water wheels to become famous. This was more or less inappropriate. Li Zishuan still had some knowledge of this common knowledge, so he asked directly. Chapter 587. Xiaoxian, are you talking about the water tanker? Yang Xiaoning looked at Li Zishuan on Yunshan Mountain and asked. Li Zishuan nodded, yes, it's the water tanker. If this water tanker doesn't work, I can design a new water tanker with more power and a longer transmission distance. He had several water tanker models in his mind, but he wasn't familiar with them. He didn't know if they could be used in Yanghuang College. If it weren't for the fact that the power system wasn't easy to solve, he would definitely build his own water tanker. For him, it was easy to build a water tanker, but the difficult part was the problem of the power required for the water tanker. He still lacked the materials for an internal combustion engine, and he didn't have a stable power supply system for an electric motor. Therefore, he could only rely on the water tanker. Although Yang Xiaoning was confident in Li Zishuan's creativity, he still shook his head and said, I don't think it's possible. Yanghuang College is too far away from Ba River, and the terrain is too high. It's impossible to use a water tanker to transport water. Even if it can be transported up, it can't be too much. Even if you can make a water tanker with more power, I think it's still useless and not worth the loss. Li Zishuan rubbed his eyebrows and seemed to be a little distressed. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, how about this, Xiaoning, help me find a group of well builders and ask them to find a suitable place on Yunshan Mountain and dig a few wells for me. In the early stage of the college, let's transport water from the foot of the mountain. Yang Xiaoning opened his eyes wide and said, are you crazy? Yunshan Mountain is so high, how can you dig a well? However, Li Zishuan shook his head and disagreed. Xiaoning, you're wrong. Although Cloud Mountain is relatively high, the trees on the mountain are dense and there's plenty of rain all year round. Some places can still be dug out. When the time comes, you can find an experienced craftsman and you should be able to find a few good spots. There's a saying that it's futile to dig a well on the mountain. Many people think that it's impossible to dig underground water because of the high terrain on the mountain. This is a misconception. In fact, there are places on the mountain where underground water can be found. Underground water didn't only exist on flat land, but also on high mountains. Sometimes, there was no water at all in places lower than the horizon. The existence of underground water was related to the structure of rock strata. Some rock strata couldn't store water, while some rock strata had confined water. Besides, there were soil, trees, and flowers on the mountain. These things were the main factors for storing water. If the soil and water were well preserved, it was not impossible to dig up water by just digging 2 or 3 meters. In Li Zishuan's previous life, one of his relatives had contracted a mountain to raise chickens. Because the mountain was high and there was no running water, his relative had hired someone to dig a well on the mountain. In the end, they only dug 1.5 meters before they found water. Therefore, when it came to digging a well, the terrain was not the deciding factor. Yang Xiaoning, on the other hand, didn't understand these things. He asked skeptically, can you really dig a well out of such a high mountain? Li Zishuan said confidently, definitely. Don't worry, Xiaoning. As long as the craftsmen are experienced and can distinguish the water level, they will definitely be able to dig a well in Yunshan. All right. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to go to Chang'an to look for a well builder. In Yunshan, the construction of the college was in full swing. In Natang Daily, there were waves of publicity about Gongshui and Yanghuang College. When Gongshui was first publicized, Ma Ju had arranged for a group of people to study Li Zishuan's published articles. Many people in the editorial department had a deeper understanding of Gong Shui, so there was no need for Li Zishuan to do the publicity. There were plenty of people in the editorial department who were talented in this field. Therefore, recently, the news section of the newspaper was almost filled with the words Yanghuang College and Gong Shui. Under such fierce publicity, more and more people knew what Gong Shui was, and what kind of college Yanghuang College was being built outside Chang'an City. Gong Shui, Yanghuang Academy. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Of course, in the past, there would be many Confucian defenders who would jump out and criticize Li Zishuan for bragging about Gong Shui in the newspaper. However, since Kui Yunhan left Chengzhou and Li Zishuan flew to Chang'an City in the middle of autumn, almost all the voices of opposition died down. First, they were unreasonable, and second, they were cowards. Moreover, as the Wang family quickly sold the newspapers to other states and counties, Gong Shui and Yanghuang College's reputation began to radiate to other regions. In particular, the story of Li Zishuan flying into the sky on the Mid-Autumn Festival was particularly shocking. The most intuitive manifestation was that according to the data fed back by the branches of Tang Dynasty Daily, the number of students signing up for Yanghuang Academy began to show an exponential explosive growth. As early as 2 days ago, it had already exceeded 2,000 people. If this data were to be announced, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Directorate of Education and the Hongwen School combined didn't have that many students. Of course, there were many students who signed up on impulse after seeing the news. It was very likely that they hadn't fully grasped the subjects of Yanghuang College's entrance exam. Even if they came to take the exam, they wouldn't have any hope of getting in. More students chose to buy a new mathematics textbook and read it at home. If they could understand it and learn it well, then they would sign up. If they didn't understand it, then they wouldn't sign up. This could be seen from the sales of the new mathematics textbooks. Up until now, Chitsu Culture's mathematics textbooks had already sold more than 50,000 books. 50,000 versus 2,000. This was a very large disparity. Of course, there were also some mathematics enthusiasts who just wanted to study Li Zishuan's new mathematics textbook. In addition to the increase in students signing up, there were also more and more people who wanted to apply to be Yanghuang College's teachers. First, it was because Li Zishuan's salary was too generous. Second, it was because Gong Shui and Yanghuang College couldn't be more popular now. If they came to teach here, they could gain both fame and fortune. Only fools wouldn't come. First, there were some famous scholars in Chang'an. They were the first to come to Li Zishuan for an interview. These days, Li Zishuan held 10 interviews, but he only hired one person, and it was an old acquaintance. When he was in the Directorate of Education, Assistant Professor Mao, who sat opposite him in the office, followed closely behind Xu Hongji and also wanted to change jobs. The rest of the people were either too deeply influenced by Confucianism, or they didn't have any teaching skills at all. They were the type that completely followed the script. Li Zishuan said that he couldn't even listen to such boring lectures, so how could his future students be willing to listen? Therefore, of the 10 teachers who came to apply, only one was successful. The low acceptance rate of Yanghuang College's teachers gradually spread out.